on thinking about the past, it is also is happening in this moment. If there is only this moment, everything happens in this moment, isn't it? If we see the truth that there is no book or crow outside and which are only within our minds, then we are doing away with the external world. Then there are no physical things that can be captured by the mind as a crow or a book. Then we get rid of the mind, isn't it? Then one is free from the external world as well as the mind, internal world. It is the emptiness, no attributes, invisible, no ground, animittai, shunyai, anidassanai, appatittai. The mind which gets these experiences is there is no disappearing, animitta, shunya, appatitta, no attributes, no form, empty, none self. If there is an object, there is I too. If there is no book, I am also not there. Then I do lose myself in this moment, which is an emptiness. It is the liberation from mind. This is the nature of Buddha in this moment. The birth of the Buddha is taking place in this moment. Passing away of Buddha is also happening in the same moment. That is where the view of self disappears and passing away while discharging all clinging. The birth, enlightenment, liberation, and passing away, the great three occasions, are taking place at the same instant. Therefore, we have Vesak every day. So, for the one who realizes this truth, every moment is an auspicious moment. The great occasion is the realizing this truth in mind. The physical birth, enlightenment, and passing away exhibits the nature itself. In convention, the Vesak can be celebrated considering these three occasions took place on that day. The one who does not realize the truth can celebrate the Vesak by reserving a special day. But in reality, these three occasions are taking place in the momentary mind. If one realizes the truth, then it is the moment he experiences these three great occasions: the birth, enlightenment, and passing away. The moment of realization of this truth is the great celebration of the universe. This is the moment of awakening to Buddha nature. This is the moment of realization that all the defilements, keles, are disappearing within this realization. This is the firm, certain path to nirvana. Even if we offer alms and do meritorious deeds, there is no guarantee one would not fall into sufferings, hell. It would not happen according to the doctrine of the Buddha. The reason is that there is no right view, samadhi, in the ground of ignorance. Everything is done within the ambit of wrong view, michaditti. It is seen in Mahaditti Samyukta, where it has been divided into wrong living, Nityaj Ajiva, and correct living, Sammajiva. The wrong livelihood is in the worldly, Prutakjana ground, Nityajiva. The correct livelihood is in the noble ground. The noble ground is the place where realization is taking place. The noble eightfold path, Arya Ashtangika Marga, is the correct view, Sammaditthi, correct thoughts, Samma Sankappa, correct speech, Samma Vacha, correct livelihood, Samma Ajiva, correct action, Samma Kamma, correct effort, Samma Vaya, correct action, correct mindfulness, Samma Sati, correct concentration, Samma Samadhi. And understand everybody.
Terasana Shani. Thank you for reading the 2 pages for us from the True Dhamma Has Awakened Volume 3 book. Terasana Yaran Mahansa. I pay my homage at your feet. Terasana all Dhamma friends who have joined this 2:45 English Zoom discussion today, which will go on until 4 p.m. Sri Lankan time. Uh, so what was mentioned, if I brief what Shani read for us, actually those are the contents which are described in the 4 practical steps which we are practicing these days. By the time this book was written, actually those practical pathway was not introduced to us, but the contents that is practiced now is mentioned in these 2 pages that she read for us. So the first step is actually to understand that this is every thought is a creation uh, mental construct. Thought means uh, anything that is related to the materialistic world, including myself. They are all part of the external world. But when we listen to this Dhamma, we realize that they are all mental constructs. The crow was born in the mind, or crow is a thought, and the chair is a thought. It's a name given, some form of identification. But actually speaking, the sense faculties will experience either a shape or a sound or a sense of smell, taste, or warmth, cold, and some form of skin sensation. So the sense of faculties could grasp only at that level, or sense of faculty, the creation means the birth of the sense of faculty itself. This doesn't mean that the physical parts of the body, but with the help of the physical parts, when the physical parts are there as the background, the function arises. The functions are as I mentioned, the seeing, hearing, and feeling. Feels include the taste, smell, and the skin feels. So, what happens? The collective function combination of these creates a thought. So, in other words, everything is a creation of the mind. So, this is where you uh, slash the ties with the so called materialistic world. Now the camera is turned inwards, and now it's understood that everything is a creation in the mind. Then what happens? The understanding about the function of the mind, or this mental construct, it's happening at this moment right now. There's nothing called persisting mind. uh, if you think of something which happened in the past, or a thought about a past incident, it's happening right at this moment as a fresh thought. And if you plan something for the future, it's again a thought which appears right at this moment in relation to the present, future. So, whatever we label as memory is just a thought at this moment. Whatever you plan about the future is just a thought at this moment. So, the thoughts, fast flowing thoughts, we call it mind. So, mind is something that is created right now. So, then we realize that all these mental constructs or these thoughts are instantly happening now and here. Then can you call that it is in your mind? Can you say that crow is in my mind, or the mango tree is in my mind? No, it's happening right now at this moment. Then you liberate from your mind also. So there is nothing permanent that you can cling on to uh, outside. And also now you have turned the camera inwards, and then there's nothing permanent called thoughts also. So those are the two things, first two steps that we explain and try to understand in the first two steps of practical procedures, practical experiences that we uh, uh, practice in our 1 day program. Actually, that is the process where the system tries to shed the uh, feeling or the uh, labeling as myself. Everything is happening to me and I am doing it. It's my things, and they are mine, me, myself. So those things. That's actually another thought, or it's just a misconception. So in these 4 steps, what we try to do is gradually peel off this uh, thought or this concept of myself. It has to be very gradual, because this is something that has been in practice, or what the mind uh, was taken, mind took it as true. Uh, so the pathway it was described, the Noble Eightfold Pathway, where the weave has to be corrected. So correct weave means understanding uh, this function of the system, how these sensors are creating a world, and how it's taken as real, and also how this feeling of self occurs, and uh, how the thoughts are formed. So, with this knowledge, uh, you get correct vision. So, that is the first one in the 8 noble pathways, that is samadhi. So, we can start our discussion, maybe along the same facts that we mentioned so far, or if we have a different topic or a question, we can discuss along that. All our Dhamma friends have joined. Theruwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and other Dhamma friends. We can start the discussion either along the same facts or maybe we can choose a different topic. Theruwan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai. May Triple Gem bless you all. We worship Paramahansa Mahanse. So, yeah, we can talk on any topic. Anyone can bring up a question as well. Joel, do you have anything specific?
Yes, we read about this future, planning for the future, planning about tomorrow is a thought. So, can you explain how can we not plan and go on with our life if that plan is a thought?
Yeah, anyway, the actual, this is the thing. This Dhamma, we have to understand why we are talking about this truth. So, we are talking about truth to understand the suffering. So what is suffering? What is suffering meant is by the burning we have here. So without the burning, thoughts are not a problem. Plans, not a problem. So that's the whole idea of this truth as well. So the burning, this is we get confused also. So we talk about a burning as well as we talk about a planning. So the urge to plan and getting devastated when the plan goes wrong is a possibility. But again, the thing is whether you are in the correct vision or the wrong vision. So the wrong vision is believing that everything is actually there and I'm here. The duality, the believing in the manifestation. But when we understand that it's just a manifestation of the sensory functions, so that correct vision empowers the whole system. That correct vision, when it is actually felt, because all this time, from a baby's time, child, then youth, then adult, and then elderly, we always had the idea that everything is happening to me. Self-perception is so strong, we have a self-view. But then when this is changed, and when we understand that it's just a perception and that actually came from the stimuli, which felt as real, this whole thing becomes upside down. So where does the plan come from? Plans are actually from this dream. The current dream has the plan. If your dream changes, so the human dream also changes now. So the one human can be in America, one human is in Sri Lanka, one human can be in some other country. So even the country-wise dreams change. But actually the in human dream is kind of similar. They have the different manifestations, but with the same sensory organs. So the manifestations are kind of similar because the eyes, the ears, the tongue, the smell, and the touch sensation or the temperature, they are kind of similar. But their mind output can be different due to the differences in the dream. But when you understand the truth, the dream will happen. You're not going to stop the dream. So the plans are in the dream. So are you going to stop anything in the dream? No, because we know it's a dream. It's just flowing. You can actually plan without suffering. That's the whole thing, Joel. Don't know whether you got it. Because when we don't understand Dhamma, we plan with suffering. Here we plan without suffering. Does that mean actually the plan with suffering is planning we did before even knowing this Dhamma? So we usually believe it is my plan. Everything should go according to my plan. And if something goes not according to my plan, it would be really bad. And you would try the whole life. You would try to change the plan to adjust into your plan. That was the whole scenario of living, I would say, because nothing goes according to our plan anyway. I mean, rarely it goes. Maybe we think that it is going to according to our plan. We can think like that. It's fine. A plan is also in our thinking. Yes, it is in our dream. It's a perception. Plan is a perception. So whatever the plan, whatever the 30, 40, 50, 60 years that you have lived, from the day we can remember, that's the dream. So that you have a plan, you do a lot of things. That's okay. But if you don't know, that's kind of the that's kind of actually we can't replace this with another thought. You just have to feel this. It's not real. It's not a thing. And then with that feel, your burning is to go down. Your burning, your suffering, your belief in that you are there. And so the self-view, self-perception, and self-vibration is the suffering. That will go down. That will come to zero in an hour. But the main thing is everything will happen without that suffering. So whether the plan goes correct, whether the plan goes wrong, whether the plan goes really bizarre or weird, plan doesn't even come to any realization, that's fine. But we can plan. Is it okay, Joe?
Yes, doctor, and also I'd like to share something personal with you all. What I experienced after listening to this truth. Can I share it?
Yeah.
Normally, like in my place, in my home, when something goes wrong, the first person to get agitated and get angry, it would be me, not my parents. So today, I encountered a very bad situation in my home, very tense moment, stressful moment. And I didn't have the burning, or I didn't have any agitation. I was just calm and I was able to calm the situation as well. So I think the truth has liberated my mind and taken away all these agitations, irritations. And my mother was asking, "You have changed," and I said, "Well, the Zoom discussion has changed me." So thanks a lot once again.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Actually, that's the beauty of truth. I mean, if there's any truth, truth is that there is no truth, basically, and that's really puzzles us. We are never ever ready for that bit, you know, like truth is that there is no truth. So no one will be able to understand that, and you have come to that level that we can even say that. That's the beauty of Dharma, because you, even though you didn't understand the jargon we are talking about, because it's like, you know, someone talking in medical jargon, no one understands that medical jargon like that. We are also telling so much jargon here, like, you know, the Pali and all those sorts of stuff. But if someone hear the basic truth, even there is no truth, in the sense, truth itself is it's something that we have in our mind, kind of, it's all projections of our mind. Whatever we say is just a simple word we say here, that it's not true. So the truth is that truth is not true, basically. So it's really inspiring if you look into that aspect, and you kind of get into that flow. So the usual flow is the burning part, where you kind of get dragged into that river of suffering, I would say. And when you actually get into the other side of the river, like you're actually swimming other side, you are swimming against the current, but still there's no suffering. It's such a beautiful thing, and we invite everyone, someone hearing this one word of this Dhamma. It's really beautiful. Just to get that angle is the most difficult part, because if someone is actually catching a little bit parts of it, you can start criticizing. The whole thing is understanding that there has never been a thing. There has never been a thing, in the sense, yeah, I mean, when you say that, yeah, it is very beautiful. That's the kind of experience any human being can get. I mean, they can go to the um, shopping malls. They can go to the whatever the worshipping place. They can go to a, you know, place where that you don't like at all, but still without burning. And this this understanding that the manifestation itself is just a manifestation, and whatever you felt as you are alive is just a part of this sensory organ. That's the beauty, and that itself makes you so light, and you will definitely feel it more and more. Yeah, I think yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's no much words to use here, because every word I said, as I said, is actually just a manifestation of the mind. Whatever you feel is just a manifestation of your sensory organ. Well, yeah, when you understand Dhamma, and when you understand there is no one to actually suffer, this suffering is going to come down slowly but steadily. Yeah, anyone else to add anything? You, anyone can ask a question. Yes, can join in.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, as you mentioned, everything can happen in the normal way. You can plan the future, you can do anything, but without the fire. Because the one our noble friend gives a beautiful answer. Be an ice cube in the middle of roaring fire. So you can stay cool, and then you can communicate with the rest of the world. In the mundane world, we call it, we are living in the world. So you can communicate with the society, the family, whatever, uh, at the required level, but always that uh, cool feeling, or that calm and relaxed feeling is there underneath. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. Uh, when you understand, when you sort of go into detail and understand how these thoughts are formed, you can see how these thoughts are manipulative, how strong, and how much they are powerful. So the thoughts will manipulate this physical body, and then at some level the thoughts will be there as thoughts, and then when they are more powerful it will come out as words, and when they are even stronger, more powerful than that, it will come out or manifest as an act. So you can explain how these people instantly change, and then get involved in various crimes. So it's very clear that these things are not within the control of that self. Uh, it's the instant thought which gives rise to that power and that physical activity. Those three levels in Pali we call the Chitta Sankara, Vachi Sankara, and Mano Kaya Sankara, which means the thoughts, words, and the physical activity. So it's very important now when you understand the mechanism, then that instant power will gradually get less and less. So that is how you can tame down this so-called mind. Just I thought of adding these little things.
Yeah, and also
Yeah.
we can practice now. Even Joel can practice now. Whenever you do something, you are writing a letter, or you are typing something, or you are watching something, or you having a walk. You see, you hear, you whatever the function. Maybe you're having a shower or dip in the river, whatever, doesn't matter. But in any activity, if you can see that the activity is just activity, activity didn't have a owner, didn't have a self, activity will be happening. You will be talking, you will be washing clothes, you will be cleaning the house or cleaning the room, making the bed. None of these actions they don't have an owner. So this is the third part of our the practical aspect too. Any action, there's no ownership. it's not self doing anything. And you see things. It's actually, you're not seeing, it's just the eye function. You hear things, but actually it's not you hearing, it's the ear function. Your feet may touch the floor. We used to think that it's happening here in this body, in my body, but it's actually just a function of the skin. Likewise, if you actually get into this system, you can understand actually there's no self, and then you might feel it that even the consciousness level, the feel level, is actually the speed of the sensory function. That's all. That's really all. Because when someone's thoughts are not that strong, it's really beautiful to get this into your practice too. Because consciousness is something you feel. You can't think about it. It's just the pure feeling. So that even the pure feeling, it's felt as here. The vibration is felt as here. But then actually it is with this ignorance that we have, that way of feeling. But when we understand it's just the function of the sensory organ only, due to the speed only we feel this. Because if there's no speed, just imagine this whole earth didn't have a speed of rotation, which you don't even feel. It's such a massive speed. None of these functions will be, it's very difficult to have a consciousness. But then because of the speed, this consciousness is manifested. So even that consciousness, the feel, that's just the fast function of the sensory organ. And then you can feel that the alive feel that we believed or kind of thought that is the precious thing. That's why we are afraid to die, because we feel that the alive feel is the most precious thing we have. That's where the fear comes from. So it's beautiful. It gets more and more beautiful when you understand that none of these things, there is nothing to burn for, nothing to crave for, nothing to actually fight for. But then does the life stop there? No. It will flow as usual without burning. That's all. And more you understand, you can actually become others, and you will be looking after your parents as you have never done before. You will feel them. You will feel their burning, and you will feel, you will try to calm down their burning, because there is no burning in your position. You are able to telepathize to any other's burning. Yeah. Anyone else to add to something?
Yeah, Dr. Popula. I think those examples that we have heard in the Zoom also, it's just life still goes on. So, activities have to be still done, obligations have to be performed. But if you take an example of, children making sand castles on the beach, right? And then, so they don't know that, that at any point of time, the waves can come and wash the sand castle away. They make it with such intent. If you, watch children making those, with all seriousness, piling sand and making shapes and things like that. And then, the disappointment when they get washed away. But if you take an example of an adult, they can still, go with the flow with the children, and help to make the castle and things like.
Buddothpado, Buddothpado. In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpado on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpado, Buddothpado.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. May I pay homage at your feet. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Everybody wants to live a happy and contented life, isn't it? But from the day we were born, aren't we suffering? Maybe due to a sickness, maybe due to losing parents, or maybe due to various natural disasters, accidents, maybe loss of legs, hands, and maybe we have to depend on others. So likewise, we face lots of suffering day to day in our life, isn't it? Physically as well as mentally. So we need a way out of suffering. We search for a way out of suffering. Even we are healthy and living a happy life at this moment, a disaster can happen at any time, leaving you physically and mentally unstable, isn't it? For that, we can't implement a time. But always we try to find out a way out of the stress by doing lots of rituals, offering pujas, flowers, worshipping, praying. Yes, but we get some sort of relief. But if someone has wisdom, he will want to find a permanent way out of suffering, isn't it? So we know that Prince Siddhartha has seen these 4 signs: an old man, a sick person, a dead body, and a monk. In other words, impermanence, suffering, death, and a path to liberation. So this has inspired Prince Siddhartha to find the way out of suffering. Don't we see this daily? So even we also see this daily, these signs. But have we even thought of ending the suffering permanently? Even though we see the same 4 signs in everyday life, we see people getting old, relations get sick, they die. Say, as for my own experience, my father was bedridden for 8 years. Though he was a very strong, independent person, ultimately he had to depend on everyone. And he suffered and died. And death, it's something we even don't like to talk about, isn't it? But it is inevitable. So we go to others' funerals But did we ever thought that someday I will die too? No, we just say then that one is dead. And if we see and if we think almost all the important people we have known are dead. Say the actors, singers, politicians, musicians, presidents, businessmen, doctors, nurses, soldiers, children, friends, parents, pets, monks, they are no longer there, isn't it? Even if we take our own personal lives, people we cared and loved, they are also dead and gone, isn't it? But someone would say, yes, so that is life. Don't worry and don't think about it. But there are some people who are still suffering, even after 20, 30 years, thinking about their loved ones. Why did this happen to me? This won't happen if my father was there. Oh, I wish my child is here. So we suffer due to a thought. For example, we had lots of disasters in our country, isn't it? We had a war, a tsunami, bomb blasts, earth slips, landslides, floods, droughts. So some happen naturally, say the tsunami, landslides, floods, droughts. But there are man-made things as well, artificially created. So how can a person even think of killing another person or an animal? If we take the war is a creation of the mind, a thought in somebody's mind, isn't it? So what I wanted to highlight is that we suffer due to thoughts. So in the mundane world, everything is happening. Even in Lord Buddha's days, all things were happening. Say Patachara and Kisa Gotami, they suffered due to the loss of their children, husband. Even nowadays, same thing is happening. If we take our life, aren't we a Patachara, a Kisa Gotami, a Kujjuttara, or a Kukkutumitta? So more or less, we have also undergone this suffering, isn't it? So is there a permanent way out of this suffering? If we actually want to get rid of suffering, we should find out how Patachara, Kisa Gotami, has get rid of suffering, isn't it? And not only that, they have become Arahat. They have attained the Arahathood. Say a person who has lost everything goes for a concentration meditation retreat. then what do you have to do? Then you have to focus on your breathing or focus on something else. This might give you some temporary relief. But say once you come home to the familiar surroundings, the memories will come back definitely. Just like you can't keep a rubber ball underwater. As soon as you release the hand, it will come up, isn't it? So likewise, in concentration meditation, what happens? You suppress the thoughts, but at any moment it can come out. It can come out with anything you see, hear, smell, taste, or feel. But in insight meditation, what happens? You understand how the thoughts are created. And you know how the thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And you know the telepathizing system, how it works. How these past perceptions becomes new perceptions. Say you have lost your husband and the thought of the husband comes repeatedly. And you feel your husband in whatever you see, whatever you hear, smell. So you see him everywhere, you hear him everywhere, you hear his voice. Say when you drink coffee, you might remember that how he liked to drink coffee and how you used to drink coffee with him. Also, when you smell a nice smell, then also you might remember that this is his perfume. So likewise, the thoughts, they become so powerful, so real, and you get physically and mentally weak. Sometimes you don't feel like going out, not to meet friends, not to do anything. Just sit somewhere and suffer and think and suffer. And some go into depression. So this might go on for some time. So you might want to get rid of this suffering and think of going for a retreat. Do some concentration meditation. But what happens as soon as you sit down to do the meditation? The thoughts comes back. It happens naturally from the system. One can't control it or suppress it. So what happens once you return from the meditation? The thoughts might become more powerful. The me is powerful. But Lord Buddha has shown us a way out of suffering by preaching a non-soul Dhamma, a never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? It is the dependent origination Dhamma. So we know that attachments or disattachments gives us the suffering. So how can we get rid of attachments and disattachments. So in 84,000 Dhamma sermons or in Tripitaka, Lord Buddha has shown a way out of suffering. It happened 2,600 years ago. Though it was written in the Tripitaka, there was no one who could read the hidden meaning of it. So it was actually hidden there for a long period until our noble spiritual friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa revealed it once again to the world through Dhamma Abhijna. So this is not knowledge. This is not in a book. So Dhamma Abhijna arises when all the sense of self dissolves, which means there is no self, but only Dhamma itself, which is revealed through wisdom. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa shows how this thought is created and how this suffering is created. If we take this stimulus or the aramuna as real, we have to see this reality, how this illusion is created. So the only path to see this is this insight meditation. So we have to know that everything you see, everything you hear, everything you smell, taste and feel are merely thoughts. Death and birth also are thoughts. So someone can suffer due to thinking that I am going to die, but that's also a thought. So thoughts are different from person to person. If we take animals, various animals have different thoughtful worlds. So we can't say whose world is true, isn't it? Likewise, the world created by senses is not true, because it is a creation due to a speedy vibration. So this cannot be seen through mind, but could be seen through wisdom. So likewise, one can't attain Nibbana through mind, because mind is an illusion, a creation, a sankata. So Lord Buddha has given some examples that rupa, or what is seen, is like a foam bubble which won't last. Feel is like a water bubble which also won't last either. Sankara, or the formations, are similar to a banana stem, and the consciousness is similar to a mirage. These similes were given by Lord Buddha. So it is very true, isn't it? So we suffer due to a thought. So even at this moment, even if one thinks I am going to die, and can suffer due to that particular thought. But thoughts are not real. Even if we think I'm going to die in future, it's also a thought at this moment. So even if I think my father died in 2018, it is also a thought at this moment. We can't actually implement a time. So we have to see through wisdom, not with the mind. So what does that mean? See through the wisdom and not with the mind. We know that the senses creates the mind, isn't it? But when we talk about wisdom, wisdom is not created through senses. It is actually to understand the senses. So if someone asks the question, what should I do to attain Nibbana? So Lord Buddha has explained, Ekayano Maggo. There's only one way to attain Nibbana. It is to see the truth of the stimuli. Aramune Satya Dakkima. Which means to see how this illusion is created. Lord Buddha has also said it's even better than seeing a colorful film to see this, how this illusion is created. So actually there's nothing called mind. Mind means how this illusion is created in the first place. In other words, mind is the stimulus which comes every fraction of a moment, a vibration. So we know that the stimulus comes from one of the senses, either the eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin, or the mind. So is this world we create from our senses, is it true? So if it is true, then all the animal world and the world we perceive should be the same, isn't it? So we will see just how a bird sees the world. Actually, the birds, they see a very colorful world. They can detect UV spectrum also. Their vision is clear. Even when they are flying, their vision is very clear. So if we take a fish has a 360-degree view. So it seems that they can even move their lens forward and backwards, like a camera. Like a camera, it can be focused. So they have a very clear vision under the water. But as we know, the humans can't do that. So if we take a horse, how does a horse see the world? They also have a 360-degree field of view. Also they have a excellent motion detection and also good night vision. But they can see shades of blue and green only. So again, if we take from a human, it is different, isn't it? So if we talk about an elephant, they also have a good night vision. And they see shadows of blue and yellow. And they don't see far. It seems that they can see only up to 10 meters. But they have a superior sense of smell and also hearing. And it seems that it is difficult for them to judge the distance, especially straight ahead. So if we take a dog, how does a dog see the world? They see the world in shades of blue, yellow and grey rather than the red-green spectrums of which humans can see. Actually, they are colorblind to red and green. But they have a good night vision and a higher sensitivity to movements. So likewise, animals have their own world, isn't it? Even an ant, bee, a worm, a fly creates their own world. If we take a worm, worms do not have eyes and they cannot see. They cannot see images. Instead of that, they perceive the world through the skin vibrations. They are also sensitive to light. So they can identify day and night to keep them, so they can keep their skin moist. So if we take humans, so even in humans there are colorblind people, isn't it? So they can confuse red with green, orange with yellow, or purple with blue. But the most common type is red and green color blindness, which means these colors appears as shades of yellow and brown. And also there are some people, very rarely, there are people who are totally colorblind. They see only the shadows of black, white and green. So when we talk about seeing the world, whose world is true? We can't implement it, isn't it? Not only the scene. When we talk about sounds, it is also different. So if we take a cat, they hear far better than humans. They detect high frequency sounds up to 64,000 Hertz. Dogs hear frequencies up to 60,000 to 65,000 Hertz. Whereas the human, we can hear between 20 Hertz to 20,000 Hertz. So we know that animals, especially dogs, they often can detect or sense the impending waves of vibrations, just like a tsunami. So what does that mean? That means they can hear the deep earth rumbles or low frequency vibrations. This we can't hear. As humans, we can't hear this. Not only that, even dogs' paw pads, those are highly sensitive to low frequency vibrations in the ground. They also have a very good sense of smell. So all in all, what we can say is that everyone, humans, animals, no matter what they are, they have their individual worlds, isn't it? So we can't say which world is true. As we are talking about humans, we should know how our mind is created. For that, we have to go back to the radiant mind, because we also came from a radiant mind, which was very clear, pure as a white sheet. So we can't implement defilements in a radiant mind. So we say the baby's mind is very pure. But even he has the glue for the attachments or disattachments. It happens later, once the mind is created. So if we take a newborn baby, when the baby is born, if he does not take his first breath and breathe naturally, we say the baby is dead. So we resuscitate the baby and try to make him cry, isn't it? Because he can't survive without breathing. Here I just wanted to add that in Vata Sutra, Lord Buddha has said, wind does not blow, rivers does not flow, pregnant women does not give birth. So what does this mean? This means that everything is a natural phenomena. So likewise, as we were talking about the baby, so after the baby is born, he is given to the mother to feed. But nobody taught him to suck the milk, isn't it? But he naturally sucks the milk. So likewise, after some time, he sleeps, gets up when he is hungry or wet or warm. All this happens naturally. The system starting to work, isn't it? Though he does not speak any language, he only knows to cry and smile. He will smile when he is comfortable. He will cry when he is uncomfortable. We all came from there, isn't it? So what happens once the baby grows up? He starts to turn his head. He starts to turn his head towards sounds. Follows with eyes, actively moves hands and legs. These things happen naturally. So we can see that the system is working. So you must have noticed that the babies, even they are small, they cry when there's no one around them. Though they don't know how to tell it, they feel it. Even though still he does not recognize mother, father or siblings, he feels that somebody is there. He feels the mother's warmth, feel the sounds, feel the touch, feel the smell. Even though they can't express it, they feel it. The existent feel is there. Later, he recognizes the mother's voice because it comes repeatedly. He recognizes mother's smell, mother's touch, and the shape as well. But still he can't place it, and no names are attached. And later he turns to sides, crawls, sits, stands, and walks without a name. He also looks at colorful objects, sounds, recognizes mother. So when mother leaves the house, the child starts to cry. We have those experiences, isn't it? Some children even have temper tantrums, like screaming, kicking, and shouting. As the language skills has not developed properly, they try to communicate in another way by shouting, kicking, or screaming. So what happens once the child goes to the Montessori? The sounds and colors are introduced. For example, the teacher might show a picture of an apple and say, "This is an apple." So with the sound, the shape and color of the apple merging with the smell, taste and feel, Ditta Sutta Mutta, combines to create an apple in the mind sensor. Likewise, the sounds are given: table, chair, wall, tree, board, book, pencil, chalk, teacher, mother, father, school, a friend, car. Likewise, all are sounds. And now the world is creating. And not only that, the colors are also introduced: red, blue, yellow, green. So now the apple will become a red apple, car will become a blue car, tree will become a green tree. Now the existent field becomes the alive field. The me who sees the apple is created. Self-perception is created. Me who sees the father, me who sees the teacher, my mother, my sister, my school, all are created. all these are perceptions. So now the duality is created, and I am here who sees the teacher. So now the repeated perceptions, the sounds, gives rise to the wanting to keep them. This is my pencil and my mother. The value comes automatically. He wants to keep it. He gives a value to it. So in Mahanidana Sutra, Lord Buddha has explained it. It's just like a whirlpool which goes around collecting things which is around, it's like absorbing things. So this is our story, how the bhava is created, how the samsaric journey is created, how this soul is created. Actually, if you contemplate properly, you will see there is no soul, there is no me. But we think there is a soul. So more thoughts, more repeated thoughts, the soul is powerful. So to know the Trividya or the threefold wisdom, the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, Chutupapada Jnana and the Ashtaksha Jnana is very, very essential in this path. It is to see through wisdom how this illusion is created. So Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana is when one sees how the first thought was created in the child. So without knowing this Trividya, there is no path. So one should have this wisdom to see through this illusion. So in other words, to catch the magician who creates this magic. For this, we have to listen to true Dhamma with the correct vision or Samma Ditti. And now you can see that we can't get this through knowledge or by doing concentration meditation, because it can be seen only through insight meditation and contemplation. It is not easy, because whichever way you take, you will get caught to the illusion of the mind. So once you listen to Buddothpado sermons and the understanding deepens, one realizes the science behind how this mind is created with one vibration. And in that one vibration, one thought or one aramuna, the birth and the death also creates. The 31 planes of existence is also created. So we have to understand how this one thought is created and how the light and sound was created in the first place. So once you contemplate deeply on this, you experience it through yourself, that actually there is nothing called light and sound either. that all are creations due to speedy vibrations. This is explained in Majja Sutra, which means if there are two different endings, there's a power generated. So likewise, as long as there is a duality, there will be a power. So imagine you are in the space where there is no duality. Then you can't place a me. There won't be a name or a form, isn't it? So now we know that thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And there is nothing in a color wave or a sound wave, isn't it? So when somebody sees through wisdom, it leads to cessation of suffering. Actually, is there a me who is suffering? No, there is no me who is suffering. So likewise, the ignorance starts to dissolve, because me or soul is also an illusion created by the speedy vibration. It's a current, the current underneath. So this current loses power, which means the power of the soul or the self vibration dissolves, isn't it? So it is very important to know that whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think is your world at that particular moment. So there is no specific entities called me and the world. Both are same. Chutupapada jnana. When one sees that every single thought is created the same way. So our noble friend Buddothpado gives this example. You don't have to cut each and every mangoes to see the inside, because we already know that it is white, isn't it? So the one who is in the path, he will feel that me or the fire within is diminishing little by little. It happens gradually. So likewise, every thought is a vibration. Mother, father, sister, car, house, taste, smell, sound. So whatever you name it, all are vibrations. And there is nothing in a vibration. It is just a creation. For example, when you clap, there is a sound, isn't it? But we can't place from where the sound came from. We can't implement the sound, isn't it? So once you know the truth, the self-existence, the existent feeling dissolves. In other words, the defilements, the desire, ill will, hatred, all starts to dissolve, which is the asraksha jnana, one of the threefold wisdom. It's just like the guideline which shows that one is in the path to liberation. The defilements are fading. So if we take day-to-day life, people run after success. They think whatever they do is not enough. They are driven by desire and thinks it brings happiness. To collect things, collect knowledge, collect trophies, collect memories, collect money, and so on. So what happens? They run with desires, like the deer who runs after the mirage. They have goals, targets, plans, maybe to be better than another one, maybe to maintain a social status, maintain an ego. So always not enough money, not enough power. They want to maintain a powerful lifestyle. So to gain achievements. So they do anything to gain those. Sometimes one country is not enough. So they want another country. So they fight. So with that, getting more and more attachments, desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, with all that, the suffering. But just look at a bird who flies freely in the sky. They also have a life. They also feel hunger, thirst. But they also eat, they also sleep. They also have a family. But they are free, isn't it? So when there is sunlight, they enjoy the sunlight. When there is rain, they like to sit in a branch. So the raindrops fall into the feathers, isn't it? They don't trouble anyone. They live in that moment happily. They live with the feel. So they feed them, the little birds, and let them fly away when they are grown up, isn't it? But in humans, even if they are grown up, they used to look after them. No freedom. Likewise, there are people who work after even retirement. It's just like a habit. So humans, they think a lot. Mind is so powerful. So they plan what to do tomorrow. Maybe to kill someone, maybe to rob someone. But as you know, we all came from the radiant mind, where there was no defilements, isn't it? So how did this pure mind got defilements? because we take the world as real and we strive towards goals, work hard to maintain a self. We need to lead a successful and wealthy life. But in path to Nibbana, we do not gain something. Instead, we lose ourselves. So as humans, we are born as humans. Actually, we were like given a chance to understand this, understand the system, understand that there was never a me. From the beginning, there was never a me. It is just a system. So only few people understand this truth. So what happens once you understand this? The illusion of self starts to dissolve. So if one sees that Nibbana is within us, it is the real success. It's the real success in life. It's a system. The senses were working since birth. There is no me anywhere. Senses are working. Eye, ear, nose, tongue, body and mind. If your eyes are open, obviously you will see. So because you have ears, you will hear. As you have a nose, you will smell. Likewise, you have a tongue and a body, you will feel the taste and hot and cold. So you have a mind, its action is to think. All these are natural phenomena and happens due to speedy vibration. Nobody is doing that. But you feel as if you are living. It's also a perception, an illusion. So as long as this existent feeling is there, which came through the zygote vibration, the alive field will be created, just like the two sides of a coin. So as long as the alive feeling is there, there is a death. So it is very, very essential to understand this system, the senses, and see that there is actually no self. So this self, the illusionary self, is created once the mind sense was created and the duality was created. So there's only one way to Nibbana, that is to see the truth in this thought, Aramune Satya Dakima, and see that there is nothing in a thought. So someone is searching to end the suffering. This is the only way to see the truth. So as always, we are very grateful to you, our noble friend Buddothpado Aran Mahansa, for giving us this wonderful Dhamma. Theruvan Saranai Aran Mahansa, may I pay homage at your feet. Theruvan Saranai everyone.
What is only a fleeting moment or a kshanika sita. The moment a thought is formed, it ceases or it comes to an end. All the thoughts come from the mind consciousness Manovinanya. All what we think are all mental formations or sankhara. They are all illusions, lies. Once you understand this, you begin to realize that this whole world is a lie. When the Buddha said, Vinaya loke abhijna domanassa, the Buddha meant that this world is a lie, an illusion. The Buddha also said, Rupam anittito, meaning all the aramana or stimuli we receive from the six senses are not true. The Buddha said that the six senses is the world. Vinaya loke abhijna domanassa kayanupassi viharati. It means if you want to attain nirvana by being mindful of the Satara Satipatthana, you have to know that all our senses and this world is a lie. If you believe that our body, our senses, or our mind and our thoughts are all real and true, that means that you are ignorant of the pure truth. Where there is ignorance, there is no nirvana. When the world does not exist, how can you develop wisdom, believing that this body, these feelings, this mind, and these thoughts are real? If the Buddha says that the world does not exist, then the heavens, the hills, and everything else becomes a lie. They exist only in your mind consciousness, and they are only perceptions, sanya, from the six senses. These perceptions become mental formations or sankhara, which also becomes the mind consciousness. In order to practice seeing the thoughts, it will be helpful to have some understanding of the samatha meditation or the concentration meditation. Whenever you realize that your mind is straying away from being mindful of your thoughts, bring your mind back to what you consider as the point of concentration. Your point of concentration could be the breath. Terasan, everybody.
Therwan Saranai Shani. Thank you for reading the 2 pages from the book The True Dharma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We have been discussing about the thoughts and the mind, and it was briefly mentioned how the thoughts are formed. It is a system coming into action. The 5 senses, that means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin, the 5 senses will create something, and the mechanism we call it vibration. There's very speedy vibration, and then there is some creation, means a light, sound, smell, taste, or cold and hard feelings to the skin. So these are the 5 senses actually, and the end result or the collective function of these 5 we call a thought. So it's important how the thoughts are formed. It's important to know with very good clarity how these thoughts are formed. Then only you can have a deep understanding about this system, how it comes to work. Uh, and they are all the thoughts are actually mental constructs and mental formations or constructs, and this mechanism, this speedy mechanism is called sankhara, where some of these perceptions are collected together, and the result is this what's called the mind consciousness or the vijnana. So mind consciousness means basically all thoughts. So we have been mentioning this earlier also. Everything is a thought basically. Whatever the action, the words you talk are also thoughts. So also it was mentioned that right at the beginning, for a beginner, it's advisable to do a little bit of concentration meditation to calm down yourself. And it means that the attention is focused on one point, one event or one action. Commonest thing is a breathing meditation where the focusing is done to the place where the airflow touches in the nose. Sorry. So it can slightly vary from person to person. For a person, it might be the nostril. So for another person, it may be the root of the nose. Or for another person, he might feel better to the upper lip. So wherever, I'm giving a little more description about this breathing meditation. So whatever the place where the prominently the flow of the air is felt, can be focused, and this is a very simple meditation, what's called the breathing meditation. In Pali it's called Anapanasati Bhavanava. So it's useful for a short while to calm down yourself, and then you can research on these topics, how these thoughts are formed, and you sort of penetrate deep and deep into these matters and try to understand what is this process, how it happens. So from there onwards, I think we can start our discussion. Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila. Therwan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends.
Therwan Sarnai. We'll start the discussion. We'll worship our Anhanse. And actually, it's so beautiful to understand this. What we so-called real dream, that's so-called world we live in, how it has formed. It's so beautiful to research about this. So I invite everyone to do that research. This dream or this world, it's just the 6 sensory organs, that's all. That's all and nothing else. So if you can understand this, that is a production of the sensory organs. We can understand how this world is different from each other. Why it is different is one reason is sensory organs can be different. The other reason is the power underneath. That's an power in that system can be different too. So we have to understand, we can't just keep saying that there is no self. Actually, we have to understand, if there is no self, what are we feeling here as self? That's what we keep understanding. Yes, there is a manifestation. There is output of 6 sensory organs Yes, dream is there. We can't say it is not there. Dream is there. But is it actually there? No, it's not actually there. It's just production. So if you keep understanding that, you will feel lighter every day. Whatever the output of the dream. So output of the dream may be that you are very short of breath. You can't breathe. You may be struggling to survive. Even that, it's just part of that dream. Then we understand why we are then struggling there, why we are suffering, what is the actual burning here. Burning here is due to the ignorance that we keep believing that there is this continuity of this dream is the important thing. That is not the important thing. Actually, there's nothing like that. So anyone can ask questions. If someone has dwelt on anything yesterday, we had our great teacher come into the Zoom discussion yesterday. It was so beautiful. Something he highlighted was there's so many things that he highlighted actually. How the sadness and the happiness is in the mind, but at the same time, whether you are sad, whether you are happy, how this tranquility can be underlying thing. So that is the thing that is a beautiful thing that we try to say. And so if you understand the Dhamma, what is Dhamma? Dhamma is this understanding of the mind, how this mind works, in the sense how these sensory organs work. Not only the mind, all the sensory, 6 sensory organs, how do they work? How do they bring up this illusory world? It's so beautiful, yes. Or sometimes it's ugly, yes. But how? How is it formed? And why do we feel alive in that dream? So anyone can unmute and join the discussion. I think Dr. Sakuntala went for the programs Monday, Sunday
Yes.
or Saturday, I'm not sure. I think both days,
No,
didn't
Sunday.
Sunday.
Sunday to Sunday, yes.
How was it? How did you feel?
It was actually good. It was the first program in that center. Actually, it's not easy access to that place because the road is not motorable. About 1.5 kilometers out of that, about 1 kilometer stretch is not motorable. Actually, the three-wheelers also find it very difficult to go up there. So we had to do the walking. But when you go to the top, actually, it's a very calm and quiet with lush greenery around with the mountain tops. And we were on top of one mountain and there were peaks around, all covered in green. So there were about 37 people altogether. First 2.5 hours we discussed the darshana, that means how these thoughts are formed, because there were several.
My question was, how did you feel?
Yeah, I could now, especially when I was doing the walking part. That I will say, because I other times actually when I was doing the talking.
Are you the person who is holding the?
Yes, mostly yes.
Oh, okay.
So that time actually I was engrossed in the explanations and answering the questions, etc. But during that walking session, We walked down that whole stretch, 1.5 kilometers back. Uh, because I have done the steps several times. I mean, more or less that practice was there, and automatically that I felt that there was no person walking. I could feel the sensors which were sort of alternatively taking role, and the sensors were alternatively felt. But there was no tiredness or no concern about the sunny weather also. And didn't realize that a long stretch walk down, it was sort of kind of tireless and effortless walking at the end. So even though we were explaining the steps one by one, probably because I have done it several times earlier, I automatically felt that I was going to the third and fourth steps of this practical procedure, so that there was no thinking part, and felt that automatically the action is taking. So it was like the sensor functions were taken all alternatively, one after the other. So it was very relaxed and very relaxed type of walking meditation, with very little thoughts, I would say. Time to time there were disturbances, time to time sort of thoughts came up, and then I got dragged away. But more or less, most of the walk was like that.
Thoughts can come.
Sorry?
Thoughts can come. It doesn't matter. Then you
Yeah.
have to know that thought has come.
Yeah, thoughts can come. I mean, I was carried away by some of the thoughts.
Yeah, okay.
Occasionally, because there was one place where there was a strange sound of a bird, and several people who were walking sort of got distracted to that, and they even went up to that place to see what was the bird. So that time I felt that my thoughts also sort of got along that one, without realizing that it is only a sound. So there were a couple of occasions like that. Apart
That's
from
really
that,
interesting. That part is really interesting. Just imagine someone is doing this insight meditation, stops that and run away to see a bird. That's a beautiful example of how this mind works. Oh my goodness.
yes.
It's really good. It's like smelling like a cake, and the meditation is over. You run to run to eat that.
It was a very unusual, very strange sort of sound. I mean, we knew that it was a sound, the bird sound. And then at the end of the meditation, we had a little discussion about that stretch also, how we walked, and how the people experienced it. And then the comments came. Some people said it was we saw the bird. Yes, we saw it. It was a valikukula. Valikukula is that our natural bird. So they went up to that. So it was complete distraction from the point of this walking meditation.
Yeah.
So they went and peeped up. I got distracted, but
Actually,
yeah.
can you see that the exact point is missed, isn't it? Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is.
Yeah.
So this mind sense is so thick that no penetration is done, or no liberation is done, and not only that, and you get carried away. So actually, that means you have slipped to the complete outside.
Yes. In between, there were thoughts, as you said, I mean, sort of flash of a second, some thoughts will come about some topic. And then I realized that it's a thought, and then sort of it became one of the senses that I was observing. But this particular one, I felt that I got carried away by that sound, and because the others sort of wanted to go to the edge of the road and peep and find out. So that was one of the points that I could remember. Yes.
Interesting. Any questions that came up with the question and answer thing?
Now what we did was we explained them each step, and then we because the latter part of the program was done in a different temple at the base of the mountain, base of the hill. So that place actually didn't have much space for this walking meditation. So we more or less walked around the bo tree, and some were asking, especially when they had most of them had a difficulty between differentiating the sensor from the thought. Now, for example, felt something, felt sand. So straight away it was like that. Now, not something like felt something hard, and the interpretation of the mind was sand. So things like that, there were a lot of confusions.
We'll elaborate on that because Joel is also here.
So
So we need to understand that this bodily sensations, mainly bodily sensations, the skin and the mainly skin I'm talking about. There can be sensory output without the mind getting involved. So the solidity, you don't necessarily need the mind sensor to understand the solidity, the feel.
That means feeling of hardness, isn't it? If Joel has a difficulty, because feeling of hardness is what is,
solid kind of thing. And if you have like a description in that, like this is so soft, or this is very hard, or even though it is kind of can be told by the sensor, still if you have like a description coming up, that is the mind sensor, that is all right. So this is the tile, because immediately that is what it comes, when you keep even if you are, imagine you are blindfolded, like kind of your eyes are covered by a cloth, then definitely you are asked to walk somewhere, you can feel something, and it is kind of the carpet, or it is some kind of the tile, and sometimes it is watery, kind of it is slippery because of it's watery. So even when we don't have other sensory organs, still just the bodily sensations, the skin, you have different outputs. So that's the thing. So mind sensor is already involved in that, but actual sensor function doesn't need the mind sensor. But it's very important to understand that, especially if you are doing the walking meditation. And also it's a tricky part because you don't directly feel the it is I mean, we just have to keep understanding how this mind works. Anyway, if the walking has become true, it it is difficult to feel the mechanism, because the mechanism actually didn't have anyone. But if you are in the mind, and if you are in the mind and you are walking, then you can't feel that it is happening, just a happening thing. Walking is just a mechanism, just a what do you say that? Kriyavali, or what do you call that? Like
Action, can you say action? Or?
action, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting to keep doing this and try and understand this touch. It's actually touch has no definitions, but we do have definitions. It's okay, but if you understand that the definition itself is not true, then only the piercing is, piercing will happen, or the dissolving of the mind can happen. Whatever the word you say, it doesn't matter. The liberation from mind can happen, because until you are deceived by this mind sensor, you still have the problem. You just have to know that. That's okay. Anything else? Do you have any questions, Charles? Or you are just listening today, probably?
Just being selfless these days makes life easy. And
Yeah, that's good.
and what I noted down yesterday was what Aryan Vanse was saying, that that was real. He said, "Love is not benefit or business, and love is everywhere. Be selfless, and love is a feeling." I was just pondering these things, and I think yesterday Auntie Sudharma said, when you're doing something, you won't feel that you're doing it. You just go on doing it. So yeah, you don't feel tired. You don't feel anything, and that's nice. That's awesome. And
Yeah,
also,
that's
when
awesome.
I'm doing this concentration meditation, suddenly I see I'm sleeping. I don't know how I go to sleep when I do that meditation, but I go to sleep. Yeah, this feels good, really good. Thank you.
All good. So, anything else? Yes, Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. First of all, I worship Bhagyanan's feet, spiritual teacher. And Dr. Kokila, I was listening to Dr. Sakuntala's experience, and I was wondering whether at that point, when she heard the call of the bird, with some sort of awareness that it is the mind sensor, that thought occurs, that awareness without contemplation, with that awareness, if she walks to that place and see the truth, see the bird, but without contemplation, without any attachment or aversion, get that experience, and then continuing to walk. What is it?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, Sudharma.
No,
It
you're
shouldn't
like,
have done.
no.
Yeah,
If
definitely it should have
Aranwanse
happened
was
like
there,
that.
if
Yes.
Aranwanse was there, I would say so. I would say so. But the problem is, it is us who go there, and our inquisitive mind trying to find
Yeah.
the bird. It's
Yeah.
definitely different from the talk. I can understand. So
Yeah.
we can't really justify that in that way. But
Of course, no.
maybe when Narayanwan is there, this is the thing. We can't really, if we are in the path, we can't really talk about the fruit, in the sense the outcome. So the outcome we can't compare with the the now we can't put RN1C in that position and think that this may be the way that RN1C must be doing. That is not how it works, actually. You can't really compare like that because he doesn't feel alive. So it doesn't necessarily mean, the burning is not there. I mean, I should say in that way, the burning is not there. It doesn't matter whether he actually even see it or not, or recognize it or not. It doesn't really matter. That is the thing. But this practice is different. Practice is for practitioners, like the people who try to see this truth in at least one particular moment to get to the non-vibration. That's completely different to the person who is already achieved that. So you can't really compare. So we can't really say that. So that what Sudharma said was, it's kind of the Lord Buddha doing that, or Arahant, someone Arahant doing that. Then you can say like that. But the problem is, as practitioners, we are in the path, so we go there to practice and see whether we can feel the non-vibration, the sensory function without that power that we talk about. So to feel that, you can't really miss the practice when you are doing it, because then only it will train you into that exact moment that where we feel the non-vibration. So just imagine you keep hearing multiple birds. If they are just hearing only, that's it. But that's the Arahant's state. If it is hearing only, that's an Arahant state. But in the path, when we are trying to do this, because we are in the path, we try to try and bring it up. When we do that, first step is first step would be we hear the sound. In the sense, not we, there is a sound, and you identify it as a bird sound. And then whether the bird sound is true? No, bird sound is not true. That it is a bird sound itself is just a thought. Then the hearing part is just a mechanism. It's just hearing. And then if you feel it only, the non-vibration will be felt. So this is very tricky. This is just a explanation. This is not the experience. If you actually experience it, it would be direct, very direct liberation from mind, exactly to feel that whole first bit is not there. That thinking part is also not there. And that dream part is also not there. The bird sound part is also not there. It's just a sound only. If it's just a sound only, there's no self there. That's how you can say that. So it's a very unique experience. So if we understand,
Interestingly, Dr. Kokila, with all that effort, Dr. Sakuntala saw the peasant or the jungle fowl in her mind. No, there wasn't a jungle fowl outside.
yeah,
That happened actually at the time of the discussion, because I didn't see it. I just heard the sound. And then at the end of the discussion, we just asked the participants, what were your experiences during this walk? Then only they came up. Until that time, I had know about this jungle fowl. What was a bird? I had no idea. It's very beautiful.
Yeah, but the thing is, we miss these very interesting moments. We miss them. We miss the chance, basically, feel without the mind power. We miss it. We miss the chance to feel without the mind power. Do you get it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, true, yes.
Yeah, we miss it.
Now, yeah.
Yeah. But it's very interesting, actually. Even the missing part is very interesting, because once you see something and you understand that it's a popcorn, and it is completely missed because you feel like eating it. Likewise, you hear a sound and you understand it's a bird sound, and you're completely lost because you want to know who that is now. So that's the thing. The liberation of mind doesn't come that easy, because our mind is a pattern. It just seeks next one, next one, next one, next one. So yeah, it's very very regular pattern that we are addicted to, thinking and thinking and thinking. So the thinking is actually not true. Thinking can happen, but the feel, it's difficult. It's covered by all the thoughts. What do you think, Sarangika?
Dr. Kokila. Interesting example. And it just shows, isn't it? It's obviously a common experience for people. And that goes to show that, there must be complete embedment, isn't it, through the practice, in order for the instinct or the impulse not to kind of jump to the mind and go in search of the jungle fowl, isn't it? The stimulus suddenly becomes real, no matter how, even if one is quite entrenched in the walking meditation, the moments, in a moment's notice, something out of the ordinary, something unusual. If it was just another, a cricket chirping or something, it would have been fine and everybody would have gone on with the meditation. But something out of the ordinary, the mind is always ready to jump, isn't it? Ready to latch on to a stimuli. And it just goes to show, there's nothing wrong with it, as we always say. This is the tendency of the mind, and through ignorance, isn't it?
Yeah.
The aspect that I wanted to, two things. One was, so you said Aryan Man's, of course you can't, kind of compare what he experiences, and sometimes he recounts these experiences on the Sinhala Zoom sessions about, how he observes certain animals and the traits of certain animals, particularly squirrels. He has told us so many times about squirrels, how he observes them and so on. And then he says how beautiful it is and various things like that. But so my question there was, so obviously Aryan Mahansa does not have the alive feel, but to a certain extent, those on the path also can experience that, whilst it may not happen with every stimuli, which is what we discussed a little while earlier about not being the 100%. But in some cases, this goes to that Kemakatheros, probably the supra-awareness is not 100% permanent, but there are instances that it is there. So in those instances, even if there is an encounter in a park of something, it can still be noted without it being a thing, isn't it? Because there is still the recognition, there is still the existent field, there is the stimuli is still a stimuli. It is all that is not there is that it doesn't become a thing.
I'll try
Isn't
to
that right,
answer
Dr.
that.
Kokila?
I'll try to answer that, Surangika. So what I was trying to say is someone who has become the non-vibration is completely different to the any person who is in the path. So who is in the path may have different levels. Yes, it is not a thing. I mean, we don't know. It depends, because one may not feel any interest in the stimuli, may not even go and try to find the animal who is shouting, or may not even think about eating the popcorn, but still it can be still inside the dream. So this part is really tricky, and it's very difficult to even explain. So it still can be inside the dream, in the sense it may leave a imprint. So there's a perception of something happening, but if the mind component is not strong at all, then it would be the feel. So the feel is also is you can have the life feel. So the existent feel with a life feel, or existent feel without a life feel, is the difference. So this is all something that we can't really explain. So whether someone is seeing something with a life feel or without a life feel is a very, very, very specific issue, specific to that system. So in one stimulus, if you have felt this in one stimulus, if someone has felt this sensory function without the power, or feel of existence without the life feel, yes, for that instance, definitely it has happened. So, in that instance, it has happened. And at that instance, you clearly get the idea that all we have studied, all we have listened, all we have taught, that feel of existence and the life feel, if the feel of existence is not a thing, a life feel is not there. So this is very, very, very specific thing, very sensitive issue also. So that's the thing. So that is the beginning of the path, to just in one moment to feel the difference between the sensory faculty function without that power. So whether it is going to happen in every stimuli, then the story is over. There's no story, then there's no path. There's no path complete. But if someone is in the path, this may come and go, yes, but it's not there all the time. But when it comes and goes, each time the kind of it gives the more strength to Dhamma, you keep feeling more and more. That's it. Did you get it?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Doctor,
Yes.
just a question regarding Dr. Saguntala's experience of walking meditation or any meditation, I mean concentration meditation.
We don't
And
really
when
we don't really emphasize on concentration meditation, Joel,
uh-huh.
because that can actually trick you.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't really emphasize on that. We actually invite all the people to do insight meditation, and insight meditation is the practice that we incorporate into the walking.
Okay, right. So in walking meditation, she said that she got distracted by a sound, right?
No, actually that is also not true. What Sakuntala was going to say was the sound, so our steps are a bit different. So the steps are, sound is coming, then the mind sensor tells it's a bird sound. That's the first step. We don't deny the sounds. We don't try to stop the sounds or anything. We are completely free, Joel. Completely effortless. This process is completely effortless. Because in concentration meditation, you have to put an effort. This completely effortless, very free mind, very beautiful state. So you just go naturally, you walk naturally, and there's a sound, then you understand it's a bird sound. And the reflection is, if you are reflecting state, so this doesn't, everyone's states are different. So in the beginner, you have to reflect. Reflection is the actual, it's a bird sound. That is just the mind output. The mind says it's a bird sound, but bird sounds is a perception. Actual sound didn't say it's a bird sound, but we say it's a bird sound. So that is a perception. That perception is not true. It's just like a, just another thought. So it's a mind sensor. And then the third step is, so the first step is whatever you hear or see or smell or the skin or the taste or any thoughts, whenever they happen, you identify them as they are. There's no any change, or we are not going to spoil the experience. We are just experiencing the experience. And the yes, sound is there, but then when we understand that actually it's not a bird sound, it's a sound, then I don't think we have come to that point, Joel, the third part, how we understand whether the sound is real. This is very tricky actually. We have to, actually in one session, we have to discuss that, Joel, so that you understand that sound is actually is a production of the ear. I think we discussed it slightly, but not a lot. Sound is just a production of the ear, human ear, because we are talking about the humans when we talk about this one, this six sensory organs. So six sensory organ means 5 sensory organs, when they vibrate at the same time, this mind is formed. So we understand that it's a valikokula, the sound of a valikokula. So That's the mind sensor. It's a thought, basically. But there's a sound too, like this sound is the sensory function. Sensory function is actually the fast vibration of the ear. And fast vibration of the ear, if there's no fast vibration of the ear, you can't actually hear anything. You are deaf. But because there is vibration in the ear, we can actually telepathize to any sound. So when we say we hear something, what actually happens is the two vibrations synchronize. They become one. That's how we hear. So it's actually, we can't really say the sound is outside. It's actually that if there is a vibration here in the ear, if in the meaning if you are not deaf, there's a vibration in the ear. If that is synchronizing to anything, that's what we call as we heard something. Anyway, that hearing is just a function of the ear. It's not but when we hear something, it is because of the fast vibration that we hear something. Otherwise, if this whole thing, if the fast component is not there, you can't actually hear anything. Even if you understand the light, the function of the eye, there's specific cells in the eye that vibrate so fast. That is how we see light. If there is no fast vibration of the cells in the eye, you can't really you can see, you're blind. So that's how the light is formed also. So it's very important to understand that the function. So we don't really emphasize on concentration meditation. If someone's mind is so flustered that they can't even come to senses, then you can do 5 minutes concentration meditation, yes, but it's not the highlight of this insight meditation. Insight meditation means reflection of how these sensory organs work. Knowing the magic is the trick here. Not trying to solve the magic. Actually, we try to see through the magic. If we know the magic, you just penetrate it anyway. It doesn't become a thing. Did you get it, Joel? I think Aryan would say also Joel. Yes,
I'm sorry.
Joel.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Just did you get the point? I think we need to discuss it one day about this ear function, the eye function, the nose, the basic sensory organs. We need to understand that it's nothing coming from outside. It's actually production of here, which synchronized to the anything outside. But the Valikokula is definitely in the mind sensor.
Yes. Doctor, another thing that I just wanted to ask you is that sometimes, like yesterday, Aryan once said, don't even think about tomorrow. But sometimes it comes to my mind and I start to worry. How can I stop worrying about the next minute? And I get disturbed and I worry about my future and all those things. I know it's a perception, but sometimes when that worry comes, it's very scary. How can I practice this and come out of this worry?
Yeah, don't even worry about trying to come out of it. Just try to understand how this works. Then you will definitely understand. You are not the person who started talking on the first day, Joel. So you have changed even now. So you even can, your the way you talk has changed, the way you express yourself has changed. You're feeling so free. So the same thing will continue to happen. Nothing is going to hamper you. Even if you now just imagine you get a thought, okay, what am I going to do tomorrow? Yeah, just another thought. And if you don't burn that much, so just imagine you get just an example, 1,000 watt burning now when you think about the future. When you go on understanding how this mind sensor works, one day a thought will come to you, oh my God, what am I going to do about my future? And you will be wondering where the burning is. So the thought, it can be there, Joel. Thought is not going to run away. Thought can be there, or thought might not come also, because if it doesn't really, when it doesn't bother you, the thought may not come. But even if the thought comes, it doesn't necessarily mean anything if the burning is not there. So imagine we are planning something for tomorrow. We have a program like Dr. Sakuntala went to a program like that. So just imagine like that. There's a program tomorrow. So there's a thought. There's a program tomorrow. Yes, it's just another thought. So, but then when you keep understanding Dhamma, what happens is this underlying burning will slowly go away. It takes time. It takes time. Well, what can you do? You can only do try and understand these 6 sensory organs. How this has created such a world that we were engrossed in. We were like can't say even the how much engrossed we were in. Like we thought we are inside that, and we were crying. We were happy one time. We are sad sometimes. Everything. But when you keep understanding this world of you, world of someone else, world of an animal, world of a a dog or whatever, how these worlds are formed and how they feel that it is actually true. How does it become a thing? That's what we keep understanding. So the underlying mechanism, understanding how this works, is the key. How we understand that this notion of self has come because the importantly in the stimulus. What is you is actually the stimulus. So what we keep understanding is if the stimulus is a thing to you. So I can imagine now, because you on the first day your question was, I get agitated by the thought of the job or some stuff like that. But now today you are telling the word, even thinking about tomorrow can make me feel a bit jittery, or upset or worried. So that's what I'm thinking. So that's your thinking. So what thinking, or this mind sensor brings up the thought tomorrow. Just someone might talk about tomorrow and you might be thinking, oh my God, is there a tomorrow or something like that? I don't want tomorrow to come, or what am I going to do tomorrow, or what I'm going to do in future. It's okay. The question is okay, but the burning will be gone. So you will tell it one day. Don't worry, you will tell it one day that even if a thought about the future comes, it doesn't really bother you. So the understanding what is future is a thought now. Future is a thought now. If I'm thinking about anything about the past, now past experiences that you have told us, like neighbors coming and telling, or relative coming and telling about you, how that's the past. But we ponder about it at this moment. So this moment you are born, in that particular moment when it is a thing. So when you think about the future, if the future word has terrified you, because sometimes it can happen, even you were a counselor, so definitely that the future brings us anxiety, past brings us depression, because you can't depress about the future. It's actually, future is the anxiety, so the past is the depression. But we are not actually trying to suppress any of this. Is what we are trying to understand is how this works, how this miraculous world is brought about, how one thought now here is projecting to the past or to the future. That's all. It's a projection. It's a mind projection. So the mind can project anything. Mind projected the Valikukula there. Mind can project anything. So mind can project about the future too. What is going to happen to me in future? So anything about future can be blur. So because you don't have a clear idea, it's okay. Who has a clear idea of future? Do you think the clear idea is actually true? It's not the point. But if you actually understand this Dhamma and you become so light, and you even the future thought has come, you will not burn. And actually you might be able to do something now without worrying about anything. That's the beauty of Dhamma. Are we running out of time or?
4 more minutes are there.
Oh, okay. Did you understand, Joel?
Yes, doctor. I think tomorrow, if you can just elaborate on the sensor faculties
Yeah,
about
we'll
this
elaborate, and I
sound
think
and
we should
this,
start.
it will be
Yeah.
clear.
Yes,
Thanks, doctor.
100%.
Thank you.
Welcome. Can I-
Share at what time is now? Right? Uh, at what time?
Time is 9. My time
Yeah,
is
it's okay. I'm
9:20.
so. But
Yeah.
I want to tell you something.
Yes, Saranaz.
Everybody, our eye creation. World is our eye sensor creation. Yeah, sensory world is a sensor given us. This world. This world. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working only. So that is the Dhamma. Nothing else. Who is sad? Who is suffering? No suffering or sadness here. We understand, we won't understand what happened here. What is the system? What is the Dhamma we are talking is dependent origination? What is this dependent origination Dhamma? Is our senses, sensor creations, nothing, anything. What is the Buddha's inside meditation? Dependent origination. What is this dependent origination? Dhamma. Buddha not told the concentration meditation Dhamma. Because first Buddha's Dhamma discourse is the 5 teachers Dhamma Chakrapavatana Sutra. What is Buddha's word? Never heard before them. Buddha no.
Saranaz.
Oh, yes. Never heard before Dhamma. The meaning is Buddha's word is never heard before Dhamma. Ubbe Anse Dhammesu is the Tripitaka is there. Pali words. Ubbe Anusutesu Dhammesu. Never heard before Dhamma. So, first time Buddha explained this Dhamma. We know concentration meditation. So Hindus are doing. Today also doing. So at the Buddha's time, 5 teachers also did that. Concentration meditation. Buddha also did that. But it's not the way. It's not the way to liberation. It's not way to freedom of mind. It's not way to ending the suffering and sadness. So it's not the way ending the cycle of birth. So that is why concentration meditation is not the Buddha's way. Today, whole world, many guys doing concentration meditation, they are thinking it's a Buddha's path. But it's not a Buddha's path, it's a Hindu's path. So Buddha's path is inside meditation. It's dependent origination. What is this dependent origination? Is our sense creations. 6 senses. How creating these senses? They ask the dependent origination. Imas means sati idang hoti, imas means asati idang hoti, imas upajja idang upa, imas nirodha idang nirodha. Is the dependent origination. Is the Buddha's word, it's the Pali. But what is the meaning is this? Cause and effect dharma. It's not the concentration meditation. Otherwise, it's not the action and effect dharma. It's a cause and effect dharma. What is the cause? What is the effect? Cause is vibration. Effect is a something. So, what is I? Buddha's word is I is the word. What's the I is the word? I is the birth. Your I given you to everything. The example is the eye. But you know I given the sound, light. But otherwise, your ear given the sound. This, like a factories, it's a product. Yeah. We are talking outside their sound. We are talking outside their light. But it's not true. It's a deep meaning is inside. Why colorblind guys can't see red color, can't see green color? Because it's not outside. It's their own mind. It's their own eye creating. That is the word. It's your eye is the word. It's okay. I won't tell this. Dhamma is our senses creations. Dhamma is nothingness, final effort is a nothingness. You know, cause and effect Dhamma is a huge story we were talking. How is light? Light is an effort. Cause is vibration. Is very important. It's a speedily sparking happening. That's a vibration. It's very important. That's the meaning. How is creating our senses? How is coming this light, sounds, smells, taste, and hot and cool, smooth and rough? How is coming the alive feel? How is coming existent feel? How is coming alive feel? How is coming soul? So nobody is here. How is telling that? We have feel. No? We have alive feel. How is talking about nobody is here? That's very important. I think huge explain we won't do. Today, tomorrow, and couple of days. It's okay. Tomorrow we can do this. Today time is over. As everybody, I like everybody explain this. Suranka and Sudharma and the Chandani. Dr. Chandani know this. Dr. Chandani can explain very well. I think we won't get the chance. Dr. Chandani and the Sudharma and the Suranka also everybody. Yes, Kokila. We
Yes,
won't
sir.
explain. Everybody won't explain this.
Yes,
Not
sir.
only our Dhamma friend. Everybody won't. I think this very special point. How is light is coming? How is sound is coming? How is this sensation? How is alive feel is coming? No. How is this happening? Death or birth? What is this death and birth? How? Buddha's guys win the death and birth. You know, Buddha's guy win the death and birth. They have the death and birth. What's this meaning? It's okay. We can talk about coming soon. Next time. It's okay. It's okay, everybody. It's okay. Our chair friend. As you very important. I think everybody given the questions. I think it's very important. Yes, chair. Thank you so much that questions because our guys are like sleeping. No questions. It's very important. It's okay, Kokila. That was all right. That was all right, everybody. Tomorrow we can discuss again. That was all right.
Thank you, Aryan.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We welcome you to the Zoom sermon. Thank you, Aran for your noble guidance. These days he is actually going around Sri Lanka, the areas he couldn't go before. That would be very like really a tremendous effort, but would give really good benefits. So to remind you, Buddothpado, that PeoTV is a 24/7 English Zoom program where all Dharma friends talk about this non-vibration or the absence of this self-vibration and power. So in Sri Lankan time, 3 to 5, we have a Zoom discussion as well in English medium. We all welcome you. Hopefully everyone in other countries can join also. UK, Canada, anywhere in the world, if they can join and discuss and ask questions, then it will be good for the other people to, like, who are not listening, but will listen in the future, in the sense, even if we are not in, even if we are gone, these Zoom sermons might last a bit longer and someone may listen to them. So it's good if you can ask questions and clarify them for yourself as well as everyone else, because all these questions can arise. Because, when Lord Buddha even in Lord Buddha's time, the questions the Sangha, the monks ask is the same questions that we keep asking. So it is kind of the same in different language. That's all. And the answer is given in a different language as well. So there was a problem, but now our answer is there. He is actually putting so much kindness, metta mudita, everyone. So we'll talk about Dhamma today. I think yesterday in the discussion, a very good point came. I was talking about a basketball, which was like just came. We was trying to say how the basketball was formed, not from the actual basketball physicality. It's all about how the basketball is formed in the mental image, as a mental image. And we were talking about how so I'll go back to that. Actually, I thought it came out nicely. So we'll go back to that so that we can elaborate on that. So basketball, we'll see how it is formed. To do that, we need to go back on the back. We're going to go back and find out in childhood where the basketball was formed initially. It could be even later, like Sri Lanka, the basketball is not a very big game, but later on it got added into the school curriculum slowly, because in Sri Lanka the most popular thing is the volleyball. But the basketball is there. But then there's some countries like in this country, basketball is very popular, rugby is very popular. So footy is very popular. So the popularity of sports are different. But what I'm trying to say is not about the popularity of the sports. I'm trying to say how the basketball is formed. So if you go back to your childhood or whatever the time that the basketball was formed, how did the basketball form? So when I say basketball, even in your mind just now, but the basketball is formed, isn't it? Yeah, you became the basketball beautifully. This is amazing if you can understand. You became the basketball immediately, like there's no before or after. You became the basketball immediately. And but if I ask you what is a basketball, and then someone has to show it in a picture or a photo. Even if you don't have a basketball in your hand, you can show a photo of a basketball. See, this is the basketball. This is something like it. So you see something orange color with black stripes and a bigger ball, bigger than tennis ball, even big, different to a rugby ball, and different to even volleyball. The texture, everything is different because of the way that is played. And now you have seen the photo, you know the name. So the actual basketball thought is formed, but it didn't matter to you much. But then one day, you went to someone's house, and that child was playing basketball. Suddenly, that ball came to your hand, and then you touched it. You can see how thick that is, how bouncy that is, what kind of texture. Everything will be there now. So now the whole kind of picture is kind of complete. I don't think there would be someone licking the basketball, so the taste is irrelevant, I think. I don't think there would be a specific smell to the basketball. I don't think so, but other three will be there. What other three? The body sensations of the basketball, like thickness, the bounciness, the texture, everything. Temperature, I don't think I don't think it matters, but because the temperature, there's no much demarcation. The photo of that, so the view and the sound of it. Now the basketball is formed for the first time. So when you fully understand this, try and be with me for this moment. So basketball is given to your hand. Now you felt it, now you know it, now you have seen it with your naked eye, right? Yes, but what did you see? If you actually think about it, have you seen a basketball? Have you touched a basketball? Basketball is a sound. How did you see that? How did you touch it? How did you touch a sound? How actually, what did you touch? You can say, yeah, I felt the solidity. I felt the texture. I felt the bounciness. Yes, 100% you felt something. I mean, you can't say no. Yes, you felt something, right? But who said that it was a basketball? That's the mind. That's the mind. So if you touch, you can say, yeah, I felt something. Well, of course, I can't say that it is a basketball because basketball is a sound. You definitely know you saw something. It's orange color. What is orange color? That is also a name, isn't it? Like a sound. So, but you have to admit that you saw something, right? Yeah, you saw a shape of light. You saw something, and you heard something. Yes, basketball. Which one is correct? All these three things. Which one is correct? The shape of light, is that correct? Is the shape of light actually there? Well, to understand that, go back to the lightning or go back to the round of fire. When the one ball of fire is going around so fast, there is a round of fire. Round of fire, is it actually there? No, that is the same thing as what you see. If you see a shape of light, that is actually like the round of fire. So is it there? No, it's not there. Is it because of the speed that you see is round of fire? If the speed is not there, there is no round of fire, there is no lightning, there is no basketball. The outline of the basketball can't be there if there's no speed. Do you get it? Speed is something you fear. You can't really see it or touch it or anything. Speed is something you feel. That is the reason for life. So even the shape of light is not true. Let alone basketball. Now, we have gone through the basketball, don't forget. If someone has the basketball, I mean, that's in vain, because if you still have the basketball, that's a problem. But we have gone through the basketball in the sense we have fully realized that the basketball can't be true. You can't touch a basketball. You can't actually, you know, you're touching. You have the touch sensation, yes, but how can you say it's a basketball? That's just to give a name, isn't it? Yeah. Touch sensation, is that true? That is same as the speed of sound. It's same as the speed of light. If you are seeing a shape of light, that is because of the speed. If you are touching something, that is the speed of the touch sensation. If you're actually a person who is a scientist or who know how physics work, and you know that touch perception has this really deep layer of feel, how the feel works. And you will understand that it is actually the different speeds that give you the different textures. Solidity is a different texture, the liquidity is a different texture, the bounciness is a different texture, isn't it? The air. The temperature is a different texture, different area. They all have different receptors in the skin. These receptors are very specific. Very specific. Even for the pain, the receptors work for what work for the superficial pain. When those receptors are gone, if you know the deep burns, people are not in pain, but they die because of the dehydration. But the pain is worse when there is superficial burn. They are crying, they are shouting, but the actual physician who is involved will be so. Did you get it? Did you get that the texture, the pain, everything? So the superficial pain and the deep areas also very specific. They are very specific. They are all related to the sense organ only. You would say the deep burns should be really painful now because all the superficial burn, the superficial receptors are gone. Deep burns are not that painful. It's just people are dying because of the exposure of the body fluids and dehydration. They die very quick than the superficial burns. Superficial burns, the patient may be shouting, but they are not actually in danger as such. They shout because of the wound, because of the superficial pain receptors. So these are all the speed, different speeds, actually different outcomes. There are other ways of having the pain inside the body also. There are stretch receptors. There are different receptors inside the body lining as well. So the body lining goes inside as well. Then specifically everywhere, these stretch receptors and the pain receptors work in different ways. Actually speaking, these are all beneficial factors to keep the body safe. Because then there's action to prevent that happening. Some indolent cancers can develop without giving any problem. So actually they don't know. That's kind of an escape phenomena where the cancer cells are much sneakier than the other cells. But anyway, coming back to the topic, there are several reasons that why we feel something, and if we are feeling something, if we are seeing something, shape of light, or if there is a sound, because basketball is a sound, which has kind of a meaning now. There's a picture, but if you take just the sound is a speed of the eardrum, or actually the vibration of the inner ear. There are small crystals like things which get vibrated because of the drum doing that thing, and these are the reasons that speed is giving the feel that something is happening, sound is happening. So everywhere this light is happening. Even light, if you know about this, you might know about this. If a prism is used, if the white light is put there, the colors can be seen by a human eye. But if the colors are put into a prism, there comes white light. Have you ever seen that? Yeah, this is the same phenomena what eye does. So the image you see is the speed of light. If there is no speed, you will just see some dots. In a sense, even not dots. Because dot is again a multitudes of sparks, even the dot, because we can't really differentiate between very small things. We are saying this. If you use a magnifying glass, you can see what we can't see in a normal eye, right? Yes, and you will wonder. If you see a magnifying, like really very good magnifying glass, you would be like, wow, I didn't see that, how much dust is there. And why didn't you? Because that's the normal vibration of the eye, the normal level of the eye that you can see. So the shape of light, Rupa Satana, of anything, the outlining of anything is seen because of the speed of light. The light is not there, you can't see anything anyway. The eye vibration is not there. This rods and the cones, if they are not working, you can't see anything anyway. So the vibration of the these two things happen at the same time. You can't really differentiate them. The vibration of the eye and the synchronization it to another vibration out there. They happen at the same time. That's why we can't differentiate between outside and inside. If actually this inside vibration is not there, in the rod cells and the cone cells in the eye, you can't talk about a light. But when the vibration here is matching some vibration out there, we call it light. But we felt the orange is outside, the basketball is outside, right? Even the orange, this is only pertaining to the human eye. Human eye has this white light ability of changing white light to different colors. Orange is not even a major color; it's kind of a combination color. So the orange basketball, forget about the basketball now. We know it is a production of the mind. Even the orange is a production of mind. Do you know it? Yeah, but what about the actual thing you saw? You might ask. I can see the difference. Yes. That is because of the change in the frequency. The orange color frequency is different to the blue color frequency. Blue color frequency is different to the red color frequency. So there's this different modalities that you feel. That's okay. It's okay. That is again because of the speed. Because the frequency or the that's all I can say. Light wave frequencies are different. The colors, the appearance is different. Do you get it? So color is a production of the eye, human eye specifically, because the cow eye will not be able to see the orange color. The dog's eye also can't see that. If you take different animals' eyes, they perceive differently according to the structure of their eye. So don't worry. You don't see what puppies see. And puppy doesn't see what you see. Because most importantly, you believe that what you see is right? You see that there is orange basketball outside. Wow. is it? Is the orange basketball outside? What do you think? Have you ever seen a basketball? You might say, yeah, that's doubtful. Basketball is a sound, you can't touch it, can you? Basketball is a sound, you can't see it, can you? Yeah, but you're seeing a basketball. And when you say, yes, I can see a basketball because I can see the orange color and outline. Is the orange color and the outline the basketball? No, actually, that's assumption we have. But apart from the assumption, is the outline and the orange color true? No, orange color is another assumption. But whatever the color you see, is that true? No, that's the speed of light. Because of the speed of light, there is some variation in the actual thing you see. That is because of the frequencies are different. Different frequencies give you different colors. That's again the light wave speed having different frequencies. So there's a variation because of the different frequencies. Same thing with the touch. There's a variation in different frequencies, the solidity, liquidity, yeah, four-grade elements are felt because of the skin. If the skin is not working, there's no you can't talk about any feel in the body sensation. Imagine you are anesthetized. Where are you? It will be scary, isn't it? To think like that. Of course, that's kind of a place where you can't talk about yourself because the sensory functions are not working. But as soon as it starts to work, why do you get this alive feel again? Because this self vibration is not going anywhere. It as soon as the causes are there, the effect is there. So as soon as a sensory organ works, start to work, that's enough. Again, the self vibration is manifesting. So self vibration can go into different modalities where it is not found. Deep sleep, coma, anesthesia. Can't really say where it is, but it is not. It's not a state of arahant. That's a joke, actually. It just can't detect it because there's no cause, there's no medium, there's no reason for you to detect the self vibration there. But as soon as the general anesthesia is worn off, you might feel something first, like either the mask on the face, or you might feel something first. Some people can panic also. And as soon as there's a feel, you are there because it has become a thing anyway. So is there something called non-vibration? No, actually. So you keep understanding that the basketball is not there. You finally come to a shape of light or the touch sensation, and you realize, wow, that's not actually there. Then there is a feel. What's that? That's the speed of the sensory organ. But that is what we misunderstood as us as well, because there's so much power there. There's vibratory nature and the power. If the vibratory nature was not there, you can't talk about a power. If you felt it initially, you will be surprised how much power that vibration has. But with understanding of Dhamma, that power will go down. You can't really judge it inside the mind. So going back to basketball, we have realized now that the basketball is a sound. The picture you see, we thought it was a basketball, that's fine. But you can say, no, but still I feel something because it's like not a soft ball, it is firm, it is bouncy. Right? If you have touched volleyball, you know it's kind of similar but a bit tougher. So you realize that the basketball is just in the mind. It's a mind, but the mind, the thought, that stimuli, that thought had everything in it. The sound, the picture, the texture, the bounciness, everything. But then we understand that there's no entity. There's no entity called basketball. Then you also realize there's a shape of light. Is that true? No, that's the speed. That's the speed. If you felt this speed, you know that is the power. That is the actual power that we misunderstood as the self vibration. So you misunderstood it as self. For the whole samsaric journey, you have taken it as you, and there's so much power in that. As soon as you really understand this, in the sense you feel it, that what you felt was speed of light, was what you felt was speed of sound, or what you felt was speed of touch. This existence perception is gone. Existence feel is gone. When it is gone, alive feel is gone. It's the same thing though, kind of. When it is gone, you know that is the absence of this power, absence of this vibration. So in the end, if you really, if we go back to the thought of basketball, if you really feel that it is existent, that is you. That is you. Even the deeper level also, if you feel that the shape of light is existing, that is you. In the deeper level than that, if you feel that the vibration is existing, that is you. But then if you know the Dhamma, actually this might change. It might flip. It might change completely. 180 degrees you turn because Dhamma turns you. The life wheel is gone. It can be for a moment in the beginning. So yeah, that is it. If you fully realize this Dhamma and you feel the non-vibration, you know that it is. So that is the absence of vibration, nothing else. So the absence of the vibration gives you the idea that if the feel of existence is not there, the self is not there. But then for an actual person who has felt this non-vibration also, this can become a mental image as well. So that has to be dropped as well. That's where you drop the Dhamma actually. Are you okay? So we were trying to understand self through the basketball. But there are so many layers of it, as we said. If the basketball is, you feel that the basketball is in front of you, you are there anyway. That is actually the self-view level. It's a very strong level that you are very strong there. Very, very strong. But if you realize that actually no, it's just a speed of light. If you're looking at it now in front of you, it's just not the speed of light, the shape of light. Actually, you can't call it anything. Basketball is a sound. All the details about it is in the touch side. But actually what you see is the shape of light, right? Yeah. Is the shape of light true? No. The shape of light is not true. That is there because of the different frequencies of the light wave. It is there because of the speed of the light wave. The speed of the shape of light is also not there. What do you feel? You feel something. That feel is the speed of light, actually, not self. But we misunderstood for the whole samsaric journey. We misunderstood that feel, that existence feel was actually the self. No. Amoeba can't understand this. Little baby can't understand this. But now you can understand through the basketball that this existent field is not you. It is speed of light. Speed of the sensory organ. And if you understand that speed of light is the one which gave you this problem, you have to become the light to do that. In the sense, you're actually doing it if you really feel it. If you become the light, you can actually understand this speed, which is the speedest thing in the world, the speed of light. The existence field is well through that as well. But if you really, really get it there properly, that it is the speed of light, not existence field, you have already become the light. Same thing with the cross sound. If you're sitting in a garden, you are there without doing anything. You're so calm and quiet. Your mind is at ease. Mind is not prominent. Suddenly you hear a sound that might not become a thing. And if it not become a thing, sound will be felt as happening here. And that sound, if it doesn't become a thing, you might feel the speed of the sound. And if you're fully aware that it is the speed of sound, not the life field, in the sense not the existence field, the misunderstanding, if it flips, yeah, you know that is gone. You become the sound. In the sense that that's how you can say. What is there is only the sound wave. There's no you. If you're touching something, and that touch is, you can say that's a basketball. If you take the example you were talking about, basketball. If you're fully aware that there's nothing, like actually, you can't touch a basketball, can you? No, but then there's touch sensation. The touch sensation, you really know that is just nothing. It's just a manifestation of the sensory organ. You will feel something. You'll feel something. That is the actual existence field that we took as us. That is the mistakenly understood thing. That is a vibration of the skin sensor. That's the cellular vibration that we've heard. This cellular vibration is due to speed, not because of existence. If you fully realize these things, you understand that it's never you. But there is a mind sensor as well, which now you have understood. But then there is speed of mind as well, which is actually a speed from all your data. Billions of data or millions of data. Yeah, whatever you have gathered for 85 years of age or 75 years of age or 50 years of age, right? Mm. Speed of mind. That's normal. That will never go away until you die. The whole system stops. So actually speaking, speed of light is also not going to stop. You will keep seeing things. You will see the colors. You will see the shape of light is not going to stop. Colors are not going to stop. The sounds are not going to stop. Touch sensations are not going to stop. And same as this mind is not going to stop. So the mind consciousness is going to be there. Speed of thoughts is going to be there. That is not going to go away. If you understand this, I don't think there's anything more to understand in this world. You know that light consciousness is not true. Sound consciousness is not true. Because light consciousness is felt when the light is a thing to you. Sound consciousness is felt when the sound is a thing. Not to you, but actually it's just a feeling. So this light consciousness is felt when the light is a thing. Sound consciousness is felt as something because sound is a thing. The touch sensation, the touch variations, they are there because of the touch consciousness or the body consciousness. It has actually this taste, smell, touch and temperature, the great elements, everything is in the body consciousness. Body consciousness is also if it is felt as something, then you are there, but if it is not felt, you are not there. So same thing with the mind consciousness, which is the normal thing for an adult. Baby didn't have that problem, but the adult has this problem. There's a mind consciousness. There's speed of thoughts. It's okay. So the light consciousness, if you really feel it, if you become the light, you will understand that speed is not the light feel, it's the speed of light. The sound, it's not the It's not you, it is the speed of sound wave. You can become the sound and see. Touch is a very basic one. That is there because of the bodily parts are there, body sensations are there. It's not the existence field, it is the speed of the skin sensation or the body sensations. So you can become the body sensation. Likewise, there's mind consciousness as well. Mind keep working. If you understand, mind will keep working, that's okay. But it's just if you feel like the mind is existing, that's just because of your ignorance. Otherwise, it's just the speed of the mind. Speed of mind will continue until the system stops. So that's not you either. So if you fully realize that viññāte viññātamatta bhavisate, it is so beautiful. You will have no suffering at all. So we worship Aranase with, with so much gratitude, we can't express it enough. Thank you, Aranhansa. Thank you everyone for listening. Try to elaborate this much more every day. We'll try to elaborate on this more and more so that people can feel this. May Triple Gem bless you all.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you and welcome to the 24-hour Buddothpado English PeoTV Dhamma Talks. So, first of all, I pay my homage at Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's feet, our spiritual teacher, for all his guidance and selfless service towards the entire mankind. Sharing this beautiful truth self-evident to him with each and every human all over the world. So this English PeoTV channel is his brainchild. Actually, the main goal or aim of it is to share this message of true Dhamma with the non-Sinhala speaking communities in the world. So it's important to remind, as if reminded in every Dhamma talk, every sermon, that this is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. 2500 years ago, Gautama Buddharajanan Vahanse revealed this message of dependent origination, Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, or cause and effect Dhamma, to the world. So this self-existence feel or sense of self or the soul is an illusion that generates due to certain conditions, basically due to the misunderstanding of the mechanism of the sense faculties. So that is the crux, that is the core concept of the Buddhist philosophy, the absence of the self. So every sermon, every talk, every meditation program is directed to investigate this notion of self or to feel the absence of the self. So with that basic understanding, let's try to understand the mechanism of the sense faculties further, taking a few examples. So in primary science even, we have learned that there are 5 sense faculties for a human. Eye that perceives shapes of light, ear that perceives sounds, a nose that perceives smells, tongue that perceives tastes, body or the skin that perceives tactility. So here in Buddhist philosophy, the additional sense faculty identified as the mind or the mental faculty is of prime importance. So that part, that the function of the mental faculty is so complex, it was not discerned by the modern scientists even yet. Actually, the greatest scientist ever born to the world or universe is Gautama Buddharajanan Vahanse. It is not, he was not another individual, he was a super wisdom. The Buddha state is nothing but a really supreme wisdom state. So through that, he saw how the mind, the arising of the mind, along with the other sense faculties, creates this notion of self and notion of this existing world. So in all Dhamma discourses, what he tries to explain, taking numerous metaphors, taking numerous real life experiences, is nothing but the absence of the self, and how this stimuli perceived by the sense faculties make us feel as if we are alive. So, though they are mere words, when it comes to uh, practical experience level or the feel level, it's so subtle. This alive feel, self existence feel, or existence feel, all are so subtle. One should thoroughly understand the mechanism of the sense faculties to figure out these subtle defilement levels, and especially the taints, the natural tendency to get attached to phenomena. This natural tendency to get attached to phenomena is something that goes on from life to life. So, in this terrifying cycle of life and death, we have been experiencing numerous phenomena, actually, stimuli, which generated different levels of power. So, this power, since it didn't get reduced to zero level, it telepathized into another zygote, which is the unified cell of uh, comes from sperm and the ovum. So that makes sentient beings go on and on in this samsara or cycle of life and. So it is this mechanism that Lord Buddha discovered, Lord Buddha experimented or researched by observing the arising of sense faculties, not just the five sense faculties we have known for ages, but most importantly, the mental faculty. So, actually, what are these sense faculty experiences? Is it purely the function of the eye, purely the function of the nose, purely the function of the tongue, purely the function of the skin or the body, or purely the function of the ear? That is very important to understand this thoroughly. Just open your eyes. So, the range, whatever the range, I think it's horizontally, that range is something like 200 degrees, something like that. You can Google it up and see. So that is the visual range of the two eyes when both eyes are open. Vertically also we know there is a certain range. So within that range, the eye sees, the seeing happens within that range. But do we actually see everything in that range of vision? Just think for a while. Now I'm walking in the garden. I see a bunch of ixora flowers, but I didn't see the periwinkle bush within that range. Now I see the periwinkle bush in that range, but I didn't see the palm tree. But it's all within that range. Now I see the cottage, but I didn't see the palm trees. When I saw the lawn, I didn't see the cottage. When I see the marigold, I didn't see the ixora plants. When I see the ornamental plants, this foliage, I didn't see the show flower plant. So, but theoretically, all entities are within that uh, range of vision, within that uh, space, like which can be technically, which is uh, definitely perceived by the eye. But I don't feel as if I saw them. Actually, it is not I, but anyway, that consciousness doesn't arise. Now, when the seeing of the Palmyra tree happens, the swimming pool was not seen. When the seeing of the garden light happens, the flower pot which is next to it was not seen. When I saw the gate to the swimming pool, the notice or the signboard was not seen. So we never thought about these aspects. We never experimented them until our spiritual teacher asked, when you look at the wall, why did you only talk about the gecko but not the small damage done when you tried to fix a nail? That damage was also on the wall. But when you see the damage on the wall, why didn't you see that small photograph? When you saw the small photograph, why didn't you see the gecko? So what is this all about? Why is that actually? So moving on to the ear, when you hear the sound of the vehicle, why didn't you hear the sound of the bird which was within that range, which is also 20 to 20,000 hertz range? When you hear the bird sound, why didn't you hear the people talking? When you heard the people talking, why didn't you hear the rustling of the leaves? When you saw the vehicle, why didn't you see the man standing beside the road? When you heard the sound of the sea, why didn't you hear the sound of the vehicle? So similarly, the split second that you smelled the flower, why didn't you smell the pizza? When you just imagine, you can try this with taste also. If you have two candies, one gives us sour flavor, the other with the sweet flavor, you just have them both on the tongue, and why don't you feel the sourness of that candy when you feel the sweetness of the other candy? You can try, you do experiment, you've got to experience them. They should be self-evident to you. So when you felt the uh, pain of walking on the gravel path, why didn't you feel the heat of the sun? When you felt the heat of the sun, why didn't you feel the pain of walking on the gravel path? So this is the absolute truth. This is something that should be discerned through, initially through awareness and then through wisdom. Because if someone hasn't disciplined the mind to contemplate on these things, or to investigate them through your sense system, this cannot be uh, realized. So this should be done now, here and now, here and now. This is penetrative insight. Now let's try to understand these examples that I gave uh, through the Buddhist philosophy or Dhamma perspective. So when a particular sense faculty arises, if you take the eye, at eye level, the mechanism is like that of a camera or a mirror. It is just the reflection level, just the shape of light level. So only seeing happens, but no identification. Now you can compare this with the radiant mind level that we all talk daily. Nothing to remember, nothing to get attached to, no identification. That's why you didn't see that damage on the wall, that you didn't see the small photograph when you saw the gecko. So this identification happens when all sense faculty experiences spark together and the mind consciousness arises. So that is why Lord Buddha called this mind consciousness is the creator of illusion, because that shape of light that arose became gecko since you thought so. In a split second, a fraction of a second, only a single thought can arise. So going into further details, what happens is the moment I perceive that shape of light, if you have ever touched a gecko, that touch sensation, the texture of its skin or softness of the skin, and you never tasted the gecko for sure. If you have smelt at least a dead gecko, that smell experience. And the name somebody introduced to you, like basically mostly the nursery preschool teachers do that. Mostly the preschool teachers do that. Even before going to preschool, it happens at the home environment. Whoever you are growing up with may introduce things. I mean, really beautiful to go to that level. Most of the sermons of our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is all about the transition from radiant mind to the uh, ignorant mind, or radiant mind to this mundane mind, actually. How the child started to develop the self perception and the self, yeah, how he imitates others around him, and how this identification, basically that happens through language, gets established, is being vividly explained in almost all uh, sermons done in different Mal monasteries island-wide. In this month of Bak and Vesak, months of Bak and Vesak, actually the May is Vesak month. According to Sinhala calendar, it is Vesak month. In the international calendar, it's May. So that is the month of that great wisdom. The Lord Buddha was born to the world 2500 years ago. So Buddhists all over the world celebrate it on different scales. So as an enlightened practitioner, enlightened Buddha son, our spiritual teacher is involved in a journey of spreading this Dhamma island wide in Sri Lanka. So he explains how this self gets created so beautifully. If you are able to comprehend Sinhala language, please go to these websites or subscribe one of these channels. Buddothpado Practical Approach, Buddothpado PeoTV, Buddothpado Zoom Discussions, Buddothpado English PeoTV, and make an effort. It's worth making an effort because it's all about our existence field. Is to really explore whether there is a self in this body or the mind. whether the body is the self or the mind is the self. Not just because someone says so, we have to explore it, and it should be self-evident. Then this liberation definitely happens. Liberation from suffering, not the suffering at gross level, that subtle level, insignificant level suffering, which unknowingly we undergo. The split second a certain stimulus becomes true. So so I was talking to you about the stimulus of gecko. So in some person who was around showing that, image, it is not showing when that image arose as a natural phenomenon in the eye, physical eye. Somebody whispered a gecko, gecko, gecko. Oh, let's give a grain of rice to the gecko, gecko. So that way you got that name, and the moment the eye perceived this image, next day, due to the synchronization of vibrations, everything sparked collectively, and the identification happens. That identification is the mind consciousness. So with that identification, you get the subtle feeling that a gecko exists, and on this side I am observing the gecko. That is part and parcel of the first thought. The thought that I am observing a gecko there is a part and parcel of the stimulus gecko, identification of gecko. So that is how the self perception comes up. And the next thought, next stimulus may be the calendar on the wall. So from gecko to calendar, again the self vibration arises, because calendar is identified. Calendar is also identified. The shape of light to the eye, the texture of paper, the softness of the paper, if it is made of paper, to the body. You may not touch the calendar at that time. It arises in the eye, basically. Only eye faculty initiates. But the previous perceptions you gained by touching the calendar one day, and maybe as a kid you licked a calendar, so that taste and that fresh paper smell once you gain. So all contributions of sensory inputs are there when that final identification of calendar happens. So this identification of calendar happens actually due to the mind consciousness. Nothing but the mind consciousness. So here it's really important now. Actually, uh, while I am talking in the garden, it started raining, but my entire focus was on what I speak. But I never know how the body uh, moved from the garden to the veranda. But it happened. But it was not that I felt that it is raining, so I decided to stand up. So I walked, I climbed up the 2 steps. I never felt that there I climbed the 2 steps, even 2 stairs even. So it's a beautiful experience that uh, proves that things happen without the involvement of a self. And then going back to the identification of gecko, it is also not done by anyone. It is basically not done by anyone. That is the popular Dhamma quote from Tripitaka or Sutra called Nahidang Atta Katam Bimban Nahidam Parakatang Agang Hetum Paticca Sambhuta Hetu Bangaha Nirucchati. So it's beautiful. The quotation is kind of little long, but the meaning is it's not done by anyone. The arising of phenomena, that is arising of stimuli, is not done by anyone, or is not done by this fake self that we believe we are to be. And hetum paticca, when the hetu means reasons or causes, when the causes come together, that is the speedy arising of all sensory inputs, or the aggregates like speedy arise in the moment the uh, shape of light arises in relation to the eye, the softness of the gecko's skin, the smell of the dead gecko, and taste experience we cannot talk about. They are maybe very, very, very rarely unusual that someone tastes a gecko, but still the sound occurred to the ear. Those are the causes. They arose in no time because incalculably short uh, times time span, and that is the mind consciousness. Mind consciousness is knowing that it's a gecko, and the tail that follows this uh, stimulus is gecko is there and I am here. That is not uh, identifiable even. That is not, that cannot be identified even, but that is there. That is the self perception. Accepting that gecko is there. Actually, isn't a gecko there? The gecko, uh, don't you see the gecko as if it is staying on the wall or it's running about the wall? It does. We definitely see it. Why? We cannot, the human system does not have the capacity to capture the rising and ceasing of stimuli. Although gecko is a single stimulus, that stimulus, when we see the gecko as if it's waiting on the wall, thousands or billions of stimuli arise and cease. All stimuli occur in the eye because it's basically initiated by eye, and it arises and ceases, arises and ceases, arises and ceases, as if now when a oil lamp is lit, we see the flame as if it exists, but every split second it's a new drop of oil and new part of the wick that gets burned. But do we see the flame as if it's going and coming? No, it's the same phenomenon. The gecko is seen as existing, and me is felt as existing, which is the cause of suffering. So that is the nature of all phenomena. If you take a sound, now the sound of rustling leaves, even though you hear that sound, or that sound arises in the ear when you are inside your room, with that sound the shape arises, shape of leaves moving about, and that, I mean, if you have touched leaves, that texture of leaves and the, yeah, shape, texture, smell, if you have tasted certain leaves, that taste, all contribute to the final stimulus which arises when the mind consciousness uh, combines everything and give the thought rustling of leaves. So rustling of leaves also is felt as an existing sound. We cannot figure out the arising and ceasing phenomena. Just take this example of the flame of a lamp. Flame exists until the oil get, finishes completely, until the lamp gets dried. Without a single drop of oil, it goes on burning, but we feel as if there is an existing flame. But every time the flame goes and comes. But the previous flame gives some power to the next flame. Because of the previous flame, only the next flame arises. Similarly, the particular thought persuades the next thought because it generates some power. That power definitely enhances or results in the next thought to arise. Because it's due to this power the body functions, the breathing happens. This thought power is the basis, and this power goes through the nervous system, and body movement also happens with this power. But ignorantly, when we experience phenomena, there is always additional power. That additional power comes with the ignorant belief of the existence of the self, or the belief that this is not a natural phenomena because we never knew so. We felt as if we are doing things, we are experiencing. That's why it actually, once the monk, when realized this, said, "Oh Lord Buddha, it's like turning a vessel upside down. So far the vessel was maybe turned up. Now, on realizing this, it turned upside down means the other way around. So this is definitely the uh, opposite view of what we have been believing in so far. That is why it is said it is just the self angle, self view that is being challenged. Same thing will be done, same things will be experienced, but without the self view, without the false belief that I am seeing, I am hearing, I am listening, I am feeling, I am touching. Only the string of stimuli will be there. String of stimuli means the string of thoughts. So that is this string of thoughts. It is what we feel as an existing mind. If we had the capability, the human system had the capability to see the gaps between the stimuli, there won't be this challenge. This wouldn't be this difficult. Everybody would see how we uh, gain birth and uh, pass away in each stimuli. Now, until this system uh, ends its function due to the natural phenomenon of death and decay, we feel that we live or we exist. It is actually a misconception. So, this truth should be self evident to someone to fully realize it. So, going a step further, now the stimulus arose. Yeah, the next experience would be you unknowingly uh, remind, or naturally this gecko remind you of all experiences with geckos. How as a child you gave grains of rice to this. How did you feed the gecko? By to an eagle. And how you found a dead gecko on the table or on the floor. How you touched the gecko and how it dropped the tail and moved swiftly. So all those prior perceptions related to this stimulus arise instantaneously. And we call it, oh, I remembered a lot about geckos. Oh, and all types of geckos, poisonous geckos, ugly geckos, innocent looking geckos. Where do all these data come from? So we were taught that information gets stored in memory lanes in the brain, and they are retrieved when there is a certain trigger. And Lord Buddha explains this more rationally in the concept of pre-perceptions becoming current perceptions. That is actually when this shape of light of the gecko arose. This shape of light is actually a lump of vibrations. This shape is a lump of vibrations. All vibrations that matches the frequencies of this lump of vibrations synchronize instantaneously. They come together. It is explained, this phenomenon is explained in Buddhism as telepathization. So it is due to this telepathization that we feel as if all data, all information related to a certain stimulus are being remembered. We feel or we remember a lot about this. Now, say you some shape of light arises in the eye and you recognize the person by a name as if you recognize the gecko. It is the mind consciousness and all prior experiences with that person. As a kid, he used to fight with me in the school. She was so envious of me. Or we were in a all the details, that very moment, they all synchronize because that vibration, it's the actual reason is the synchronization of vibrations of similar frequencies. So this telepathization was taken as the memory by us. Or we used to call it the memory. So this phenomenon of telepathization can be seen in relation to all day-to-day experiences. Now you study hard. Studying means, accumulating perceptions. So getting exposure to plenty of perceptions in related to a particular main perception. You have a lot of other minute details, supporting details, whatever, all are perception. So when you go and face the exam, I perceive certain perceptions, certain symbols. So the previous perceptions telepathize with this perception and body comes to work just like I, without knowing that the body moved, I came inside when I felt it's raining. You start writing. It is just a process which is led by the phenomenon of telepathization. Then the next question, you see the keywords, some perception, some symbols, all data telepathized. Whatever the data that telepathized, you put it on the paper. If not, you cannot. So that telepathization, and actually, if you realize the stimulus without any doubt of it, and if you realize this phenomenon of telepathization, you know the cause for the arising of phenomena. Actually, you have to master these two concepts thoroughly. And then also these different levels of self-perception, self-view. You have to study it thoroughly, asking 1,001 questions about the radiant mind, the form level, formless level, then sensual level of the thought. So you need to do a lot of work on that. So lazy people cannot liberate. You got to make this the first priority of your life, having everything else. When you make this first priority of life, when you truly realize this gradually, your surrounding will be so favorable for you, and you will be so much loved and appreciated and respected by you. Even though you don't expect that happens, people begins to get attracted to you. Actually, when I was reading about this law of attraction theory couple of years ago, now I also experienced that even the most difficult targets could be achieved through law of attraction because it's just mundane thing. And seeing the rainbows, seeing the, because all are kind of vibration, we telepathize into those vibrations. That's what happens. So butterflies, animals, birds, I mean, they don't move away when you go closer even, because that aura gets cleared. That dark aura, which was invisible to the eye, uh, gets cleared, and it becomes so soothing and comfortable for the other entities around you, inanimate or animate. So that happens. So that when you realize this Dhamma, the place where you are will be a very pleasant place for everyone. So this is not about, letting go things by force. Not, have with difficulty, leaving your son behind with so much pain burning. No, you can do that. Or this is something, uh, that happens. Uh, you leave your child, you leave your son with all the happiness without being burned. And it also has a positive impact on the other side, even though they are not strong in the path. So this should be self-experienced. That is why people who realize this message day by day talk about their beautiful, tranquil experiences. That's why they do not leave this platform. Uh, how much they are being criticized, how much they are being rejected in the sense with good faith, how much they are being shouted at, they still have courage to explore this more because it is the field that keeps them going. If the things are taken by this silly mind, oh, he shouted at me, he criticized me, she rejected me, she was rude to me. No, they actually, that's the mind level, pure ignorant level. But the feel level, you feel something that is unexplainable. The more you are shown the truth, unexplainable gratitude arises within. That is also nature. So that is why this Dhamma has been there for 2500 years. And it is actually somehow we have to pay our gratitude to the monks who are wearing the robe and who have left behind everything and who actually uh, were the kind of messengers like whip crackers mm, announces the arrival of the pageant or the procession. Similarly, these monks uh, gave the message that there was something like this. There was a Buddhist philosophy at that time. So with that, actually, the fortunate people like our spiritual teacher uh, explored this, making it the everything of life. We also did, but it was not the everything. It was not the first priority. You must have a lot of courage to leave behind your families, jobs, properties, and to to be fully committed to it. So if you are planning to become a fully awakened one, you must have that courage and you must make efforts like our spiritual teacher has done. But now, since there are people who have fully sacrificed and volunteered to share that message in a comprehensible manner to cater to all levels of wisdom, we don't have to rush to the forest monastery to. I mean, it is not just criticizing or discouraging. It's all good going there, but even though a person, a particular person has a big family, children to look after, and two working shifts, such a person can even attain Nibbana by listening to these sermons and practicing the working meditation or this penetrative insight while involving in your day-to-day activities. So that is why we bring this message to you. It is all about getting rid of this sense of self, not about leaving everything behind. So it happens through wisdom. It happens in within. Nobody would not notice that even. So beautiful. Please listen to these sermons and join the English Zoom discussion that happens daily from 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. And this will definitely lead you to the full realization. So may all of you experience peace and tranquility through this precious philosophy, and may the noble triple gem bless you. I wind up the store worshipping Buddothpado Wahanse, our spiritual teacher. See you tomorrow as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. Therwan Sanai Arin Sir. Therwan Sanai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 52. If you are able to see that all that you see outside is not true, and if you are able to remain without any reaction towards it, that is called Patisodaya. Patisodaya is the path towards Nirvana, the path towards the supramundane plane. It is very difficult to train yourself towards the Patisodaya. Therefore, it is very important to put a lot of effort into going on the path. You need to consciously go towards the Patisodaya. Chandan Janeti means that you need to have a liking to go on the path. Vayamati means you need to put an effort to go on the path. The Buddha showed us the 4 types of right effort, so we could go on the path. Anupanan, Papakanan, Akusalanan, Dhammananan, Anupadaya, Chandang Janeti, Vayamati Vidyang, Arati Chittam, Pajanati, Padahati, Uppanan Papakanan, Akusalanam, Dhammananam, Prahanaya, Chandan Janeti, Vayamati Vidyam, Arahati Chittam, Pajanati. The 4 types of right effort, Satara Sampadana Virya, are seeing the thoughts that you receive from your senses. Samvarapadana, seeing the thoughts prevent you
Therwan Saranai Shani. Can others hear Shani's voice?
I can't.
I also
I
can't hear.
Yeah, I think something may have gone wrong with the signals or connection. I think she's no more in the group. She got disconnected probably. We will wait for a few minutes and see whether she joins.
Sudharma, do you have the book? What's the
Yes,
topic that
yes, doctor.
what's the topic that she
That
was talking?
should be that should be 4 great efforts. Satara Samya Pradhana Vira. Yesterday I read the pages. Page 52 she said. Because Dobagoda there are always internet connection issues.
Ashani
Yeah,
joined.
Ashani joined. Okay.
I think there are connection issues. What is Satra Samma Pradhan? I can't even remember. What is the Sinhala word for what are the Sinhala
Four
meanings?
great, I think four great efforts, Doctor, that from what I read was that kusal nokaru kesal kirimata unupan kusal
Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks.
nokarimata,
Yeah,
those
yeah,
four
yeah.
things.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
yeah. So initial efforts of a person who comes into the path, I think, as if it's given in the book, I can. There is
Shani,
some.
can you hear us, Shani?
Dr. Kokila, can you hear me?
Now we can.
So I'll continue with the paragraph. The Buddha taught us the four types of right effort because you have to apply an effort period to go on the path and realize the ultimate truth. When you get tricked by the thoughts you receive, or when you believe your thoughts, you create akusal, such as lobha, dvesha, and moha. When you apply the four types of right effort and be aware of the thoughts that you receive in your mind, it means that you are on the correct path to realize the truth. Seeing your thoughts according to the Yoniso Manasikara means that you prevent creating thoughts of Lobha, Dvesha, Moha, which would prevent you from realizing the pure truth. Terasan, everybody.
Sarna Shani,
Well,
thank
I
you for
joined few like one or 2 minutes late.
yes.
So if you can start, that would be great. Yeah.
Okay. Uh, yes. Therwan Sarna Shani, thank you for reading the book for us and starting the session. As usual, we all pay our homage to our noble friend Aryan Mahanse, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is our English Zoom discussion, and we will be based on what was read from the book. We will be starting the discussion, and then there onwards, depending on the questions that come up, we can further elaborate on those facts. We warmly welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom at this moment, and also our friends who are listening to us via other means, YouTube, etc. So if I just brief off on what Shani read, actually, initially what was mentioned was about the Patisotaya. What is meant by Patisotaya? The usual thing, or what is described in the mundane world, is what is called the Anusotaya. You are going down the stream, and basically what you experience is an existing outside world, and then there is a person who is experiencing the world. So there is duality where the two ends are there. Myself is there in the center, and I am experiencing everything which is taken as world. So world includes all the materialistic things, the people, and also myself. Myself is also a part of this world. So they are all thoughts, but without realizing that they are thoughts, it's taken as real. So that is your anusodaya, where you are just flowing with the stream. What was described by Lord Buddha was what is called the Patisote, where you are trying to swim upwards against the stream, against the current, which is not easy because this is what we have been practicing all over the time. I mean, throughout the samsara journey, the birth cycles, we have been practicing anusodaya. Now we have recognized, we have identified that this is not the truth. Actually, the world is a creation of the senses, and we are trying to understand and trying to swim upwards. So for that, Lord Buddha described this four types of right effort. Which includes actually there should be an effort to that effort to understand, and there should be a willingness to learn this truth, and then only you will achieve something initially as a knowledge, but then later on as a conversion inside inner transformation. The four types I will just briefly explain. First, you might identify the things which went wrong, or the defilements. Under the defilements in Buddhism, it's explained three things mainly. The lobha means the clinging, dvesha means aversion, and moha means the feeling of existence. Even if you are not attached, or even if you are not rejecting that, but you still feel that it is there, it's existing. So that is your moha. So identifying these defilements, even after some time, after a time gap from the incident, is also a skill. In Pali, it is called kusal. And then further, when you improve, when you start understanding this, that interval becomes less and less. And then the system will understand these defilements then and there, whenever it happens. But there is no way of preventing, because this is a part of the system. Defilements is a kind of current or some heavy feeling that occurs as a part of the system. So further, when you understand this more and more and move towards the truth, these defilements actually gets less and less significant. And finally, what is felt, what is experienced is just very relaxed and very light feeling. So it is a very brief explanation of what was read from the book. We can start the discussion. If there are questions, we can start the discussion on those lines. Or Dr. Kokila, you can select.
Actually, did we talk all the four, or just gave the introduction?
It's an introduction. I didn't give in detail. I didn't mention in detail, but
Even
basically,
Shani didn't mention the all four, did she? She
uh,
didn't
to
name the four.
she did name. Actually, what is in the book is just a very sort of outline, basic outline.
Yeah.
So,
I'll just
yeah.
talk about a little bit, because I think
Yeah.
it's very important how
Yes.
this keep happening, because we have we'll get a basic clinging, because when we take these examples are our kind of strong, we try to take strong examples, but if we take something like, what can I say, money. So if we take money, we have been given the idea money is very important. We have been taught the whole life, I think, how money can save you, how money is important. Money is, people has to save money, all that. So the perception of money will be there, and so when we try to understand this, we understand that actually what happens is the power of this thought is the actually feeling of self. So the feeling of self is nothing other than this, just a stimulus. So if the stimulus is taken as money, it's an example only. So the actual feeling of self, or this suffering, we call it suffering, the suffering or the burning or defilements, whatever the words you use, it doesn't matter. This suffering is brought about by the power of the stimulus. How does this power of the stimulus come is because of the ignorance. So what we try and correct here is the ignorance. So when we try to correct the ignorance, what we understand is just, yes, there is a perception, don't worry. There is a perception. We can't say money is not there. There is a perception, of course. It's a global way of living. So the perception is there, but is it there? When we ask that question, it's actually kind of two-sided, because yes, perception is there, but is it actually there? Well, if I say money, someone who doesn't understand English will not have any idea. That is from the language point of view. But just imagine you give that message through maybe sign language. But then if someone doesn't know the sign language, again, that is fair. But if someone shows you some dollars, maybe, but that even that, if that is a person in the some tribe in the jungle, they won't know what that is. They will burn it for, to get some fire. They might put it there to get the fire going. So how is this perception giving a value to one system and not to the other system? Anyway, we keep understanding this, how this keep happening, and we also understand something else, because we don't just stop from the perception of the mind consciousness. Because mind consciousness is the money, but actually we may touch something. Just touching, I can touch the money and say this is a 5,000 rupee note, or this is a $50 note. So, but that is kind of, by looking at it, it's kind of, we feel that something is there, even though it is not. Some might argue, yeah, I know this $50 is not there, but there is something. What is it? I can feel it. See, I can feel this paper. I can feel, is it a paper? Oh, no, you can't call it a paper. Paper is also perception, but I can feel something. But then you keep understanding that is the touch that we are trying to describe. And that touch is also actually, we have described that it is actually a production of the sensory system. That is all. And that if you keep understanding this, actually no way that we can define a self without these six senses. You switch off all these six senses. Where are you now? Just by wisdom, just switch off the six senses. Can you find something there? No. Because the finding of these six senses that we have always defined that there is someone. So when we keep understanding this, now we come back to the Satara Samyak Pradhana, when we try and understand, there are 4 things that is happening. I think first one, Joel will already understand the suffering that, the suffering that, I don't know whether I'm using the proper language here, though. I'm trying to give the message. So we have something given important here. The example is money. So we keep understanding about that. The ability of that stimuli to bring about that power is not there. So if someone can help me, what is that first one, Sudharma?
Yeah,
Even
doctor,
in
I
Sinhala?
can read. Yeah, I can read that as if it's in the book, because since we are talking, Dhamma discourses are evolving around this stimulus. The definition for this is also different now, doctor. The first point is seeing the thoughts that you receive from your senses. That's the first point, as you now described. One should have the ability to see the thought occurring. That's the first
Okay.
point. Yeah.
Seeing
Second point
the
is,
thought.
seeing the thoughts that you receive from your senses.
Okay. What is the second one?
Second one is seeing the thoughts prevent you from creating defilements. Oh, akusal, that how you liberate from the thought, that mindfulness should be
No, can
there.
you tell it in Sinhala? Because I think there is...
Sinhala,
because there is
that is ආයතන වලින් එන අරමුණු දැකීම.
No. Actual, I don't know
The
whether strongly
traditional one is Dr. Sakuntala, will you be able to, as I remember, Upan Kusal, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, first one is
Well, I will
Upan.
tell Upan Akusal
Annasam.
Nupadavima. So the
That's right.
Upan Akusal Nupadavima, that is, I am trying to tell Joel this because I think Joel really got it. That's why I'm trying to tell this to Joel at this moment.
Yes.
Because I'm not actually trying to explain the kind of a deeper thing. I'm just trying to say Upan Akusal Nupadavima is actually, we get the, we have identified, we have identified, even Joel identified, there's recurrent burning points. We have some points where there's recurrent point. Just take it as example. Mother worrying about the daughter, the mother-daughter thing, mother-son thing, or whatever. You can take anything. But if we take one example like that, mother worrying about son, so the son actually is kind of a defilement which you have identified, and you keep understanding them. Then that those defilements, that burning which actually happen, is not going to happen again. So that's kind of thing. I'll come back to the book, Sudharma, because this might contraindicate the book, so I don't want to do that. I'm just telling it in a different way. So when we understand that, so we kind of dissect one stimulus, or try to understand, or understand Dhamma through thinking. First we do the thinking part, but then we actually keep understanding, okay, this the defilements that were already there is reducing. So and it is not coming. And so Upanna Kusal, what is the other one, Sakuntala?
Upanna kusal,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, no, you say that. Yeah, Upanna Kusal.
Upanna kusal නූපදීම උපන්න කුසල්
Upan Kusale Vardhane
ප්‍රහාණය
Kirana.
උපන්න අකුසල් ප්‍රහාණය කිරීම නූපන්න අකුසල් උපදවා ගැනීම.
Yeah, in that also, actually, Akusale means the accompany. So that is the non-vibration. So actually, I think it will get complicated. Here, I think I'll stop here because it's going to get a complicated topic, I think. But what I wanted to tell, I will not go deep into that. But what I'm trying to say is, we have already defilements, but then when we talk about the kusal is like the non-vibration or this no burning at all state. It happens in hand because the already the defilements are coming down. The non-vibration or the non-vibratory state or the a sort of a meditative state keep coming up. So they all go hand in hand. But I'll stop there because I think it will complicate the picture. But what I was trying to say to Joel was actually, because Joel is here, when we keep understanding Dhamma, what happens is our defilements should go down and the non-vibration, which we have kind of not experienced before, should surface. And there's more to that, but I'll stop there. Do you have any questions, Joel? I mean, not from this, because that will actually confuse you, because it's too complicated, actually, Dhamma points. But how about your questions from the book? Any questions from the book?
Yes, doctor. I just today finished the last chapter of that book, and what I want to ask is like, now I don't have an I or me. It's the mental formation that we have created, that
Yeah.
I myself.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's like sometimes in me, I take things personal. So how can I not take things personal and kill this I and surface the vibration that comes? It's for me, it's for me, it's for me. How can I do that, doctor?
Wow, that's a good question. Okay, now the things that are so personal, correct me if I'm going in a wrong track, Joel, because I don't know where this answer is going to flow. So we take things personally. So when we take a thing personally, that word itself, what does that really mean? Okay, so imagine something happening to you in maybe saying we can say in year 12. We can say year 12. I'm not actually targeting you, I'm taking an example because it's so easy when we generalize things. So year 12, a child got an experience. child went to school, child actually, I'm actually telling one of the experiences of a child. So that child got kind of physically assaulted by another child. So this happened to a girl. So this girl has been taken to the hospital, treated, police is involved, everything. But whether they are involved or not, this vivid experience is personal. So it's kind of very personal. So that child struggles even to talk about that experience in an office where there is only the medical person and the mother of the person who went through this problem. So just try and become that child if you can. Just give up yourself and just become that child. Can you feel that experience? How much trauma, or we have to use the words here because there's no way I can explain the sadness, shame, anger. What else? I'm running out of words now. If there is guilt. So much. You can't even, lift your head because it's so much and it's personal. It's so unfortunate that it's personal because she is not an arahant or someone who has lost self. It's so unfortunate, but unfortunate things happen. So anyone feeling the self or anyone having this self vibration, everything, not only that traumatic experience, everything is personal. This is where the trick is actually. Everything is personal. The morning you get up and see the sunlight, it's personal. You see the the trees, you see you hear mother making tea, you listen to the sounds of the birds. Well, someone can say they are personal too, because the mother who is struggling to make the tea may not have felt any of them. So they are personal. Can you see this personalization is the duality that we talk about, is the main problem that we talk about, that the main problem that This suffering is this. This personalization is a notion, is an is a is a is a idea because the whatever we felt here, we felt as it happening here. So if something is happening here, it should be happening here. That's person. So the morning you go out of the room, you go through the house, you go through the kitchen door and go out, you can feel the morning breeze. So you can say all that is personal. Well, what is personal? That is the research that someone has to do. What is personal? What is feeling what? Who is feeling what? Well, of course, there's some problem here, isn't it? One day, Sudharma went out, opened the door, found one shoe. Other shoe is missing. So it was personal. It was. What is it? This research you have to do, Joel. You have to do it. You can't really think about it. So what is the personal feeling of person there? Because we feel alive. Why do we feel alive? We go through the house, we go to the kitchen door and we go out. And then we see so many things. So what happened there? We felt alive. You felt as you walked. It is personal. You felt as you went out, opened the door, went out. You felt as you felt the breeze. You felt the smell. You heard the noise. You saw the light of the sun. And it's so personal. How come is that? How come is that? Joel, you're asking so deep questions, and you're asking a light question. I'm answering deep. I don't know. That's a beautiful question. How come all these feelings have become personal? How come? Well, I would say it's because we have never known another thing. We have never felt anything impersonal. If you have ever felt something impersonal, this cycle is broken, Joel. This cycle, this bloody cycle, which we think that everything is personal, which has happened for the whole time. One moment, if you felt the impersonality, this is broken. This whole idea is broken. And that is what is the challenge is. But if you keep understanding this Dhamma and you keep questioning how come this is personal, Well, Lord Buddha or that this Zoom discussion says it is impersonal. But I feel this as personal. How come? Well, if you do this research, Joel, I think actually you might be able to feel something different, because we have never ever felt something different. We believe what we feel. Yes, everything is personal. I smelled roses. It is personal. I saw the shoe. Even if the thoughts are not allowed here, even the feel is felt as personal, because you feel it as it's happening here. The life feel is here. So, do you understand, Joel, the challenges in this Dhamma is to actually feel the non-existence, actually feel the impersonal moment, and to understand, okay, this personal business or the duality we felt all the time is actually a construct, because there's a moment that it has vanished too. That means, even though that is felt personal, that is not true. Well, I don't know whether I'm talking too much. I don't know. Do you understand anything, Joel? Or
Yes, doctor. Taking
it
things
should
personal
be,
is a thought kind of thing that comes, and it's an
well,
illusion.
even in the feel level, it is happening. That's what I was trying to say. You were talking about the thoughts, but even in the feel level, you go and the breeze. You felt as alive, isn't it? When the breeze comes, when you look at the tree, even when there is no much, you're not craving for the tree. I mean, who cares about I mean, someone might, sorry, but no one really worry about the outside at that moment, but you feel alive. How does that happen? Is because this whole thing we feel as that is an illusion. Actually, even the feel level, it is an illusion. So the thoughts, 100%, they are just but when there is a value, it has become personal already. There's no even talk about that. So if I say my father, if he is a thing to me, in the sense, if there's no understanding about that perception, if you really understand this Dhamma and you start feeling that, you understand that father is actually a perception. Doesn't mean that the father is not out there. It's actually meaning you have no experience of actual father. What we have, Joel, is just an experience of your 6 sensory organs. So if your mind is active, you have experiences, billion experience maybe, because whatever if you have, okay, maybe millions of experiences according to the lifetime. If you lived about 100 years, Joel, we can't even count, can we, how much thoughts you have gone through. So the thoughts, each and every thought is taken for granted anyway if you don't know this Dhamma. And whatever the thoughts that have that power to make you feel alive is personal. That is because of that ignorance and not knowing that that is not the case. So whenever we feel alive, that becomes personal because we felt something about that. So we can hate it or we can like it, whatever the experience. But even beyond that, even the feel of light, feel of sound, that is also personal, even though it is in the feel level. So if you keep understanding that, you understand that everything had been personal, even though we only think about the son or the daughter or the money or the job or whatever. So we remember only specific stuff. And as I said about the trauma, that child, that was so personal. Why? That brought so much impact. So the power that it the life feel that exerted at that moment, because it's so much power, because it has, so much aversion you get when something like that happens. But that is so personal that she will remember it all the time, and she will struggle the whole life. So, but if I say is it personal? The patient or the person might get even annoyed because, yes, it happened to me. Why are you asking that? It happened to me. So how can we even discuss about something like that in such a situation? You can't. You just have to heal that person, help that person to heal. And if that person is open and feeling calm and okay, and then you might be able to get that person to understand this whole thing is just another stimulus. It's another occurrence. It's another perception. It's a part of this dream which you didn't like. So the you don't like means there is always this duality, because you felt that it is happening to you. That is the mirage we are talking about. That is the whole point of Dhamma, actually, that you are asking. It's the question, are we not having personal experiences? That's a big question, even though you don't expect that much depth in that. Yes, due to the ignorance, we feel everything as personal. Your mother is your own perception. Even your sister, who is sharing your same mother, even though it is the same mother, siblings will have different perception. So the personal view is different. What the daughter thinks about the mother is not the way the son thinks. And what they both think about is not the way how the dad thinks about the mother or the wife in that case. So how can these experiences feel so personal? Because that is how this system works. It's so complicated because of the mind sensor. 5 senses, not that complicated, but now even that is complicated, because you feel like the light is happening here or the sound is happening here, because the consciousness is always you feel it happening here. But then after that, this whole mind consciousness comes. Slowly the baby is starting to get into this mind bubble. After that, you are trapped in the mind bubble. This mind bubble, these personal experiences are much augmented, bigger, wild, having all the meanings, words, because I was struggling to tell the words anger, guilt, shame, anxiety, whatever the words, But do you know, an arahant, this feeling of self, when it is not there, nothing is felt as personal. That is the beauty of an arahant, which we can only tell. And that's a person without burning. Yeah, I think I'm talking too much. Anyone, Joel, did you actually get any idea about this personal thing? Personal thing is due to the ignorance, basically. Because we don't know how this system works. That's why we feel it as very personal. But if you at least once in your life felt an experience with impersonality, or in the sense without self, without this feeling of self, then you will one day understand, Joel, this whole thing that we have been feeling as a long-term Joel is actually just a joke. Yes. Anything to add to that?
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Joel's question resembles what I asked. I mean, when I first came across Dhamma and read a few books and came to know that it is only a system, there is no self, and still feeling as if everything is happening to me. So actually that situation telepathized when he was asking the question. The thing is, it's really good to know that he has started his RA research, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? As you said, he has started it and he is going to see it through himself. I wonder whether he can understand Sinhala language, Sinhalese. I don't know the background. Can he?
Yes,
Or
yes, I can. I can.
so, of course, Dr. Kokila, he can listen to some beautiful sermons of Aryan Mahanse, basically about
Yes, yes.
like Darshana philosophy, isn't it? We did a lot. What this experience is actually, Dr. Kokila, when we read and when we come to know that there is no self, everything is a system, we try to, from the mind, we try to get that experience in life also. I mean, in day-to-day life. But it's too early because that still, although as knowledge we know that it is a system, there is no self, still we feel as if everything happens to me because the self perception is still there. So in my experience, I can tell after listening to Dhamma for 2-3 years, even when I talk to Zoom discussions, Aryan says, now see how much self or egoism is reflected in your voice. Still, it's there. You have to identify yourself. You have to work on that, and so on and so forth. So what I am trying to say is this um, the self vibration or self perception, self view, it dilutes gradually. It's a gradual process. Actually, Dr. Kokla was explaining it, and other experienced friends will explain. So, since I was in the same situation, it came to me. That's what Dr. Kokla was telling, that feeling of I mean, as if I am I am at the center and everything happens to me. So we take as if it's their personal stuff. In other words, that is the self, because knowledge is there. We have heard the message of the Kalyana Mitra or the spiritual teacher, but we have to experience it by listening to more sermons, participating in discussions, and there's a beautiful practical path, practical program actually recommended by the spiritual teacher also. Dr. Kokila will explain to you further about that. And Dr. Kokila, I would like to talk about his yesterday's question also
Actually,
because
Joel can go to Dombagoda, or even
yes,
the new
yes.
ones happening in. No, not now, but when he is interested, because there are new beautiful ones happening in Kandy also. So if he's near Kandy, he can go to Kandy ones, because Dombagoda is, I think, not towards Kalutara or Horane. So there would be a lot of beautiful monasteries happening, Joel, where you can actually stay there for 7 days or even 1 month, and or even more than that, and feel it's all in kind of jungle areas, not jungle, how do you say, forest areas, and with waterfalls, with so much tranquility anyway, physically also. But if you go with the correct view, which you're actually getting so fast, you can actually experience what I was trying to say, because this is something you have to experience. You know, we feel everything personal, but at least if you feel this at least once, that experience of this without the self, even in the feel level, that would be the most beautiful experience ever, because you know how much tranquility you feel even by just understanding a little bit. So the more you actually go deep and deep, you will just understand there's no self. That's it, and just like that. So the personal, the word even personal or even impersonal stems from me. And when the root of the tree is cut, what can we talk about the tree itself? So actually what happens is all the defilements start to actually dwindle, because the root is actually shaken. Because if you feel the non-existence at least once, or the non-vibration at least once, this is good for all the listeners, that's why I'm saying, not only to Joel. So everyone in this world, if they feel this, they can understand that whatever we believed or whatever we experience so personal in the whole life or samsaric journey is actually suddenly broken, because there's one experience where even the existence is broken. Feel of existence is broken. So in that is the most beautiful experience in the world. So that will actually help you to understand that there is no self, even though we feel like that. There actually the burning is going to stop anyway, because this whole stem of the problem, or the root of the problem, or the core of the problem is taken out. So all the experiences, there are experiences, but they are not personal anymore. So there's no burning anymore. Isn't it beautiful, Joel, even to think about? I don't know, I feel like that. What do you feel, Joel?
Yeah, I feel good. And I have another question. I think
Yeah.
it's out of the topic. Who
Yes.
is Aryan Manse? Is he a person that I can meet and talk? Where is he?
Well, I haven't met him. Well, you can actually meet him now because I have been listening to his Dhamma I'm from Australia, so I have been listening to his Dhamma. Randomly, I heard his sermons through YouTube. I'm still doing that. And I'm participating into the Zoom discussions too. But I haven't met him face to face. And all other friends, no, I don't know. I don't think Suranka has met, because Suranka is also from Australia, but Sudharma has met him. Maybe Dr. Sakuntala has met him. So he has started to actually come out.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, we can pass his number to Joel because he will be happy to talk to him as well. Yesterday he was conducting a beautiful sermon in Kurunegala Metmal Monastery. So you can talk to him and we can even arrange to meet him at Dombogoda Kalutara because he actually does one-to-one sessions also there. I mean, even now there is a foreigner attending the program. So I think better to pass his number, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, someone can do
yes.
that. That would be great. I think Dr. Sakuntala can.
Yeah, I can pass the message. Maybe I can arrange to sort of talk to him at some time when he's free.
Yes, I think Aranwanse must be must be given a introduction so that they, because he gets so many calls, so he might not answer at the one go. So because he's so busy going around the country at the moment, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I can arrange it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, anything else?
Thanks, doctor. Thank you.
Okay. And anyone else? Sudharma or Surangika?
I think Miss Surangika will add her thoughts, Doctor.
Yeah.
Dr. Kokila, I just wanted to maybe if someone can discuss the practical program aspect that you brought up, Sudharma. I think that would be good because Joel, I think I heard you say you finished the book. So the the difficulty in this is, because it is so deep, it's one might think that one understood, when you read it in one couple of chapters or you read the book. But the beauty of this Dhamma is that the truth, the meaning of it changes the deeper you realize, the deeper you understand the meaning that one gets out of it, the connotations of what each sentence meant in R.N. Mahansa's discourses that you read. I think it's in a question and answer form in some of the parts of the book, isn't it? Or maybe the full book is in a question and answer form. So somebody asks a question and then he gives an explanation. But for each of those explanations, I'm sure you have appreciated the depth of it through also with Dr. Kokila's explanations and then reading the book in parallel. But the more you read it over and over again, and if you couple that with the practical program, so there, I think Sudharma maybe or Dr. Sakuntala, one of two of you should be able to beautifully explain how it is, and that is the way you will be able to get so much more understanding and realization as to what each of those simple explanations meant in the book. And then some of that will resonate with Dr. Kokila's explanations also in the last couple of days. So if someone can explain that more, then Joel, you might be able to go back to some of the aspects in the book and then start reflecting again. Or you can also, if you have a routine during the day, say you go to the gym in the morning, or you go for a walk in the morning in a park or somewhere, or you go and sit by the beach, at any of those moments, or even at home when you are, going about your daily routine, when you're taking a bath, when you're brushing your teeth, when you're making a cup of tea. These are instances because what comes across as thoughts or mind objects is always flowing, isn't it? There is no end to it. So there is no place where there are no thoughts. Thoughts are never ending. It's continuous. It's always there. It's like this omnipresent kind of thing. So what are we doing through this whole exercise? We are trying to understand the mind, and mind means thoughts and mind objects. So the object of reflection is always there, and that means there is always the opportunity to reflect. And the more you reflect, the more there is an understanding, and the more there is an understanding, the liberation from this so-called personal self-concept that we have talked about today will become, more and more illuminated for you. You'll start to understand this sense of personal thing that we have attached to objects. Was that actually even there? So I won't go into that again because Dr. Kokila will explain it. Maybe Dr. Sakuthala or Sudharma, if you can explain the practical stages, because if he's going to the monastery and if he listens to Aryan Vansa or speaks to him, it might be good if he has already got an introduction as to what this practical program is that is being introduced and adopted in all our monasteries. Thiruvan Saranai.
Maybe Sudharma can explain it because you are more involved than me, aren't you?
Dr. Sakunthala, Theruvan Saranai, you mean the practical program?
Yes.
Dobogoda International Meditation Center?
No, wherever you are doing, yes. I think the one or whatever you are doing, you can explain just 4 steps and what we are trying to achieve or what we are trying to understand.
Yeah, so actually, roughly the 1-day program, in the morning session, we discuss the Buddhist philosophy. So as Joel already has read the book, he knows that it is a system, and then how the self is created, that is explained. I mean, the importance is here face-to-face discussion, so you can ask questions from the presenter then and there, and you can discuss how you experience it now and what problems are there. So this one-to-one face-to-face discussion is very important since you already know the basic theory from the book. And then in the afternoon session, actually the ultimate goal of the program is to somehow get rid of this world, I mean external world, which has become so real to us, and the self, I mean on this side, because now you of course know that since Dr. Kokila has explained, I mean in the past few days also, this duality and how we feel as if I or the self experiences this external world, and how we ignorantly believe that we have lived 34 years or so. So the first step, child, is to to help the person to liberate from the external world. How, I mean, practically we get the opportunity to feel that we live in a world of thoughts. It is all our imagination. So, for example, actually the first point of contemplation is explained, that is because I don't know, we have run out of time now, but still, if I will talk through what is taking an object in front of me. Now there is a flower vase. So when I see the image of the flower vase, when I see this image, we call it actually shape of light, aloka satahanak or varna satahanak. The word, the name, the flower vase comes from the mind, and I identify it as a flower vase. But my eye doesn't say that it is a flower vase. So now I hear somebody talking, but it is a voice of a human being. It is a sound, but my mind says that it is a voice of a human being. Always this labeling or the name goes from the mind. So that is, I mean, basically what we practice in the first point of contemplation is that. So that is actually artificially created situation for us to feel that we live in a world of thoughts. What externally, that doesn't mean nothing is out there. What we are going to understand is what we believe to be there are not there. I mean, we believe that there are chairs, there are flower vases, there are people. We at once saw them as people and real entities. But this effort is to, as at the very beginning we explained, going against the current. So to see that none of these is a real thing. And then the second point of contemplation is now the mind is there. Mind is there because now we practice the labels come from the mind. So is there something called permanent thing called mind? So second point of contemplation is to liberate liberate from so-called mind. For that we have to see, we have to try to understand how does this flower vase, tree, mother, all these labels come from. So we have to go back to the very first occasion that this particular object came into our life. For example, now if we take a red apple, at once when we see that the red apple, the label goes out. So how did this label come to my life? We have to do a bit of contemplation. So when we go back to our early childhood, you might probably find that one day your mother brought an apple and introduced it to you, or else in the nursery the teacher introduced those instances. So the why it is important is, somebody might say, no, I don't have to go back to the childhood or to the first instance. I of course know, because I did that blunder. Why should I go back wasting time? I already know it happened at some time. No, this active contemplation really helps, because our spiritual teacher, honestly, we are not exaggerating, he has recommended this in the yesterday also. He said he has done a lot of if research, I mean he has done a lot of work all by himself to come up with this beautiful program which helps us to come to certain realizations easily. Then with that we liberate from the mind. And then the third point of contemplation is to see how, and it's actually beautiful experience. Dr. Kokila is the best person to talk about this, because it's about the feel. You feel actually near radiant mind experience, how these all these sensory organs perceives stuff without the hindrance or without the interference of past knowledge or the wrong beliefs. Because we believe that there are things and these things labels are there and so on. We once we get rid of that, we get a beautiful feeling. We can actually, if you are on doing an honest job, you can of course feel the original sensory organs experience there. Then finally, the fourth stage, when you are thorough that it is just a system, just six sensory organs at work, and the body also moves in walking meditation as a puppet, finally, it's actually now we all were targeting at this getting rid of the self. It is non-self experience. You feel the six machines working and body moving and without the involvement of a self. So it is that's all I can explain right now because we have run out of time also. So Dr. Kokila and all of you can polish it up. Actually, I don't think I did a good job. Thiruvan
No,
Saranai.
I think it's okay. And we will hand over the Zoom discussion to the 4 o'clock Zoom in Sri Lanka. And
Yeah, actually, just I
it's
want to say, Joel, there's no rush actually to plan any of these things. We have been just telling you the details, but feel free to decide when you like to
yeah,
join
there's no
these.
pressure.
Yeah, that's right.
No pressure at all,
Yeah.
actually,
Thanks, doctor.
because
Thank you. Thank you.
yeah, and we will meet tomorrow and try to elaborate on things or talk about mere just even a normal topic. We can talk about that, but sometimes even Joel's questions take me deeper. So I'm sorry if it made it a bit too much. But anyway. Thank you so much for coming for the discussion, and we worship Parayan Wanse for his guidance, and may Tripurjam bless you all, and happiness will be actually with everyone. Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Doctor. Thiruvan Saranai, all.
Everybody.
Thiruvan Saranai, everyone. First of all, I pay homage to the Lord Buddha, the Dhamma, and Sangha, and I worship our Kalyanamita Aryan Wahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, for his guidance and his tireless efforts to bring this Dhamma to the entire world. In his efforts in this 24-hour English, the Buddothpado PeoTV YouTube channel, I'm going to continue reading about the Nibbana path. Are you on the Nibbana path? This is based on a book published by the Buddothpado publications called Are You on the Nibbana Path, which defines and summarizes the Nibbana path. To start with the reading, who is the realized being, an arahant? The realized being has an unshakable understanding or knowing of the truth without any doubt. The realized being has no doubt about this path, and it is an unshakable understanding of knowing the truth. That knowing is experiential knowing, not just intellectual knowledge. This experiential knowing naturally translates into an inner transformation. This inner transformation happens only through the unshakable inner understanding of the truth. It is not thinking or just contemplation. Inner understanding does not make any changes to the external dealings or the external outlook. What happens is that the value given to seeming external things fades away. There's no inner resistance or attraction or inner burning with any externals. This inner power is generated through a solid understanding of the teaching. The soul, the inner current generated due to external stimuli, does not disappear, but the tempting power or enticing power to go after objects disappears. No value is given to those illusions. All stimuli through the senses have the power of attraction or resistance towards those external things. In other words, this power is the raga and dvesha. The raga means that you have the liking, and the dvesha means do you dislike something. This power is due to moha. We call it ignorance, that makes one believe that there are existing things outside and are real. The power disappears with this unshakable understanding of the truth. Illusions have no power to delude you anymore. An arahant do not have a sense of existing things. They have seen the truth of the illusory things. For arahant, all duties and day-to-day dealings will happen as usual. He knows this is a wall, this is a book, this is a chair. But doesn't mean everything just disappears. Nothing disappeared from his side, but he does not give any value to the chair or the book. And this is an automatic process. When we say there are no existing things, it does not mean things will disappear from one side. And it is not the emptiness that we think there's nothing outside. But things will disappear from one side when one realizes the truth. What happens is the value given to those disappear, but the value that was given to those outside things disappears completely. Arahant does not give any value to appearances, the illusions. The illusions are appearances only. As a result, we call it the Chandaraga. The value you have given to the outside world disappears. And the Tunbhumi disappears at the same time. If you see anything as an existing thing, it happens due to natural process of sensory systems. Within that natural process or system in operation, it creates seeming things to appear or illusions to appear. We cannot deny the illusory appearances. The seeming knowing of a thing is also a kind of understanding. Even a little baby has this kind of knowing of things that he perceives. This can be told as instinctive understanding. But for an Arahant, it is seen, and he is aware that there is no value at all for seeming things. They are just appearances when the necessary conditions are met. This is the higher understanding. This is the wisdom. We call it super wisdom. In the Buddha's path, what is important to be aware of the me sense. Most of the time, people put forward spiritual questions, explain or talk about Dhamma by thinking or by thinking about Dhamma and not through experiential knowing. In such instances, people are only in the state of mind plane, which is called the Vijnana state. It is just like you are trying to see the truth through Vijnana Maya, through your mind. You will never be able to grasp the truth by the mind, which is through the Vijnana Maya. This isn't the path Buddha explained. You have to go beyond the mind plane or transcend the mind. Here, most importantly, you have to recognize the state of thinking without thinking about something, or contemplation, which is the Savitaka. Otherwise, you will be confused and misled. Dhamma is known to Sihiya. We call it awareness, a kind of inner knowingness through which knowing happens. This is a knowing without a knower. If one moves along with Sihiya, which is awareness, not through thinking, then one will find the Nibbana path. The state of thinking does not take you to Nibbana. Thinking is a state of Savitaka, which is the state of thinking about something or contemplation. It helps one to logically argue and understand what the teacher is trying to explain. What is important is the Sihir, which knows you're thinking or not thinking or thinking about something. That is where the Nibbana path opens up for you. If you go about thinking, that thinking should be known to Sihir or being aware. This is a very subtle plant. This is a very subtle point. Sihir, being aware, etc., refers to kind of inner knowing, a subjective knowing without a subject. This is difficult to put into words. This should be known to oneself and grasped by oneself experientially. Since this is very subtle, you have to be very careful. Otherwise, most of the time you will be misled to wrong recognition and conclusions. Thinking is savitakka. There also you will see the truth intellectually. Importantly, that should be seen by Sihir. It is called wisdom, the jnana, that is to be known to Sihir, that it is a savitakka state. From avitakka state should be known to Sihir. This is not contemplative state. This is a highly advanced state. This is a state of absorption and freedom. Savitakka state will eventually bring you to avitakka state. There, one will experience the freedom from senses and sense objects. Those who are on the Nibbana path should be very vigilant. Most people who are on the path unknowingly keep the me alive. They are talking and questioning keeping me, which is called the Atmiya Bhavya. There is no point saying there is no me, yet feeling the sense of me inside. It is very important to recognize the me sense and how it rises its head. The inner awareness of Sihir is very important here. Meanness is recognized by Sihir. Sihir is not a thought. The me sense is nothing but the sense of individual self or separate self, which separates me from others. This is seen by Sihir. The fading away of the me sense is also seen by Sihir. You have to see this very carefully. When comes to the savias, when it comes to the untainted mind, which is called the Prabhasvara Chitta and Arahant state, the Sasavya Svabhavya is the form, which is the rupa, created due to energy vibrations. Energy vibrations comes through all the senses and create different forms. Thoughts are also formed by vibration. When form is created naturally, there is a feeling of existing things. Once you understand and recognize Dhamma, there will be no existing things. You know how the energy sparks happens and seeming creations come into existence. If you do not know Dhamma, things exist everywhere and those are real to you. One may say that there are no things out there, but in his mind there may be existing things. This is a very subtle point which most misses to recognize it. 5 precepts are naturally observed here. This is, you are not observing the 5 precepts forcefully, artificially. It happens naturally within you. In the Nibbana path, 5 precepts are upheld. Not only this, but all the observances, the sila, are upheld. Those who are on the path only recognize the true inner wisdom. When we talk about purity, it is the state being freed from the sense of the me or Atmiya Bhavya. This is the true purity. Atmiya Bhavya or Itta Bhavya, in a sense, an energy vibration. If one lies or tries to hide meanness or Atmiya Bhavya, there is surely a separate living entity in that person. That is why he tries to defend me all the time. And attempts are to safeguard this false Atmiya Bhavya, the feeling of me, the notion of me. There, me has risen, and its heads up. So purity is being free from the Atmiya Bhavya. In other words, recognizing that there are no existing things. It does not mean things you see will disappear. Things you hear will disappear. Things you feel will disappear. But one recognizes that those seeming things have no reality and are mere illusions. Things exist as skandha level, and the routine way of life goes on as usual with no change at the material level. However, the charge, the aropanya, or the inner excitation arising from sense stimuli neutralizes. It neutralizes that, the arising senses, the stimuli. Mundane people have an inner sense or charge of existing me and mine. This is the Sakkaya Ditthi. All thoughts derive power due to the Sakkaya Ditthi. Getting freedom from this inner charge, which is the aropanya, is getting freedom from thoughts. This is the seeing of Chittane Niyati Loko. or seen the truth. This is where the Attagame occurs. The Chittana Niyati Lokyo means the seeing that truth. There's no intentional giving up, yet it naturally happens with the recognition of the truth. This is what happens when stabilized with the recognition of the truth. This is the address of one's final destination. Once the truth is recognized, one should be in absorption to become this recognition a living truth. And this happened beyond doubt. A glimpse will not suffice. Strong conditioning can pull you back to old habits. What will happen is your sense of me, which is Atmiya Bhavya, slowly starts to fade away. And there is no other Dhamma than this. It is the disappearance of the false me sense or Atmiya Bhavya. The fading away of Atmiya Sanya, in other words, fading away of the illusory me, the notion of me created by the power of inner charge, the Aropanya Balaya. The illusory me in our fictional story gradually fades away. When you do your day-to-day work, you should recognize this me first. Your defilements are nothing but this me sense. Likes and dislikes are the product of me sense. You should carefully observe how me rises and during your day-to-day activities. 3 worlds are created in one thought, in one we call it in Aramuna. Victorious over 3 worlds, Trilokanato, mean transcending the 3 worlds in the thought. This me is also created in the thought. This is a very subtle state. When you engage in day-to-day activities, you should be able to catch the me experientially. Buddha's path is not a belief system or prayer. You should be able to feel yourself how powerful this me or sense of individuality is. The dissolution of the me sense also belongs to oneself. No one else can do it for you. On the other hand, you cannot do it. The me sense does not exist. It is an imaginary and derives power as per your will or thinking pattern. Even if you want, you cannot create thoughts. This is a system at work. In reality, there is no one called me. If me exists, he should be able to destroy the Vitakka Vichara as per his will. But what is happening is a number of senses are functioning as per the natural phenomena. We call it Chitta Niyamaya. Nobody is activating the phenomena. Nothing can be done by yourself. Even you cannot show the truth to yourself, because what you think you are is imaginary, non-existent. There is only a realization or revelation of the truth, Nibbana. What one can do is to make oneself qualified to receive that revelation. In other words, make yourself deserving for the revelation of the truth. In the current state, you may not have qualified for the truth due to your own defilements. We call it klesha. You have to recognize the fact by yourself. After that, you have to be qualified to fulfill the qualifications to receive the truth. As indicated before, irrespective of making others attain the truth, you yourself cannot show the truth to yourself. In this context, what another can do is only to guide you in the right direction, having explained Dhamma. Only this direction or the path can be shown for one to move forward, progressing or not in the direction is each one's own duty. When I say you cannot show the truth to yourself, you should be able to grasp the enormity of that statement. Whichever way you think of it, you cannot show the truth to yourself. What is essential here is it to do what needs to be done. What is needed here? First, you need to recognize what is this truth we are talking about. Once you understand the truth, all concepts, ditthis, that you are holding tightly onto should shatter. The conventional ritualist offerings like flower offering, lighting lamps, lighting incense sticks, religious processions will not take you to Nibbana. If you are on the Nibbana path, you have to recognize these impediments. To do all of these, there must be somebody, and that somebody is doing all these rituals with the hope of betterment for that body. Here, instead of dissolving the me-ness, the feeling of me, the notion of me, these actions will strengthen that me, myself, I. You see these types of actions happening in most of the religious, the temples around. Promoting these actions, they misguide the people rather than showing the truth. These, in fact, make the me feeling, the self feeling strong and grow even bigger. It is very clear that there's no nibbana in those activities at all. What they have done so far is putting all people deep in ignorance. When they say you are going to heaven after this life, you need to ask whether these heavens are, where these heavens are, and how does it happen? What's the process? What they have, and when that me feeling gets stronger and stronger, the mithya dishtiya, the wrong, the ignorance, it's harder to dissolve. It's harder for someone to dissolve in that me feeling. And in Abhidhamma Pitaka, it has been taught by making the world the mithya drishti is that wrong view. And we have to, that's where you need that right true knowledge. And most of the time, the meditation centers, the meditation classes, the meditation retreat, the programs, what we see, they are mainly focused on concentrating in an object, in an thing, and trying to control the thought process. But it is not what Lord Buddha has taught in his Dhamma. When you have that right true knowledge, you start investigating, analyzing those concepts within you. First, one has to understand the Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, which is called dependent origination. And that's where you need the guidance from a Kalyana Mitra. The Kalyana Mitra is the person who has walked in this journey and who has experience in this journey, who can guide you with the clear guidance. Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, the dependent origination, shows you that sounds and forms are caused and they affect. Paticca Samuppada Dhamma shows you that the sounds and forms are cause and the effect is the Atmiya Bhavya, or the sense of me. The cause, for the effect of the me sense, the notion of me happens, the cause is the forms, the sounds and the forms. They are the cause that creates that forms, that this the feeling of the notion of me. The Lord Buddha asked monks, is this I permanent? And they reply, no, it is impermanent. Then is there any individual self? And monks replied, no. Many do not know the Buddhist teaching is Atmiya Dhamma. No one can reflect on the belief in that that there's the world existing outside. And what is Satrasatipatthana means? It is the that you see this outside existing world is not real through your senses. How the senses creates that spark which forms that an outside object is real. And this is the saying that there's no real world. And you cannot reflect the Satrasatipatthana without knowing there's you cannot reflect the Satrasatipatthana without knowing this knowledge, the Buddha, the Lord Buddha's, the doctrine, the Dhamma, the true knowledge. When you learn, when you absorb this Dhamma within you, you will know there's no existing real world. You will see it. You will see how this existing world formed. In order to practice the theoretical knowledge received through listening to the teaching, you need to learn how to observe that through Satrasatipatthana. Without knowing the Buddhist doctrine, no one reached the understanding completely. When you will not learn, you will not you won't be able to get that understanding within you. The core message is that the eradication of the false sense of me. In other words, how I lose myself without a proper understanding of the Dhamma. And this is a very practical knowledge that should be applied each of us. It's in a journey. The internal transformation happens with the dissolution of me. This is the Nissarana, the path to the Nibbana. the me sense or Atmiya is the mind itself. The existing of me is a wrong view, a wrong concept, and wrong perception. Due to long conditioning, this me has derived power through abhisankaranya, and now very difficult to be freed from it. As long as there is Atma Ditti, that you are in Mithya Ditti. And what is the Atma Ditti? In simple word, if there is an existing world, there is also me who sees it. When you inquire what is this world is, you will understand that it is created by the six senses in that moment. You will never find any existing world and then know me, the notion of me as well. This needs to be, it's a feel. You have to feel it within you. In reality, nothing matters to in reality, the if you don't understand that the true Dhamma, you will not be able to catch this, how those sparks create that, the notion of me. And at the same time, unless that someone who has experienced that path, who has practically experienced that within them, they won't be able to guide other people to reach that path. That is where the importance of Kalyanamitta comes into to place. Only someone who has walked in that journey, who has experience in that, only can guide you towards that path. And at the same time, in this path, you have to attend sincerely, and you have to have that genuine desire, the self-motivation, and the courage to walk in this path. And the constant efforts and perseverances are much needed. You have to recognize how this imaginary me is born and how it leads you to misery. Then you will have a real wanting to see your own wrong concepts and get freed from the clutches of these. Otherwise, you do not see any urgency, any reason to do it. In fact, you need to see the danger you are facing with this, the cycle of birth, the samsara ordeal. We see people are born, grow up, and get old, and get sick and die. And at the same time, we see all the destructions around us, how much people suffer. But still, we don't, unless it happens to you and unless you experience some disaster within you, you will not realize how dangerous this cycle of birth is. And we are so fortunate. We are born in an era where this true Dhamma can be heard. And there are so many ways that this Dhamma reaches to you. And at the same time, you are born with Dakshana Sampratya, means you have that opportunity to listen, understand, and practice this Dhamma. And if you will be very foolish if you do not make this opportunity a useful for your own freedom, a freedom from suffering. And sometimes we use when we hear how everything is vibrates at a higher speed, and how these paths happens, and the sound and colors come together and create a notion of something real object outside, and our mind perceive them. This is an intermediary steps in the understanding of the path. These are not intended to stop at this level of understanding, at the thought level, and to certify that one has understood the process and the truth. The seeker has to transcend the mind plane. There are no shortcuts in this path. One has to understand the teachings holistically and completely, not by just parts. You have to face the reality. You have to be very sincere and honest. You yourself has to question whether your suffering is reducing with this new understanding, Are you seeing those fading of the defilements? Do you still see that how big your feeling of that notion of yourself, how much you're holding on to yourself? And your mind will translate these in so many different ways. But unless you have learned this Dhamma and start applying those Dhamma to you and try to understand this Dhamma within you, you will not be able to achieve to be in this path. You will not be able to proceed in this path. You will get stopped in by your mind. And this is a journey within you, and this is a gradual natural process that that transform your inner self. And I invite everyone to listen to Buddothpado discourses where R.N. Mahanse explained the process, the path to Nibbana very beautifully, and he simplified this prodigious doctrine in a way that the people like anyone can understand. And I invite everyone to start listening to Buddothpado discourses, and may you all be happy and peaceful, and may Triple Gem bless you all. And I worship R.N. Mahanse, our Buddothpado R.N. Mahanse, our noble friend, for all his guidance. And I'm going to conclude my talk today. Theruvan Saranai, everyone.
Arun Mahanse, what we are discussing here is not relevant to the convention. The things we do, like various offerings, puja, etc., might be good for the well-being of society, but the truth is entirely different. The doctrine that Buddha taught was never heard before and is valid forever. Everyone believes and accepts as right conventionally is not the truth. That is why we must listen to the truth. If we are ready to hear, we should listen to what the Buddha preached to the 5 hermits, Asvagatha, the doctrine that was never heard before. The reason is that we are confined to the basic elements and the 5 faculties: eye, ear, nose, tongue, and skin, and taken their outcome as true. We believe that what we see, hear, smell, taste, touch as truth. Once we are aware of the truth, we realize that the conviction is not the truth. This is due to ignorance, avijja, of the reality. As a result, we are bound to the unending journey of samsaric circle due to this ignorance. In this journey of samsaric circle, suffering is inherent. If we do not realize these facts, there is no escape from suffering. In the ground of ignorance, even heavenly planes of existence are not different. We think that everything is going well when we get food, good clothes, more and more money, etc. But this is the result of ignorance. The clothes that we wear today would decay, so we seek for better ones tomorrow. This routine shall never end. The new clothes again become dirty in few days, so we seek better clothes again. We continue to seek various things every day, which is suffering, and there is no end to the process. Although we consume food as delicious today, we are unable to eat it again tomorrow. We are looking for new food. In the ground of ignorance, whatever we think as good does not become true. Upasika, I am from Kandy area. I am 74 years old. I have already listened to about 100 sermons during the past 3 months. Aryan Mahanse, there is nothing as good in this world as we think. It is suffering itself. It is this suffering that we believe to be pleasure and comfort. There is nothing but suffering. You said you are 74 and you have never heard this Dhamma before. You said you listened to about 100 sermons and asked whether you can realize the nirvana at this moment. It is true that you can attain nirvana at this moment. In this instance, only this mind exists. This mind arises and passes away in the same moment. There is no existing mind. Inability to understand this fact causes suffering. To understand this fact is what we call the realization of the truth. Not understanding this nature of the mind brings us suffering. Therefore, what we have to do is to realize this truth. Realization means knowing that the world is a mere appearance in the mind. Kalayatana loko, chittena niyati loko. The 5 faculties are the world. The world is the creation of mind. Everyone, everybody.
Thank you for reading the book for us. we are starting a new book today. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 3. Thank you for starting the session. I worship at Aryan Mahasa's feet, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahasa, and Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends who have joined this English Zoom discussion, which is happening every day at 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So in this new book, it's kind of dialogues actually, unlike the previous book. In the previous book, we had some explanations and general knowledge about how the thoughts are formed and what is meant by this sense of faculty. So it was kind of a brief explanatory type of a book. But here, these are all based on discussions. So this is a dialogue between an elderly lady and our noble friend Aryan Mahansi. Uh, so what Aryan Mahansi is trying to explain is that uh, everything, behind everything, there is some form of sorrow. This is something that we don't see from outside superficially. We feel that the world that experiencing is real. Everything that we experience with the help of this sensor function is taken as real. But uh, uh, when we consider the different living beings, now we know that different living beings, different animals have different sensor functions. Therefore, what they experience is different from one to another. So therefore, we cannot say that what I am experiencing is correct. So this is called avijja, or the ignorance, where we take what we are experiencing as true. So when we take what we are experiencing as true, automatically there is clinging or desires to keep it, or aversions or hatreds, all sorts of defilements come up as a sequence. So this is the nature of the samsaric cycle, where continued to be born and death. But in Buddhism, the word birth and death is not used for this birth of this physical body and the death of this physical body. It's more sort of, it has a deeper meaning, where with each and every thought which happens instantly, now and here, is the birth, and then with no time, within a fraction of a second, that thought is gone, and then that is taken as a death. So it's a series of births and deaths which occur throughout this lifetime, and this is something that we have to understand by learning this true Dhamma, the facts that is explained by our noble friend. These are Lord Buddha's teachings, but they were not explained in detail for some time. After the passing away of the arhats, I think it became kind of, there was some deterioration, and then there was some merging of some other religious teachings. So now we are fortunate to hear the true Dhamma, which was explained and which was preached by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago. So understanding this true Dhamma helps us to realize that what we are experiencing is the products or the outcomes of these sense faculties. And the two Pali phrases that Shani read for us, Salayatana Loko means the six sense faculties create the world. And also another phrase she read, Chittena Niyati Loko, that means the world is created in the mind. So now, from now on, I think what we heard or what we listened to as simple explanations, as general facts, will be more becoming more practical, where some people are discussing with the noble friend Aryan Vahanse, so that we will be able to apply those things practically. So this lady who is talking says that she listened to about 100 sermons, and it looks as if that she hasn't found the exact true Dhamma pathway. So maybe we can start from that point. Our Dhamma friends all have joined. Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and other Dhamma friends. We can start our discussion.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We worship and say for his noble guidance. So yeah, we can start the discussion. We can discuss on any topic. If there is a topic, kind of a question, we can start from there. Or else we can talk about anything in that sense. Because this Dhamma is actually a complete opposite of the way that we looked at the life. We looked at the life as it is existing, as everything is existing. It was so real to us, the dream was so real to us. It's fine, it appears real, it's okay. But we actually took it so serious. So we felt a need to exist as well. That's the problem. I mean, we felt existence, we took it as real, and then there's a very kind of a urge to persevere or persist in this dream. So when the dream is taken as real, there's obviously you can't prevent being dragged to it, like, or having the urge to maintain the dream. In its extreme, when you really want to keep something. Imagine you like something really, really, and you want to keep it with you. That's kind of the extreme, because that's your dream is also true, and now you have things in the dream which you really want you to have them closer to you. So that's kind of extreme ignorance. But slowly, when you understand that that's actually a perception here, your urge to go for outside things would slow down. Actually, it will slow down really, really. You will feel it. These all feelings kind of you feel it, how the burning is coming down. And then, but still the dream is kind of true. But then, because the perceptions are still true, and then you keep understanding that's not actually true. It's kind of a vibration that's there. So, because if you really can see one particular stimulus, that's so beautiful. You can really understand this. So, even that vibration, it's just a fast vibratory nature of the sensory organ. That's all. That's all. So if you keep understanding this, this becomes very, very clear to you. And it's simple as well. You don't have to make it so difficult by adding so many things. If someone actually has no previous knowledge, like especially like someone like Joel, who doesn't know Pali, doesn't know anything deep about Buddhism, it's very easy for him to take it unless he has some other uh, ideas. It's all, we have all the, you know, the things that, the patterns we believe, the things that we believe. It's okay. It's just the parts of the dream that we are tangled with. That's fine. You just keep understanding how these things were so true to us. If you keep understanding, it's just the, you know, the, just the way you think. Because thinking is the real difficult part we can't comprehend or contemplate even. Because the thinking has also the emotional part of it. So you feel, sometimes you feel elated, sometimes you feel, you know, marginal, not really elated or not really sad. Sometimes you might feel really sad also. But the thing is, understanding that this is kind of an output from the sensory functions, this really relieves you, because this mind tricks you all the time. Mind brings up things that will really look as existing. So even though you're not attracted to stuff out there, you might still, you know, have the thoughts coming up as really real. You will suddenly find yourself getting bit clumsy, bit agitated, sometimes really feeling good, sometimes feeling bad. Doesn't necessarily mean anything, just how the mind works. You get carried away by mind. But if you understand, even the perceptions in the mind, it's just another sensory kind of, it acts as a sensory organ. It acts as another flow of thoughts. They're just flow of thoughts. It's fine to have as well. You don't have to make it so difficult by adding so many things. If someone actually has no previous knowledge, like especially like someone like Joel who doesn't know Pali, doesn't know anything deep about Buddhism, it's very easy for him to take it unless he has some other ideas. It's all, we have all the, the things that, the patterns we believe, the things that we believe. It's okay. It's just the parts of the dream that we are tangled with. That's fine. You just keep understanding how these things were so true to us. If you keep understanding, it's just the just the way you think. Because thinking is the real difficult part we can't comprehend or contemplate even. Because the thinking has also the emotional part of it, marginal, not really related or not really sad. Sometimes you might feel really sad also. But the thing is understanding that this is kind of the output from the sensory functions. This really relieves you because this mind tricks you all the time. Mind brings up things that will really look as existing. So even though you're not attracted to stuff out there, you might still, have the thoughts coming up as really real. You will suddenly find yourself getting bit clumsy, bit agitated, sometimes really feeling good, sometimes feeling bad. Doesn't necessarily mean anything, just how the mind works. You get carried away by mind. But if you understand, even the perceptions in the mind, it's just another sensory kind of, it acts as a sensory organ. It acts as another flow of thoughts. They're just flow of thoughts. It's fine to have flow of thought, but getting engrossed in them, feeling them as real is the problem. It's okay to have thoughts, and when your thoughts are not giving you any burning, what's the big deal? There's no big deal about the thoughts. It will come and go. The vision, it will happen. The hearing, it will happen. The other sensory functions of the body, yeah. As far as your body persists, you will feel some bodily sensation. That's it. So where the burning is going, the burning is definitely subsiding. It will take time. Why? Because this whole system was really true to us. So when you keep understanding this Dhamma, are you like acting weird now? No. You're acting as normal as you are. No one will even tell the difference. They will feel your, they will feel the, the way that you are handling things may be different, but the way you respond would be different. But still, at the same time, you'll be doing the same things as you have been doing before. You can feel others, you can look after your parents, you can look after your elders. If you feel like if that someone is there and they expect you to listen to them, you just listen because that's what that vibration is requesting. Or kind of that system is going to feel calmer with that effect. So as much as far as you understand this Dhamma, your vibration becomes much less and less. The power becomes less and less. Does that mean that you don't do things? No, you do. And with so much clarity though, you have to get this with so much clarity. If you find someone is doing a wrong thing, you can really tell that without the burning in your mind. And you have to experience this. You have to really experience this. You know that when someone does something, imagine you are working in an institution and you are the CEO, and you have to tell someone that what you're doing is wrong. We had so much trouble in telling someone about someone's doing is wrong. But here, you can really handle that without burning in your system. Because what happened here before was you're burning as well as you're giving that burning to others. So kind of a toxic environment. Someone can unmute the mic and join the discussion. Yes, we have Surangfa. Anyone can join? Joel can
Yes,
ask the question as well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I think we can also discuss along the line where why we say that what is experienced by these senses is not true. Can we discuss on that line because
Yeah,
that
actually, it's a good one because it's a bit difficult to understand sometimes. So the stimulus is always very easy to understand. Stimulus is the chair, the shirt, anything comes along. It can be at one time, it is one particular sensory organ. If it is vision, it's vision. Then if it is hearing, it is hearing. If it is touch, it is touch. If it is a mind, like a thinking, it is thinking. But the most important thing you have to understand is every time there is a stimulus, there is, if it is through your main sensory functions, always the mind sensor is involved. How is that? Okay, so take the chair. That's the easiest, simple one we take usually. So the chair, it is not only eye faculty. If you're standing in front of a chair and you see the chair and suddenly it catches your eye, what happens? Is it only the eye function? No, but you have to understand, not only the eye function. Because as a grown-up, you just get the chair. If it is only the eye function, how can the word come there? The actual, there's a hardness. Everything is in that particular, even if it's, that's why that day I was telling just not to use the word label, because if you say that, so the quality of the thing that we are trying is going to get dissolved because there's a thing for you to feel. So the chair is actually coming from mind sensor. What is mind is just the thinking and thinking and thinking, but this I works with the mind function. So that's how it brings up the chair. You only saw something, but how did it come out as chair? And when it comes out as chair, how do you get the whole thing about it? You can sit on a chair, you can even, you know, color it with whatever the color you want. You can have a gold chair, you can have a you know, whatever the, you know, so like a sofa. You can have so many variants of chairs. And you might be, this is my father's chair, this is where he used to lie down. You can have so many things about that. Simple, just the vision brings up everything. How does that happen? That's the quality of the mind. That's the understanding. That's the quality of the mind. So this works together. Eye function works with mind function. They are not happening. They're happening at the same time. That's the thing. But because of the fast occurrence of these stimuli, when you stand, you can see the whole room. Can you not? You see the whole room. So when you see the whole room, don't you know that they are there? Just imagine you go to your living room in the morning. You just got up. You go through your living room. Kind of, don't you expect everything to be kind of same like last night? Unless a thief has come and taken everything, you expect everything to be same and looking similar. So you have kind of expectation that the dream is similar, and if the dream is different, you will kind of get agitated. So this mind, the beauty of the mind is there. If you understand how mind works, the burning is going to go down. So what Dr. Sakuntala brought up was, how do we say that it is not real? So okay, we'll go back to that. So you came to the living room. You have so many stuff. You haven't listened to any sound yet. You haven't smelled anything. You haven't touched anything yet. But you see. What do you see? Do you see light, or you see the whole room? You see the whole room. You see the whole room. So how does that happen? That's what we are talking about. How does that happen? So that is because this human mind works so fast. We know that the chair is there, the table is there, the table chairs are there, if there is a flower pot, that is there, TV is there, if the TV is there in your room, in the living room. So everything is there. So this how mind works, how fast mind works, and how mind works, how eye works. So the eye is a camera. You know very well now that eye is a camera. But then the mind interprets it as chair or the living room or the table. So which part is true in this? Actually, you definitely now, I think after listening, even Joel can understand that, I think, because we have talked about that a lot. So the living room or the chair or the table, whatever, is actually an output of your mind function. That's the thought. But that thought has all the features of the five sensory organs. If you have touched a chair before, if you have, I don't think anyone licks a chair, but if you have the smell of the chair, if it's like a newly painted one, you might even smell the chair. Even if it's a dirty chair, sometimes children make it so dirty it can get smelly, so you have to throw it away. Yeah, something like that. And you see the chair, but the thing is the whole mind. The output of this output is the chair. So when we understand that this is how it works, there's a sensory organ function. Yes, I was working. Vision happened. Then suddenly there's a living room. So we definitely understand that the living room is a perception. It's not there anyway. It's a perception. If a mother doesn't know English language, they would call it Sale. Sale is a kind of a word for living room in Sinhala. And in Tamil language, someone would say something else. In Chinese language, someone would say something else. Actually speaking, if someone is living only inside the jungle, they would never know what it is. They don't have a mental picture of a living room. And that's the thing. So this mental picture, we clearly understand that the mental picture is just a construct. That's the beauty of the mental construct. What about the actual the visual picture, the photo? Is that true? Now this is the problem. Now here it is a bit difficult to understand. But if you have the idea of how olden days we had a bulb which near to pass out flickers slowly than before. When it flickers very fast, there's a light. But when it flickers slowly, it flickers, but there's no constant light. Even lightning, you see it as a light because there's a fast vibration. Actually, if you are a physicist, you will know the light is actually a fast vibration. It has a frequency. If it doesn't happen into that frequency, you can't actually have a light perception. So how is this function happen? How does this eye work? Because eye is a beautiful sensory organ. Not every organism has eyes. We have discussed it. The unicellular bacteria doesn't have an eye. So we can't talk about an eye world with that unicellular organism. Some multicellular organisms, they don't have eyes. They have some other sensory functions. To limited number of animal species, they have eyes. But the variety of their eye function is also different. We see white light because the frequencies are different. This human eye, the vibrations are in a the frequency is in kind of in one area, one limit is there. So the eye can telepathize or synchronize to only that vibration. So when they synchronize, we call it as a vision or seeing or light. But due to the variations of the light, you see kind of things in that, because there are so many variations in that. But the pure white light is possible because of the vibration of the cells in the eye. If someone is interested, there are 2 types of cells. It doesn't really matter whether you know them or not. It's just cells in the eye. If the cells in the eye didn't work, no way that human can telepathize light or see. So if you synchronize to the frequency of that, there has to be some vibration in your eye cells, the rods and cones. That if they are not there, you're not going to telepathize light. That means you're not going to see anything. So when you see, so why can't we remember about it, seeing anything in the first 1 or 2 years of life? That's because it didn't have that mind component. You know, when I said, when I walk in the morning to the living room, I can see the living room. No, child, the small 6-week baby didn't have that idea. So what do they have? They just feel. They feel the light. So if the torch is shown into the eyes to check for the red reflex, it's difficult for them. It's just, they feel it. That's all. If you make a sound by hitting the table to check their reflexes, they just feel the vibration. They don't actually understand what is happening. There's no kind of perception there. It's just feel. If you touch them, you think mother is touching child. But actually what happens is there's a perception. There's no mental formation. There's no mental perception, but there is a perception of touch. So, so which one is true? The speed of the light, if it was not there, actual vision is not there. And if the function of the eye wasn't there, if the person is born without the rod cells or the cone cells or with the defect of them, no synchronicity with the light. So you can't talk about a world of light. So can you imagine that well, you can imagine that now because you have seen it, and now you can imagine a world without light? Yes, because if you go blind, now you still have the idea of the light, but the person who has no any ability to synchronize to the light perception, you can't, you don't know. But the bats actually have the ability, like they have like a radar system. They don't really see. They don't really use the eyes as such, but they use a radar system where they emit that and catch the vibration, the vibration. They kind of maneuver themselves by that. We don't have that ability. But can you imagine, even bat has a world. Bat has their own world. They don't have the world of light. They don't have that story, but they have another story. But humans, because of the ability for these every 5 sensory organs, they have the ability to synchronize to any levels of this mind. Mind has so many levels. Mind has, actually not mind, sorry, I apologize, the stimulus, one stimulus, if you take the chair, that thought actually has all these possibility of all these vibrations at one point. So that's the beauty of human thought. So the human thought, actually, if all the 5 sensory organs are properly functioning, the ability to synchronize to the sounds, ability to synchronize to the light, ability to synchronize to the touch, and there is a world formed in that. And on top of that, because of the speed of the sensory organs, you feel that the light is actually existing. That's the problem with the consciousness. If you feel the light, feel that is because that you have taken it for granted. the speed of this eye, how the rod cells and cone cells work, the speed of that is the speed of light. Imagine, you never thought that the speed of light, you're matching speed of light. So the speed of light, if that matching is there, you call it seeing, and seeing has happened. But you only see that because now it's not only that you see something. How do you do that? That's because of the fast vibration happening at the same time. It becomes like a picture, outline. If you can understand this through anything, it doesn't matter what, any example, lightning, the light, bulb, anything. It's really important to feel this. So actually, why we are even able to entertain light is because of the speed. If the speed is taken out, just imagine if the earth stops going around, you know how fast the earth is going. We don't even feel that. We don't even feel that. We don't even feel the earth going around the sun. No, we don't. So, if this speed is not there, the living, we can't actually talk about a living. That's how it is. So this speed has brought all the sensory functions to have the feel of consciousness. That's the reason for the consciousness, or the life here. So on top of that, because they all come together and you all feel it as the one thing, then the chair, you feel the chair as real. It's really beautiful if you can feel this truth. Because that day we were talking about piercing through one stimulus. That's the Vidarshana. So you just have to feel this. It's through wisdom that you do this. You can't, if you have heard this Dhamma and you feel it, that's all. Yeah, I would invite, yes, Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything to add? Or
Yeah, actually, you sort of more or less completed all the aspects. As you very correctly said, the consciousness of each faculty, that means the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, or the consciousness means that feeling of existence of a light, feeling of existence of a sound, feeling of existence of a smell. So this is common to all five senses. And
actually, the misunderstanding here is that it is misunderstood as self-existence. That's a complete disaster. That's what we are addressing. So the actual feelings will never go away, because the eye, as far as eye is functioning, the body is functioning, the respiration is ongoing, seeing will happen, hearing will happen, body functions will happen, mind will continue to work, but this misunderstanding or the ignorance will not be there. That's all. Yeah.
yeah, so that is the combination of this is called the mind consciousness, or the thought, in other words. Now, you gave some examples. Every item in the living room is a separate thought. So when we do not realize that speed is the decisive factor in all these things, we feel that all are existing or continuing the same, same feel is being continued as permanent or existing. So this is the pitfall, actually, because we do not realize that this is the result of a speed. There is a world, materialistic world, and then in relation to the materialistic world, I am there, I am experiencing the world. So this is what is seen in the mundane world, what is understood in the mundane world. But when we realize that this is the result of the speed, everything, and also the fact that uh, depending on the ability of the senses of different living beings, something is created, and what is created is taken as true. So we have no way of finding out exactly what is there outside. We have to assume and we have to accept whatever is created by the sensor faculties, and we act according to what we perceive. So this is basically, I think, what we have to say. I mean, why we say that it is not true? Why we say that what is experienced is not true or cannot be true, or we don't know. There's no way of confirming. Uh, Maybe the Surangika also can add something. There was Saranai. Surangika, are you free to talk?
Yes, Sarvacharnai, Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Kokila. Just that point where I think Dr. Kokila has explained this, maybe in the midnight Zoom. I remember one person asked her about, maybe you brought it up in an example about how come, when you're traveling fast on a train or in a car, there are so many things that pass by, but none of those can be remembered. None of those can be experienced because it's you're traveling fast. But then suddenly there's something that can catch your attention. So it is at that point, isn't it, that entire process works where it is either a sound or mostly at that time it would be something that is seen. So something catches the eye, and so that whole process that was explained works. And the mind consciousness then identifies what was seen, but then it doesn't stop there. The sense of that existing and the sense of, therefore, that I am seeing it, that entire process arises from there. So actually, the registering of it is when we say, if there's a vibration, then that's there. What is meant there is that entire process is complete, isn't it there? So it is that self-vibration, the self-view that once that whole process works only, one actually recognizes that, I saw something. Until then, if you go on a train and everything is whizzing past you, then none of those register. So the registration, the mind consciousness arising, the feeling of existence and the self-perception, that entire process arises, and the value attached to the stimuli, whether that was, and then all those things arise in that whole process only when that process works. But what do we think? Out of ignorance, we think that how come we saw a lot of things, but then only one thing was, I can remember only one thing, isn't it? Or I seem to have noticed only one thing. There's a bit of confusion sometimes there as well, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, this topic is endless, actually. So it goes here and there. So, we can take any example and it will go to the same thing if we understand the truth behind this. Actually, that's why the burning goes down. When you understand the system, what is left there, you just calm down, isn't it? that just calming down is the beginning, but then you will see how the burning to persist in this dream will go down. But you will be there with so much tranquility and kind of super happiness, where we can't compare that happiness to normal happiness, because normal happiness, you are there. Normal happiness, if someone has never heard this Dhamma and has not understood this Dhamma, you feel happiness, it's you feeling happiness. But here, there is a happiness and there is tranquility, but yeah, that's it. Just like that. Yeah, anything else? Yeah. Any other lines we can talk about?
What happens is there is no merging with the experience, isn't it? The day-to-day activities go on as it is. And conversations are being held.
Yeah, the only way to understand this is to actually if there is a calamity, you can really feel this. The most nice way of really getting this out is there's a whole big calamity that you feel that you are awakened from that calamity. You are in the calamity, but you're not there, kind of thing. So you're doing everything, but you're still not there. You're talking
It's
also,
like
you're not still there.
yeah, it's like a film unfolding in front of.
Yeah. But if you
Something
think
like
about it also, it comes in a mind picture also, so we kind of discourage that. But what happens is has to experience, yeah. Because when we try to say something, it comes to the mind picture, like when Naranwanse says, there's a sadness without sadness. Everyone starts saying, yeah, that I have a sadness without sadness. I mean, we can't even blame them, because it's how this mind works. If someone, imagine someone says, there's a holmana. What is holmana? A ghost.
Ghost.
There's a ghost. And sometimes the other person, if the other person is also in that mindset, other person might say, oh yeah, I saw the ghost. Oh my God, I saw the ghost. But another person who is not in that mindset might say, what nonsense, it's just a part of the tree, so that's the thing, it's all, whenever we say something, it comes through like kind of a visualization of the mind too. This mind is so beautiful to understand. Actually, it's so tricky to understand, beautiful to understand, really difficult to understand also sometimes, because it's a miraculous production, and it works in different ways. Whatever you say, it will come as a, when you say nisatto nijivo sunyo, if you take the sunyo is empty. Oh, everyone starts saying, yeah, it's empty. And this emptiness is actually, the Lord Buddha is talking about the emptiness of the self vibration. Not the room is empty. So that's the thing. The room is there, like living room is still there, like before. But actually, because it's not feeling as real, the burning is not there. So the self vibration is not there. So that's a kind of a different aspect. So it's very important to get the aspect or the way to look at it. And the more you polish the way to look at it by these discussions, it really works. I mean, we are not the experts in telling this. I tell this all the time. We have flaws. We may have flaws everywhere, but still we try to give the message as much as possible. As much as we feel, because we are all in path. Whether it's different levels of the path, it doesn't matter. It's still the path. Yeah. Yes, Rang.
There was one experience, was it last week? Dr. Kokila actually was quite strange because it was the same day that Ranvahans explained the burning without burning thing. But so every quarter, as part of as part of my job, I have to review papers, and every quarter, like a prayer, if the papers don't meet the standard, there is an agitation. So that happens. Of course, the agitation over time has reduced considerably. Because if it is not, it I think comes from a point where even from childhood days where there was this thing of everything has to be done right or correctly. So that kind of thing has always been there as probably a trait. So and that day as well, there were a few things that had not been done right, and so I had spoken to the manager, and then she was far too busy to come back and gave me a time like somewhere way in the evening that she will call me back on that. So and so true to the trait, personality trait, the fact that the thought arose that cannot wait till that long. Something needs to be done now itself. Time is ticking. And so made a few calls to various people to sort it out. So a couple of people acknowledged the problem and said they will address it. One person understood part of it and pushed back on another part of it, saying whatever that was done was adequate. At that point, generally there would be further agitation because there was a pushback. But there was no agitation. The communication was made. Whatever that was said was accepted as just a thing. What we call it, an incident, and the matter was over. But later on in the night, another thought arose, saying, and in that thought, it struck that that incident in the morning, that was actually an agitation, wasn't it? Like after a long time, a burning sensation, but then that burning sensation wasn't like, and then it was just almost like acknowledged that it was there was an agitation. Yeah, so what? And that was also not through like reflection, thinking, and that type of thinking. So I don't know whether you call it a burning without burning,
The
because obviously
second
Aryan
part,
answer. Yeah.
the second part is thinking. Whatever happened, happened. So whatever happened, we can't unfold. All the experiences, we are not trying to unfold them. But the thinking part, we can't really take it as serious, really, because it's just thinking. We can go back and think about it, but the jnana or the feel that you are not there is in the experience itself, not after. So in one thought you can get this burning, and in the second thought you can attribute that to burning without
Myself.
burning. That's not that valid. That's okay because you're trying to understand Dhamma, but it's not validating the past experience. That should be understood. But actually,
Yes.
if you felt the burning at the same time, if you felt the non-existence, that's a different story. But if just felt the agitation, you can't really correct it now, but you can understand what your parameters are. So the parameters here that you should understand about yourself is that you don't like failures. You have to actually dig into this. You don't like failures. So if you don't like failures, where is that going?
Yeah,
Who
so
is going to address that? Because if you keep thinking that this is burning without burning, then you're not addressing the main issue. The main issue is you don't like the failure because you thought it might fail and you wanted to correct it immediately, and you didn't have any like you had that urge, but this is very very difficult to say. So it's only Sandhitika, or the only intimate to you how that burning happened. But what I'm saying is, according to the story, only I can say something. Second thought, which happened at night, we can't say anything by that. It's just a recollection of your incident and recollection of the Dhamma. That's fine. That's okay. But we can't really rectify the problem problem of the burning there, which happened. But the actual thing is, the some factors we have gained through life, some experiences that we have gained through life, some patterns, I would say, attitudes, some patterns. So how do I give an example? So imagine mistake in medical field. That's really dangerous, isn't it? But can it happen? It can happen. So you can keep a meticulous eye on them, but still a mistake can happen. So what if a mistake happens is a different story. And when you feel that the mistake is happening, rectifying the mistake is different as well. So the rectifying the mistake, and the mistake is happening, rectifying the mistake, trying to rectify the mistake, and acknowledging the mistake. The 3 stages, I would say. I don't know, you can add something more. I'm just taking an example from my work. So you felt it, you try to rectify it, but it's kind of happened, and you acknowledge it. And so you kind of acknowledge, you don't put blame to others, you just take the blame. Or if it was totally unrelated, you might say you could have done this. So because we do like a post incident discussion where we try to understand what went wrong, because that's for learning. But all this, if the self is there, it's completely different. If the self is not there, it is completely different. So we are talking as people in the path, but if like a complete who an arahant who has completed the path, that who doesn't feel alive, or the alive feel is not prominent, then he will cruise through every stage that we were talking about without any burning at all. So identifying the mistake, trying to rectify the mistake, acknowledging the mistake, trying to learn from the mistake, apologizing for the mistake. For the whole team, you might apologize. So it's really really difficult to say because it changes from work to work, it changes from the scenario to scenario, it changes from the people around you as well. You know, when Lord Buddha came back, after realizing Dhamma or feeling Dhamma, he came back to the 5 teachers. They thought that the teacher is, the Lord Buddha is coming, or Siddhartha is coming because he lost the path. But then Lord Buddha said, have I told any lies before to you all? Have I said anything untrue to you before? So then they were like, no, then can you listen? And they listened. So there are so many things that the surroundings matter, the way you handle things matter, your attitude matters. And when your burning is not there, everyone can feel the ease around you. They can't get agitated, but they might get agitated, it's fine. But what I'm saying is, you're not putting more agitation to them. So everything calms down automatically, but the problem can be rectified if it can be. If it is not, yeah, it's not. So the understanding, the urge to maintain this dream is very tricky because you might not actually feel about any of these things really badly. Like the burning will be like, if it was 75%, maybe now 25%. Still, if the dream is kind of true, it might leave an imprint. So you have to be careful. You have to be careful.
It's actually very, very tricky, Dr. Kokila, because the what did I say? The agitation, slight agitation. The thing is, now everything is like that spider in the cobweb. The slightest tremor is felt, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like 25%. You feel it like 100%.
Yeah. So even that slight agitation was felt, but it's almost as if I don't know. You can't say ignored. Felt, and still another thought came.
As a person who has listened to Dhamma for about 4 years now, is it?
3.5 years. Almost.
Yeah, kind of 3.5 years. If Aran Wahanse came to this Zoom, he would say, Surangika,
stop thinking.
Don't stop thinking. Yeah, that's all he will say. He will not say what I said because I'm really junior to him. I'm like explaining the whole thing, but he would just say, Surangika, can you stop thinking? What are you doing?
Meaning about that incident, is it?
Yeah, whatever, yeah. Whatever. Yeah. If it was not leaving an imprint, what are you thinking? Coming home and thinking, was there agitation or wasn't there agitation? Is there agitation? Is it agitation without agitation? What's that business?
No, that was also just one single thought in the night. I mean, I thought
you can say that.
Yeah, I mean, it just popped up in the mind because out of the blue, I had forgotten about that whole incident. And that is the other beautiful thing about this Dhamma, isn't it? Everything doesn't linger on. And, I had moved on to other things and done. And suddenly, I think before going to bed or something, this thing popped up as another thought. And I thought, that thing, really? Okay, And then even that went off and then off. I went to bed.
My important point I had to bring up is, if you have a feature that, you would not like dying.
I didn't understand that. Dr. Kokila, can you explain that?
Yeah, like, you know, like if you don't like failures, who would like to
I,
die? You know,
yes,
dying is a simple giveaway thing, isn't it? You like completely surrender. And who surrenders with happiness? If you can actually
what I was,
surrender
yeah,
to anything in normal life, you surrender to life, death as well, because every thought, every task becomes the part of the dream. Even dying is just part of the dream because it's just another thought. Even the task is similar. So if you are actually awakened from the dream, it doesn't necessarily matter, does it? But if you have a urge which is underneath, as I said, it can be 25% of the urge before, but still it's not zero. If it's not zero, you need to just dig out and see. But there's a point that Arananse says, yes, there's a burning without burning. But then if it is just coming out as a thought secondary to the incident, I don't think that is good enough. I think it has to be felt at the point of burning. It has to be felt. It's the felt word is very important. It has to be felt at the moment of incidence. So you feel the burden, you feel that the burden is not a burden. You feel the burning, you feel that the burning is not a burning. You feel the urge to rectify, but you feel that there's no underlying burning. This is very subtle. You have to feel it then and there. That's what I'm trying to say, but I don't know whether my message is really clear.
Yeah, that was the point I wanted to raise, Dr. Kokta. So by that time, I had not even heard this. As I mentioned, it was the same day that Taran was very late in the night. Explained that, and that particular Andolnaatmaka Desana I listened only the following day.
Now, next time you might actually feel it. You know what I mean? Because that Aranwanse has brought it up.
Now he has brought it up, but then coincidentally, another friend who listens to Buddothpado sent me 2 days later a talk between Aranwanse and Swarnamali about the Aknavana Lukak, kind of, sadness without sadness type of explanation that he had given, I think, a couple of months ago, which I had forgotten about. And in that, Swarnamali says very clearly that burning is coming clearly from the mind. So in that talk, Aryan Vats didn't go to the extent that he went to in the recent talk. And he stopped at the explanations Swarnamali gave, and to a certain extent he explained a little bit more, but not to this extent. And there she said that clearly the anguish or the whatever is coming from the mind. So what the ultimate thing is, what I'm trying to say is, obviously, as people on the path, and Aryan once explained yesterday and today also, I think that clearly don't try to, become overconfident. This is a very tricky point he mentioned, particularly for those who are explaining the Dhamma to others and so on and so forth, that the burning without burning is clearly the state of the Arahat. So no one is trying to, kind of compare against that. But these are also things that as there is progression in the path, in subtle levels, they are felt, isn't it? That's the thing that I wanted to kind of bring up in this forum, isn't it? So whilst it is not to that point 100%, as you say, that is felt. The degree of it becoming lesser and lesser, isn't it?
Yeah, if the problem is the happiness and the sadness is kind of different to anguish or the fear. So the fear, anguish,
the burning is a bit different because that's a bit more intense, isn't it? Slightly.
Yeah, it is a bit more intense because it's not the kind of the. So imagine small baby. Small baby is not angry. Can you see that? even the baby is crying so hard, baby is not angry. I don't know if you can feel this. 6-week-old baby is crying hard because the tummy is hurting. But baby is not angry because my tummy hurts. Oh my God, why my tummy is hurting? That's not like that. The crying is due to the actual the feelings. So this is something that we can all kind of
It's actually something
feel.
like happening in 2 layers, isn't it? Superficial layer and deep-seated layer. The deep layer is calm all the time, and the things are everything is happening at the superficial layer.
Yes. So the underneath vibration is 0 in an arahant, but it can be low. But the top part, there is functioning, there is calamity, there is things. But if you felt as ice, that is beauty. That is the thing. There's fire, but you feel as an ice. Yes, that's exactly what Aramahansa is saying. Yeah, I think we are running out of time.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming for the discussion. Thank you for coming and listening, Joel and Shani, for reading the book and coming for all the other Dhamma friends. We worship Aramahansa for his noble guidance, noble friendship, and we worship him every day. May Triple Gem bless you all. May you all understand Dhamma. Thank you.
Therun Saranai all Dhamma friends.
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of shining
from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
wisdom of Asia, ever glow.
Opening all eyes.
Wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind.
Truth no time can leave behind.
Truth of birth and death made clear.
The path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia,
a deep awareness, watching your thoughts that come and go. It is an awareness where you always see the thought that arises in your mind, and then you let it go as you know it is a lie. This letting go of thoughts is called Animitta Samadhi. There are no thoughts here. It is only an awareness. This Animitta Samadhi does not wear off. This is a Samadhi that belongs to the supramundane plane or Lokottara Bhumiya, where there is no person or a thing. What wears off, or the Samadhi that is only temporary, is the Samadhi that you feel when you practice Samatha Bhavana or the concentration meditation. The Samatha Bhavana Samadhi belongs to the Laukika Bhumi, mundane plane, where there is you and where the outside is true. Please try to follow the path to Nirvana using this practical advice. Put some effort to search for the pure truth. Try to follow our advice and go on the path, because now you have found the correct path to Nirvana. We hope that all our advice would help you spiritually develop yourself. May you all be blessed with the blessing of the Noble Triple Gem. Everyone, son, everybody.
Thiruvan Saranai Shani, thank you for reading the book for us. The last 2 pages of the True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. The contents of the 2 pages you read briefs about the concentration meditation and the samadhi or the calm state that you achieve with the concentration meditation, and how it is different from the insight meditation. So actually the concentration meditation, you achieve some calmness in your mind, but it's not lasting forever. It's as long as you concentrate on the stimulus or a particular topic, you will be able to maintain that samadhi status. But the moment your attention moves away to some other topic, that tranquil state will disappear. But with insight meditation, or what is recommended for true Dhamma path, what has been shown by our noble friend R.N. Vahanse, is actually something lasting in all 4 positions, whether you are reclining, whether you are sitting, standing, walking, whatever. In any posture, this status of this tranquility will continue. So therefore, it's important to identify the what is taught in True Dhamma by Lord Buddha, because the concentration meditation and those statuses, those samadhi statuses that were experienced by the people those days were there even before the Lord Buddha was born. So that was they thought that that is the ultimate goal to reach, and that is the end of the pathway. And most of them different. Most of them actually reached different levels, different planes, and they were there for years, many millions of years, maybe. But they will. It will not be lasting. It is not the permanent solution. So what Lord Buddha found was that actually the insight meditation, where you will pierce into the thoughts, or you will sort of deeply analyze how the thoughts are formed, how this feeling of self-existence occurs. So it is a kind of self research, and then finally when you realize this this is actually a creation of the sensor functions, and also how the thoughts are formed, and how this self feeling occurs. And then when you know the magic, actually there is no magic in it. So this tranquility, or this samadhi that is achieved through this insight meditation, is the ultimate end of the path. So those were the those were the things, facts that was briefed in these 2 pages that we listened to just now. Teruvan Saranai, all our Dhamma friends. We can start our discussion. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Saranai. We'll worship Aran Hanse for his noble guidance, and so we welcome all the Dhamma friends for the English Zoom discussion. Anyone can bring up a question at any time. You're more like these discussions are for discussing Dhamma, so rather than someone talking about one topic, it's really good if someone can join and bring up something which will help everyone. So we can talk about anything, whether it's the Satyajnana or the truth side, or we can talk a little bit about practical applications as well. We have been discussing about Dhamma for some time. So yeah, anyone can join, and you're most welcome to bring up a question. Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything?
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, I think we can discuss about how to do this vidarshana, or how to analyze a thought, and then because that is a part of the basic Dhamma teaching, true Dhamma, isn't it? How to do a vidarshana meditation. Will that be a practical point to discuss?
Yeah, we can do that. So how to actually?
How, in the sense, how to, do a practical side. We can,
Yes. Yeah. Okay, we'll try. So when we talk about how to, actually this kind of goes back to Satyajnana again, because Satyajnana is the truth, like the actual basics of this Dhamma, what we are talking about. We have talked about it multiple times, but we can't really talk about the how to practice it without that. So I will touch about them as well when we try to say how to. So I will reiterate them again. So it is really important that we understand that actually what happens here is stimulus. That's all what happens. So the sensory organs functioning. So, but because these sensory organs, when they function due to the speed, all sensory organs actually gives you kind of a manifestation which becomes really like appear true, very, very true. So the mirage, the example mirage is there because of that. So it appears true. It appears sometimes beautiful, sometimes ugly, sometimes really bad, sometimes good, sometimes painful, sometimes really, good in sensations. So the manifestation can really vary. It varies all the time. But the main important thing is to understand how it is manifested, how this manifestation is ongoing, and in that manifestation, how that feeling of self has happened. So when we come to the question of Dr. Sakuntala, how we can do this, it's mainly specifically through understanding true Dhamma. So when we try to understand Dhamma, if we don't get the understanding properly, there's no program. There's no way that you will do the looking at one stimulus or in any stimulus at that point. So if we talk about that, okay, if we take an example, again, we have to go back as well. Sorry, I have to stop a little bit. So when we talk about something like, okay, we will take a simple example. We take like what, pineapple. So the how thought like pineapple has happened to us. So we kind of go back. We have to. It's kind of a thing that even Lord Buddha has explained a lot. So we go back and try and find out how did this thought has happen. Like thought has come to in this system. It's a data. Yes, but how has it happened? So when we try to understand, when we go further down, only we can understand that it is again sensory function. So the sensory function of the eye, the ear, the nose, and the tongue, and the skin. When you say skin, it's really you have to understand the sensory function of the skin is really spread everywhere. The biggest sensory function of the body is the skin, and it has internal applications too. So when you understand that, you kind of get it first that actually the baby didn't have a big mind at all. Then slowly the baby start to get this form world. What is the form world? Is the perceptions. The perceptions start to form. Why? Not because there is someone. It is a system. So how does the system work? When the systems, the eye, the ear, all these systems, when they vibrate at the same time, they just co-vibrate. This is even explained in physics. If you know a little bit about physics, you know that any vibration any two vibrations, when we vibrate together, there is a kind of a new result, but it's not, you can't really separate it from the first two vibrations, but it acts as a new vibration. So then that's how the mind is formed. The mind itself is actually a vibration. So this new vibration has all the all the features of the 5 sensory function. So when we understand this clearly, then we get the point, the pineapple has all the features of the sensory functions. And if someone cut a pineapple and you are not even within the house, you just enter in the garden and you know that someone inside the house is cutting a pineapple. How did that happen? Just the smell happened, and then the word pineapple comes, the you know that it is what pineapple is, if whatever the picture you have. So if you're a Chinese person, the word pineapple will not come. It may come as something else in Chinese language. So you really get this in the whatever the way that you have the hearing. Hearing is the main way that you get this the input, as whether it is the pineapple or any other language when it says that. So when you enter the garden, you get the smell and it comes, oh wow, someone is cutting a pineapple. So that's how it works. So how does that work? How does a smell brought everything else? That's the beauty of this mind, how mind works. So that's the mind sensor. How does the mind sensor work? Even though it's a new vibration, it has all the features of the other vibration. So it's really important for you to feel this. You have to understand this and also feel this. It's really beautiful. You can feel this at any time. If you kind of go to a supermarket, and you can look at the shelves, and when you look at the shelves, you just looked at all the the features are coming. If you see a fruit like durian, then you know that it is what it is going to be, how it is going to be. Or even if you see, imagine you see someone wearing a mask. Just imagine someone is wearing mask. Everyone is not. Then kind of now you know that person may be sick. How did that come? That came after COVID. Like we usually didn't wear masks before COVID. So now if someone is wearing mask, we kind of know that's maybe that person may be having some kind of thing that is going to the others. So that person is trying to prevent it going to the others. Or that person may be scared that he might get something from the supermarket. But see, the just the visual aspect of it brings the whole thing. So can you feel that? The feeling is the most important thing here, not the actual, just the understanding. So when you feel that, you can understand that how this mind works. Mind is a perception. But when we say perception is actually like a vibration, but that vibration has the qualities, all the qualities. So when you say, if you say that friend, okay, I'm just saying that friend because no word came to my head. So that friend, if you see that, because you may not remember the name, but that friend, and will only that thing come? No, even all the features of that friend will come. All the features, whatever the data that was there forever, of that friend. So imagine you meet someone you haven't met for 30 years. You suddenly meet this person who was in your classes, maybe high school. Just if you just see in the supermarket, what would it bring to you? It would bring the whole thing. How does that happen? That's the effect. That's the effect we are talking about. That's the mind sensor, how it works. It's beautiful to feel these things, how everything comes. If it is your enemy, yeah, everything comes. And you might feel the shaking, either with anxiety or either with anger. So that's how it is. So that's actually the understanding of the thought process, or this thinking is the main thing. So when you understand that mind, the perception or the actual thought. So if we take it as my friend, if you take that and there's a little bit more, what? So that we know now that my friend is a perception. We kind of know. You have to feel it, but you kind of know that. But then we understand that that perception is like a vibration actually. But how do we feel that it is like kind of true? That's because of ignorance. So far in your life, how old you are, like if you're 30 or 40, 50, 60, 70, it doesn't matter. All this time, you were trained to believe that you are in a world and you exist. The dinosaur happened in the past. Who happened actually? We feel that the dinosaur was in the past, but that's a fact which came to your mind just now. So we are thinking in the future, we predict in the future AI might take over the world. It's okay, but it's a thought. So we kind of keep understanding, okay, we have thoughts, we have millions of thoughts. We have not only thoughts, we have attitudes too. How do we get the attitudes? Okay, we get the attitudes from the thoughts. How? Okay, imagine your mother kept telling you, share. And mother kept telling you to share. And then you go with your packet of lunch. Every day you open the packet of lunch, it's gone because everyone is sharing. But because everyone is sharing, we have like 10 packet of lunches, which will vanish immediately. But that's the attitude, that's habit which is going to cultivate. So you kind of have it. But what do you think we get it? We get it as my habit. That's the problem. We kind of just imagine there's a barrier for the habit. Someone brings a rule, there's some illness going on, no one can share the food. Everyone will be very sad. Why? Because it has become my pattern now. I don't want to change my pattern. So that's how we get attitudes, patterns, habits, whatever. So the way that we think is, they are my habits, they are my way of thinking. Everything is explained in that way. Not only explained, it's actually felt that way as well. It's felt that it is here, that everything is here. So in the childhood, whatever you experience, they are taken as your experiences. And your experiences actually brought up some attitude, some way of living. The way of living is actually environmentally, socially, and there is a manifestation genetically. It's all guided. So, but the thing is, the Dhamma says that there is no self. There's only a thinking that there is a self. Okay, now we get it now. We understand. Okay, there is a thinking that there is self. Okay, that's fine. Then we try to correct this misunderstanding. How do we correct that misunderstanding? We need to understand what we feel here. What do we feel here then? Okay, we'll sort it out. What do we feel here? Okay, then we come to the feel. Because we know that the thoughts are perceptions, kind of. And then we understand the perceptions are even not true. They're like vibrations. So when we talk about the pineapple, we kind of know there's nothing called pineapple actually, but we have a perception called pineapple. In Sinhala, it is annasi. If there's a mother who doesn't know English, and if you go and tell, can I have pineapple? She would know that you're asking for her annasi. But the good thing is, if you draw it, because it's a foreigner may draw it and show it, the mother knows exactly what to sell now. Oh, okay. Mahathirone annasida. Then give it. So the foreigner wants a pineapple. Mother understand how, looking at the picture. Or foreigner can Google and show it in the phone. Very easy these days. So mother knows exactly what to sell. So see how perceptions work. But is the perception, it's like a mirage. So when you say that there is a manifestation, it's only a manifestation. So when we understand the manifestation, it's actually like a vibration, because that's how you can see a pineapple in your dreams. How can you see a pineapple in your dreams? Otherwise, you can't. So this vibration, we understand all that. Then what do we feel now here? Then the feel comes. What do we feel here? Okay, if you're feeling something, it is a sensory function only. That's a speed only. That's the main thing to understand. So when you understand that how you felt so with a like a weight, you felt pineapple. You felt it's as actually there. But now you know that it's just when that foreigner showed that mother in the phone, because foreigner tried to tell, can you give me a pineapple? But that mother didn't understand why. There was no that perception there. But as soon as you show the phone with the pineapple picture, she knows what to sell. How? Then what actually happened in that mother's system was just the vibration of the eye. So if you're feeling something, it's just the vibration of the sensory function, sensory organ. But you felt it as true because you didn't know that it was only a sensory function. So that's basically in a nutshell. But there's another bit more where when we come to the mind sensor, it is a bit more complicated. Why? Because the mind sensor works on its own. That's the beauty of these humans. Mind sensor works on its own. It's the beauty as well as the demise, because it works everywhere. Like it works in the good side, also the bad side. So how a scientist is bringing up the computer. How a scientist is bringing up a computer to the world, or even a nuclear bomb to the world, is through the mind. They work it out. But at the same time, the suffering is also in the same side, because you keep thinking and thinking and thinking. So the thinking, the mind sensor works on its own. So thinking happens. So when the thinking happens, it acts as another separate organ. It's not an organ, but it acts as a separate organ. Even that is felt as heavy, like it feels as a thing. But you keep understanding it is just because it is the the fast happening of these thoughts that you feel it as a thing. So then one fine day, when your mind is calm and quiet, you might actually feel this. What are you going to feel? You're going to feel that the feel side without the actual because when you understand Dharma, the power of the thought is going to go down. So when the power of the thought is going down, you directly feel it. Then what do you feel? As I told, what do you feel? It's just the speed of the sensory organ. That's all. Whatever you're feeling, if it's even happiness or sadness, whatever, it is the speed of the sensory organ. But this has to be felt. That is the challenge. This has to be felt. To feel that, the actual mind should be very, very very not soft. It's a word for that. Like it can't be powerful. Can't be powerful, because if it is powerful, the feel is not going to come up. So that's the challenge we have. But still, I think everyone can feel your vibration and actually turning it around to understand as the speed of your sensory functions. It's only that. But in the feel, you have no perceptions as such, just a feel. So I don't know actually whether I actually explained the answer to the question, but this understanding can pop up at any time. But the main problem is a lot of our listeners will stop in between, like the depth of the contemplation will not go deeper to the level of the feel and the non-feel, because it should go to the feel and the non-feel as well. What do you non-feel? The feel is your kind of the vibration which was the reason for your whole samsaric journey, or but the non-feel is that contemplation which happened before, that it is only the speed of the sensory function. That's the turning point. And that point, definitely it is the no self feeling. But the thing is, you have to understand here, it's not a new vibration, it's the absence of vibration that is felt like that. So because we have to tell it to someone, we tell this, but this can't be expressed in the sense explain in deeply, because it is as we tell every day, like Aran says, example is salt. Even though we talk about salt, actual feel we never will be able to, even though the both children, if you have kind of 3 children, that all 3 children might say, oh wow, the salt is too much today. This food is so bad. But then the feel that particular tongue had, no one can actually compare that. Even though the words will come out as it's very salty, mom, still feel is different. Feel is unexplainable. Feel has no no comparisons, kind of. Yes, Suramika, can you add something? Or anyone can actually join. Did I answer the question, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, I think you covered most of the areas in relation to this vidarshana. Now, when we talk about the vidarshana, the term vipassana also more or less is discussed around that, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because in
vipassana is the kind of the fruit.
fruit, yes.
Yeah.
So it is the Sinhalese term as well as Pali, I think, in both languages. So I'm sure most of these, even our listeners who are
It is the
not
final
familiar
kind
with
of outcome.
yeah, outcome, yes.
That's the tranquility or that would be the complete meditative state that you would get. That's the
Yeah.
outcome.
Actually, when you analyze and sort of very clearly understand how these thoughts are happening, what is this, what is meant by thought, and how it is happening, automatically you realize that all thoughts are happening in that same way. So that is the ultimate result of the meditative process, isn't it? That is what's
Yeah,
called the vipassana, what you
yeah,
experience.
yeah. Even when you say vibration, we need to understand even the words we talk here, they are the same. That's why we always try and say not to get too confused about the wordings or whatever the meanings or anything, because you just have to get the essence of this message, and someone will actually take it very quickly, someone will take ages to take it. If you can feel it, that's the most important thing. Whether you understand the words or not, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. So to feel it, the feeler, the people who feel would be more kind of more have the more potential to actually feel the no self perception as well, because the feel is very important. Like we kind of concentrate about this internal radio. We believe everything that radio says. What is internal radio? Well, you can just sit somewhere and see what the internal radio would do. It would keep doing something, isn't it? Keep telling something. That's the mind. That is the mind that works as a different organ. It it uh, it can actually act as another different organ. So you feel like thoughts as something as well. But in the same time, even when you look at something, the same thinking process comes. So it's everywhere the same thing, but you have to understand there's nothing called mind. It's actually, so Lord Buddha said there's nothing called river, because river is the flow of the water. And there's nothing called rain, because it's the flow of the water. So only the side of the flow of the water is different. When it is perpendicular, it's one thing. It's horizontal, it's something else. But it's always kind of a metaphor trying to explain that mind is actually the fast occurrence of millions of stimuli or the thoughts. That's why we feel as we are inside the dream. this dream is really a good dream. Even if it's ugly, all the beings, whether it's humans or any other being, loves to get trapped in these things. Why? Because that's where you get the life feel. So there is a fight every day to maintain the life feel. This is very tricky, and it's very important to understand this urge to like something outside. Imagine you like your car. Just imagine if you like your car, how sad it will be when it is damaged. And if you really like it and you have never heard this Dhamma. But when you hear this Dhamma, you know, like it's a perception, and that perception is actually not true. Then the car is there, you clean it, you can do whatever, you can drive it, yeah, you use it, yes, but you know, it's just another thought. And what happens actually here is when you understand the stimuli, the main thing you understand is when the stimuli is not taken as a thing, your burning is also disappearing. That's the main rationale here. Understanding that there was no self at all, then what you felt was the feel was actually the stimuli. But that goes away when you understand the stimuli is just the vibration of the sensory organ. So this has to be combined in somewhere, that when the stimuli is not a thing, or the value is not there, and the feel, you definitely, if you feel it as only the sensory function, the alive feel is not there. That's the most important thing. That's that Aranahanse reiterates every day. It's good to feel this rather than just knowing. Surangika, do you have the chance to talk?
Therwan Sannai, Dr. Kokila. It is just the ownership that is not there, isn't it? The thought can still arise as a perception, but because, as you said, it no longer is real or becomes a thing, the attribution to the self is non-existent, because that whole thing has been seen through and through, type of thing. The thought can still arise, but that's where the vipassana kanika samadhiya comes in, isn't it? That meditative state, because the vidarshana has
Yes,
been
yes,
done
100%.
already.
Yeah. Yeah, you can continue. Yeah, it's actually very important because
Buddothpado, loving and kind.
lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dhamma's flame, the guiding light, you reawakened Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream, it flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Aryayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun, may your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind. In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpado, it's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grow still. With Buddothpado on the
Good morning, everybody. Everyone, so everyone, all Dhamma. So let's start our morning 1 hour Dhamma discourse. Let's observe something quiet. Even with your host gently, without thinking. Where is the past? Without thinking. Where is the future? You can notice whether it's past or future. It comes when we are thinking. There's no other way to see the past or future. So, for thinking, the thought has to come. So, the thought occurring, and we are thinking, we are interpreting, labeling it as thought as the past or future. Otherwise, there's no past or future. It's okay to label a thought as past or future, but taken it as the ultimate reality, the truth, that's the wrong way. So let's take that. So there is no past, no future without thinking, without thoughts like at this moment. Even though we assume it's a past or future, they are just thoughts right at this moment. So like we said, only this moment is here. Just being, just feeling, just being, just seeing. Simple, like 10-second acts, appearing and disappearing right now, right at this moment, even right at this moment. Different sense of contact appearing and ceasing. But very quickly The mind brings in what happened before, what will happen next. Those are thoughts. Whatever your mind brings is a thought, not the real. The thought that has been built with sensor content. Thought that is felt real, but something that has been constructed. And suddenly there is a time existing in this world, in this illusion. Not just the past and future. There is a person also experiencing, living throughout that time. Okay, now let's get back to the past. As you know, the past is a thought. You can think about something that happened yesterday, but it is made of some colors, some words or sounds and sensations. Are they happening right now, this moment? Or is it just a mental image, a mental formation, a thought? It's like we recreated the thought, similar to what happened, but instead we see it as something we created at this moment. We call it the past itself. It's not just a simple calling, not a simple one. It has that way we believe exactly as the past. Strong believe it. It's hard to not believe it as not the past. But if you go in detail, you would notice in this thought, even though we call it past, we cannot find any crystal clear exact details what reality is, whether images or sounds or sensations. It's more of mental formation, a belief that it's the definite past, but if you try to observe it, you don't even get the exact things you saw. There are missing details, but as usual, this mind links everything and it's kind of like ignore the truth, the fact, what is actually there. Instead, that side visions makes us believe this is the exact past. As we know, thought is appearing right at that moment. It's not in the past, and the past did not come from the future to the future. That thought is recreated right at this moment as a present thought. It feels real because it is remembered often, but it is still a thought happening. It feels real because it's happening so fast, but if we try to go in detail and try to observe that thought, try to check that thought, we cannot find a clear detail there. They are just painted images, not the 100% what we experienced before. Some painted similar images that looks like past, but actually not. Likewise, the future. This future, what we call, what we believe as future, that is also a thought. A thought occurred right at this moment. Now think about tomorrow. You have plans, you have expectations, you have worries, but where are they? They are also here as thoughts. Let's say you are worried about something. What did it happen? Happening? Is it happening right at this moment? No. Then how can we get worried? How can we be so sure that it might go wrong? No, is it just we are thinking right at this moment? Like we created past, not be creating a model of future, what will happen tomorrow, and then getting worried over that thing, isn't it? We cannot see future. We cannot go to future. The only thing we can do is create a thought right at this moment and believing it as the future. That's what people do. That's what always happens. We don't know how or what will happen in future. So we make an illusory future with thoughts, and then we get worried over that. That's what happens always. We were suffering over a thought, something that we created, an illusion, and we blindly believe it as the truth. Can you notice it? We created it. We built the thought. The thought also not even there. And then we taken it as the reality and we suffer of it. We feel sad, we feel anxious, we feel excited, feel happy, we feel angry. Whatever we feel, all are created inside our mind by these thoughts. Nothing happening outside, nothing happening anywhere. We are the ones creating that thought and suffering over it. We can alter future as we want because it's not happening right now. So it's just a thought creating right at this moment. But we can take it as the future. If it's simple, simply taken it as the light future, then that's fine. But if we strongly believe there's future and we are suffering, that's how it comes. That's how we have ended up in this illusion of this mind, of this thought. No matter how or where we look for, we cannot find a location for the future. They are just thoughts. Imagined right now, rejected, constructed, thoughts, but not actually existing experience, just a projection. What people are always doing is either they living in past or they live in future, living in the sense in the thoughts in their mind because we cannot travel back to future or past. We just can recreate or reconstruct thoughts and believe them as the past or future. But what we are actually missing is what actually happening. Thoughts are constructions. If we go inside them, we trap inside them. We trap inside something that has been created, an illusion, a simulation. But what is actually happening in this present moment. This present is very thin. What we call present is constantly moving. This is where the real things happen. This is where the actual world is occurring. There's no reconstructed thoughts, sense of contacts happening. A moment appears, then it's gone. Different sense of contact occurring. They are not projections like past or future thoughts. They really happen, occurring in our sense of faculties. But we cannot find a stable present because everything is always changing. Every sense of contact is always appearing and disappearing. So we cannot find a stable present. Just flowing change. But thing is, knowing the past, what we call past, is both. And what we call future is also both. And it does not stop there. This mind, this thought, connect those moments to each other. So within those thoughts, now they have separated them into past, present, and future. And they have linked them. Now we have this feeling of a existent timeline. Now it's not just a past, just a future, just a present. Now it's a time existing all together as a continuous flow. So now another thing is my belief when you take them in future, this will happen, and that this moment will be. It is happening. Whatever it is, we are thinking those are thoughts. But within those thoughts, they have linked it. A timeline was created. Now a timeline appears within the thought itself. Now the thoughts are simple. They have linked and separated into timeline. So the time activity is constructed completely on thought, whether it's future or past. They are just thoughts created right at this moment. Even the past, it's not the thought from the past, it's something similar what happened in the past, but we believe that past. If you can go in detail about the thoughts of the past, you will never find exact, clear details of anything that is painted, and we assume it is the exact past, but it's not. It's just so much of vision, sound, color, and everything, and not the past, not the real past. We will never get the real past. It's just a reconstruction, something similar, but with that belief, that strong power of it, we take it as this is the exact past we experience. But we can observe when we get a thought of a past, is there a clear detail about that past? Can we see clearly the images, clearly the way they happen? Or are they just some assumed and not feel, but taken as the reality? The thought is actually something recreated, constructed. It's not clear. It's not definite. It that also appears and disappears. It is a state. But the belief in that and taken it as the reality is the one that plays this whole illusion. Thought is simple. But if we taken it as this is the exact past we experience, that's how we tangled up in this illusion. But you cannot believe it yourself. Can you really see the images, the colors you experienced? Or are they just fainted ones, not clear ones, but somehow we ignore that those are not clear and taken it as the reality, the truth. Now comes something deeper. Let's take an example. Our mind says, I was like this before, and also I need to become better, and I will be happy later. If we take these thoughts as reality, truth, if that future itself, that past itself, then we take it as the truth, as the reality, which makes it more powerful, more heavier. So with that heaviness, it creates a pressure because now we take this thought, this future thought as the truth, as the reality, and we think that exact things is going to happen. And with that, we feel, and with that, we feel an illusory, realistic aimed thought. And with that thought, the pressure comes. If we take it as reality, we think that the pressure comes, and with that pressure, we start to compare things. We get fear, we get desires, we have anxiety. All based on past experiences. Afraid. Oh yeah, we cannot. If we see it we can see it ourselves, not because someone said, but you can experience it yourself. These are thoughts. So what's the point of suffering or getting worried over a thought? Thought is something that has been created right at this moment with senses and touch. It's not just this past or the present or the future, and the emotion follows with those thoughts. With that, there's another thing exists, a self. Now look closely. It's not something occurred in the past. It's I was there. I am experiencing. I experienced it. I will be achieving this. I will become something like this. I am the one who's going to do it. It's not now a single, simple one. There is a self also living through this timeline. So this is identity, self, story, stretched across time. And there is a person who is experienced, affected by those things, living through that timeline. But is it really happen? If the future thought itself is something alive, something that's constructed, if the past is also a thought, a lie that has been constructed right at this moment, how can there be a self existing? That self comes with that thought also constructed at that moment. So without time, what is the self? Just this moment's experience. So now comes the shift. Let go of the past. Don't go into future as well. Then we are living just in this moment. Not as an idea, but directly. Directly getting the sense of contact, sounds, visions, smell, taste, anything, even the thoughts, but not taken them as truth, as reality, and let them appear on their own and disappear. There's no complicated labels. Thoughts, just a sense of nothing. Any of the sense at each time. No becoming, no improving, no fixing, no suffering, no regretting. Just being simple, immediate, alive in this moment. In another way, that's what we call awaken to the moment, not driven by thoughts, whether we call it past or future. They are thoughts, and not driven by taking them as reality, as the truth, and living inside the mind, but living in this moment, experiencing the world as it is. No labeling, no naming, no future, no past, no any complicated thoughts, no any heavy thoughts, no any powerful thoughts, but simply just this moment. Light thoughts, they're also appearing and disappearing, like how thoughts are appearing and disappearing. But they're not strong. Then you can sense the content, sound appearing and disappearing, the color appearing and disappearing, everything but appearing and disappearing. When the conditions are met, nothing happens. If a second that occurs, thoughts occurs, that's it. Nobody does it. It happens on its own. There's no controller here. There's no person or self experience. Just a system. That just being simple, immediate, alive. With that, nothing taken as serious. No thought feels as heavy in that. As we know, the past appears as a thought right at this moment, right here. Same goes with the future. Future appears as a thought right here, right now. And what we call present is just a brief moment, arising and changing. Then thoughts move, they connect, they stretch, they build an illusory timeline using those thoughts. Everything is done by this mind, by these thoughts. There's nothing outside, no future, no past, just some thoughts, but labeled as past or future. So within those thoughts, the timeline appears. A life unfolds, not just a simple bunch of thoughts or timeline. The self is also there. The self continues in those each and every thought. Since we feel as if we are living in a continuous timeline from past to future, this self is also moving from past to this future. And within that movement is the pressure, fear, longing, regret, sadness, happiness, But if you see this clearly, deeply, these thoughts, not something real, didn't come from the past or future. They are just reconstructed, created at this moment, but we are the ones labeling it as past, labeling it as future. We are the ones who strongly believe as this is the exact past, this is the exact future. When that power of certainty, that exact realistic feeling loosens, you will start to see through this illusion, these thoughts, and wellness, trapped us deeper. And when this is seen clearly, this time softens that need to become faith, that self faith. Everything feels strong, real, faith, and becomes simple, light. Now we get thoughts, but instead taken them, strongly believing them as the truth, as the reality. We just use it, knowing the truth of it, knowing it's not the truth, the reality, just a made up thought. And with that, what remains is just this timeless, immediate moment, right this moment. That's what we call awakening to this moment, not in the mind, not in the future, not in the past, just this moment, experiencing every second what happened, just simply being alive, being not taken each and every thought as the truth, as the reality, with that immediate moment, not going anywhere, not coming from anywhere, just a bunch of thoughts, just living here, right at this moment, not trapped in the illusion of the past or the future. Create thoughts, just here, right at this moment, just this alive, without past, without the future, without becoming, just simply observe. There's no heaviness of the past or future. And then the life becomes simple. Right? There's no suffering over no, any thought that it's past or future. None is taken as the reality. So people just living in a simple light life. There's no strong emotions that follows with those thoughts because none taken as the reality, as the truth. Not only that, there was a self who's doing, who's experiencing everything. When this illusion is seen clearly, this self also loosens its power. But we strongly feel like we are experiencing, we are doing, we experience, we live through, we are affected by things. That self is also what we feel is very strong. It's definitely a self. That's how we feel. So that self also slowly fading. That strong feeling of that existence of the self is also slowly fading. And whatever we feel strong, believe strong, affected by any object, anything, like at this moment or future or past, becomes less heavier and we are living in this moment with the light mind, with calmness, with tranquility, no suffering of anything. So we'll end the morning Dhamma discourse for today. Teron Sanai Pupani.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aran Mahanse at his feet. Sarnai Aran Mahanse, and we extend our gratitude to you for all this guidance and the supervision that you are doing, and all the Dhamma which has been simplified for us to understand, and doing this hard work over the last 5 years. May our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is the time is 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Sri Lankan time. And this is a part of this Buddothpado PeoTV English Zoom discussion, which is happening 24/7. So many Dhamma friends are joining to continue this as a series, as a contribution to Dhamma, so that the friends all around the world, if any of them is keen to find out what the truth is, what the true Dhamma which was explained, disclosed by Lord Buddha nearly 2,600 years ago, they want to find out, I think you have come to the correct point. If you have joined or if you are listening to this Buddothpado PeoTV English channel, you are certainly in the correct path. That I can assure you, because we all have been looking for the truth. We listen to so many sermons from so many sources, so many venerables, we didn't feel that it caused a real change in the life. So that is why Lord Buddha said, this is a Sandittika Dhamma. Sandittika means that each person can understand. Each person is convinced of the change, and each person is convinced that this is something different, something true. So therefore, Lord Buddha said that this Dhamma is Sandittika. So as we tell often, this is not a faith, and you are not expected to follow simply because you hear these facts. Experiment yourself, research yourself. That is what Lord Buddha did nearly 2600 years ago. That is how he found this true Dhamma by himself, all by himself, because there was no person until that time who went up to this level. And that was kind of covered with so many other influences. And it was our noble friend Aryan Mahanse who researched, listened to so many venerables' teachings and sermons, read quite a lot of books, did lots of meditation also. So all were trials and errors, and then he found many things that he realized. He found that they are very well matching to the original Pali Sutra disclosed or the preached by Lord Buddha. So there's no doubt now, and we know that many of our Dhamma friends who are listening to these Dhamma sermons, they express their views. They explain the experiences that they get. So that itself is a proof to say that what you hear now is the path to the correct direction. So we know that Lord Buddha's teaching was to confirm that there is no self here. A self never existed, and self is not there now, and there's no self who is going to be there in the future. Then what do you feel as self? A person might say that, how can you say, I'm standing in front of you? You are standing in front of me. I can see you, I can hear you, and I can feel you. I can get the smell of you. So how can you say that there is no person? So these are the facts that we have to investigate, because do not follow anything blindly. Lord Buddha never said that to abolish a person who is there. I mean, you can't say that you are just sort of deleting a person or deleting the world. That is not what Lord Buddha said. What Lord Buddha said was that one important thing is that the thing called world is created at the level of the capacity of the senses. Now, the self is also a part of this creation of the senses. So that is very well proved. If you go back to your childhood, or if you go to the childhood of your children or grandchildren, they had no concept about myself, isn't it? They were catching up with the data that the elders, adults were providing them. So it's something like putting the data in, inserting the data to the computer. More and more data means you have more and more strong thoughts. So data equals to a thought. So you know that to the computer, every command is a thought, isn't it? Every command is a kind of a sound, you can say, or if you can say, I mean, you can use different words. You can say it is a thought when it comes to the living beings. Then to the computer, you can say that it is a word, it is a sound. So, or maybe you can say data. So all these things mean that you are adding some form of knowledge. So knowledge may be added to an animal because we know that the younger ones do not know about the danger of the world. So in some way of communication, birds or any other animals introduce that data uh, about the self. So introduce the data about the danger by different ways of communicating. They make different sounds, calling, and then with those they introduce some form of data. But in animals, it's actually in the very primitive stage because their mind is not well established. They mostly act on the feel. Now we know that sometimes the cats select some of the herbal plants and then they munch on it. And our elders used to say that when they have some form of infection, probably some worm infestation, they tend to treat themselves by eating that particular plant. We know if you have any idea about these herbal plants, we know there's a particular plant called Cupomania that is a favorite plant of the cats. They go time to time if they find a tree, tiny plant. It's a grass family, so they eat that. And our mothers, I remember, said that they must be having a worm infestation, so they are self-treating. Unlike the modern day cats, modern day domestic cats, of course, gets all kinds of medicine from the vet, so they do not have that natural instinct. But those are actually not taught by their mother. The kitten is not taught by the mother, but they are coming as some sort of instincts. So that is a feel. They do not have complex kinds of thoughts. Another example is that now animals, we know that if a chick dies or a bigger bird comes and snatches away a chick from the nest, the mother and father will be sort of making a big noise and indicate that they are very sad for some time. But maybe in few hours or certainly by next day, those sad kind of feeling or that sad crying is gone and they are back to their normal routine. So that is because their mind is not very strong. Their thought formation is not very strong, not very advanced. But human beings, our mind is supposed to be the most advanced. In Sinhala we say Manasa Usas means Minisa. Manasa means the mind, Usas means the advanced. So Mana Usas has come changed to Minisa, which means Minisa means a human. So human is supposed to be the living being who has the most advanced mind. So because of that, we are always living in our thoughts. Our feel is actually hiding. The feel is hiding and the thoughts are the ones which have overcome. So that is why, just imagine a child dies and parents, how long will they be weeping? Even though the physical, so-called the physical child is dead, the child is living in the mind. So they can't get rid of that thought. They can't, even though the mind is so advanced, unless they hear this Dhamma, they cannot understand this child is gone physically, but the child is still living in the mind. So they will be weeping, reminding, keeping all sorts of uh, memories about the child. The things used by the child will be protected and kept safe. And whenever they see it, all the memories are coming, and then they will be crying, and all kinds of things are happening. So that is the situation of the category called uh, the human beings, who are supposed to have the highest level of uh, highest or the advanced mind. So in other words, this is what we have to understand. So you have to use the thoughts and understand how you feel that myself is there. I am here. Now we know that for anything, if you have have some power or the current, it becomes live, or at least a liveliness is shown if there is a power in that. We know that the gravity power, because the gravity power is there, it attracts, it keeps everything attracted to the center of the earth. So because of the gravity power, we can stand on the ground, we can walk around, we can do whatever we want. And we can keep all our things, we can build the houses, we can use our vehicles, all kinds of things can be done because of that gravity power. So there's something active there. Similarly, all the other plants, all the other animals are living on this earth because of that power. So that power gives some form of live feeling. We know that the magnetic power, when you bring something, a metal, close to a piece of magnet, it's sort of swiftly it is attracted and it sticks onto the piece of the magnet. So that power cannot be seen, can you? You can't see the gravity power, you can't see the magnetic power, but with some actions, the power is manifested. So we know magnetic power is manifested only when you bring some pieces of metals close by, nearby. And gravity power is manifested only because the things are properly kept attracted to the ground level. If an apple or if a fruit, we know that is how the gravity power was found out long ago by the scientists, because they felt that why does the apple falls to the ground without just going in the air? Why does it always fall? So that was the very first indicator of the gravity power. Probably the apple is attracted towards the ground level. So like that, it is manifested. The power is manifested by something. If it is not manifested, we don't know that there is a power there. So what is the power in our mind? That is the consciousness or the vijnana. Consciousness or vijnana indicates that it separates out the self from the things. Now we have everything else in the world, and myself is here on this side. So vijnana or the consciousness is the mind power there. So how does the vijnana get a power then? That is another question that we have to find out. Where does this power comes from? So you and me are like a, a robot to which a battery has been fitted. So when the battery is fitted, when the battery is working, the robot is active, robot becomes alive, and the programmed things can be done on command to the robot. So are we different from that? The robot has been provided with the power with the help of a battery. And you and me also seems to be getting some power from there. And because of that power, we feel that we are alive. And not only that, we also have got so many data, so many so many programs. So we are working along those commands. According to those commands, we are moving around. So we feel that we are alive. Then where is this we or myself? Actually, this alive feeling, aliveness, that power is the thing that is named as myself or yourself. So there's no separate yourself and separate current. That current is the one which is labeled as myself. That is the avijja or the ignorance which is prevailing throughout. So you have to understand this fact. It's not the body which is felt as myself. Uh, then the then there can't be separating a dead body, isn't it? If the body is myself, then the body should be alive all the time. And if you separate out parts of your body, you wouldn't call that it is myself. Always they are mine, belong to me. That is how we describe, isn't it? My leg, my hand, my head, my heart, my brain, all sorts of things are mine. So the body is not that myself. Now you have to research like this, separate out different parts and see where is this myself feeling. It's something like a current, isn't it? The liveliness is something like a current. So you would certainly know that the body you can't say myself. Then R.N. Mahase very beautifully explains, then is your mind yourself? If the mind is yourself, uh, you should be able to control the mind in the way you want, isn't it? Should be able to stop all the unnecessary thoughts, should be able to keep only the happy thoughts. And when you want to do a concentration meditation, you should be able to keep the mind focused to one point. And sometimes very troublesome thoughts are coming at a rate, and it becomes a real nuisance. So those things should not happen if the mind is me, or that what you feel as mind is that mind. If you feel as myself is the mind. So now you have excluded two things. The body doesn't seem to be myself. The mind doesn't seem to be myself. But you still feel that I am alive, that alive feeling or the perception of self is there. So then you have to investigate and find out how these thoughts are formed. There is the secret of this one. Now, take some simple examples. Something simple, something which is very common we can take. Okay, we will take something that we didn't talk earlier. We will take an umbrella. Okay, now uh, when I say the word umbrella, it's a sound, isn't it? It's a sound. And we know before we go to the umbrella, we know that all these are actually vibrations. Vibrations becoming equal is the whole story here. Fast vibrations, and those fast vibrations will match each other. And then we call the concept of hearing, seeing, and feeling. Those things we explain because the fast vibrations match each other. So that is what happens at the level of the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and the skin. And we know that beyond these five, we have no access to the outside world. Only what is created at these levels only you can experience. That is why the nature of the sensor varies from species to species. Now we know that we can take the daytime. Okay. Before going to the umbrella, I think we will come to this side first. The daytime, we call the daytime at a particular time where there is some light created at the sensor level. Actually, we do not know whether the outside is bright or dark at that moment, but it is the creation at the eye level which gives us the experience of light, some brightness. But we know that the nocturnal animals, it's not the by that time, bright daytime is not the bright daytime or the daytime for them. That time they can't see anything. So it has to be some limitation at the level of the sensor. That is why the nocturnal animals are hiding in the daytime. That is because it's a nature of their eye. Their nature of the eye, the structure, the physical eye is structured in such a way they cannot experience it as a light. So in other words, their sensor level, that eye level, doesn't create a light at that time. But in the night, the time that we call night time, they can see the things very well. So that means the light is created in their eye at that level. So what is this difference? The difference is that the capacity or the function of the sensor. We know the sounds. Now we have the range that our eardrum can vibrate, 20 to 20,000 hertz. But there are so many other sounds. That means the so many levels of vibrations as sounds are there. But we don't hear them. We don't hear because our eardrum is not capable of vibrating to match those vibrations. Then we say that these are the sounds which are there outside. Is it correct? No, it's not correct. Simply because we can't hear, we cannot say that there are no other sounds. But the animals who have much sensitive ears, like dogs or maybe deer, rabbits, they have a wider range of wider range of hearing. So that means their eardrum can vibrate to match such vibrations. So this is exactly similar to all the five sense faculties. All the five senses is capable of experiencing something or creating something to match another vibration. Now, we know that we can smell only a range of the things. But see the dogs, that the sniffer dogs, particularly, the police dogs, if they are allowed to sniff a piece of cloth of a robber, sometimes they walk miles and miles to find out. They trace the scent of the person, and then they will end up in a house, maybe sometimes miles away. So, what is that difference? That is their nose, the sensor organ called nose, has a much wider capacity of vibration, wider capacity to match vibrations. So the ability of that nose to vibrate is much more wider than the human being, so that the ability to match that vibration is much more wider than the human being. So you and me do not have that ability. So most of the animals, quite a lot of animals are there who can uh, who has this range of smelling the things. So that means the vibration of the nose, or the vibration of the nose tissues, become equal to another vibration. So that ability is much more wider in those animals compared to the human beings. Whereas some other animals who do not have any kind of sensibility, I do not think the birds have the ability to smell, because even whatever the bad smelling environment, uh, they are just behaving in the normal way. We know that the earthworm they have no eyes or ears or the nose. So like that, the ability of vibrating vastly varies from species to species. So that means the world created limits to that ability of the senses. Simply, then, you can't assume and say this is the true world. What you and me are experiencing is completely different from what is experienced by a bird, what is experienced by another mammal like a dog or maybe a deer, and what is experienced by a fish. It's complete difference. So each animal, each of us think that what we experience is a true. And isn't it a very big illusion? So that is what the word anicca or anitya is used. The deep meaning of that is that, which means that what you experience is not there outside, it's different. And there's no way of experiencing what is there either. So we talked about the vibration. The vibration is a very fast functional change at these organs. Vibration doesn't mean that you can see it with the naked eye, or you can catch it with the with an instrument. So it's some form of functional change at that level. Due to that fast vibration, that fast functional change, something which was not there is created to look like there. So that is what happens at the eye level, ear level, nose level, tongue level, and the skin level. So if all five are functioning like that, Aryan Mahase gives a beautiful metaphor. It's like 5 solar panels non-stop creating a current. Or the older version of Lord Buddha's explanation was that spinning a fireball to look like a fire circle. So there are 5 fire circles which are spinning very fast. Those are the 5 senses. And then if you do it quite close to each other, you will be able to see one cycle, one single cycle, which is much brighter because 5 has combined. So this is the basic level, secret level of this current or this power. Each of these vibrations has a current. So this current, when it's happening very fast, uh, it combines to form a stronger current, isn't it? So that is how you experience seeing things as if it is really there. So the shape, now when you look at something, you see a shape. Don't you feel that it is really there? Yeah, you see it as really there, isn't it? The sound, you feel that it is really sound is there. Taste, smell, skin sensation, all gives rise to this really existing type of sensation. That is because of that current which is built up. For you and me, it hasn't stopped at that level, but it is a level of the radiant mind where the perceptions are there but doesn't recognize what they are. There's a light, there's a sound, there's a taste, smell, and there is the skin sensation, temperature, feeling hard solidity or feeling moisture or the wateriness, feeling the airiness and feeling the temperature. So those are the skin sensations. These are also due to the vibrations at that point. If that sensor, if that organ is not functioning, then there is nothing to talk about a vibration. If you do not have the eyeball, you can't talk about a vibration of the eye. If your ear is not formed properly, you can't talk about the vibration of the eardrum. So similarly, for very rare illnesses or rare defects that you are born with, if the nose is absent or that particular specific sensitive area is not there, you can't talk about the vibration of the nose. Same thing about the tongue. Same thing about the skin. If you have a very rare defect where the whole skin is numb, like anesthetized, you can't talk about the, the feeling warm, cold, feeling something hard, soft, etc. You can't talk about that. We know that it can happen in the normal life if you had any anesthesia. Sometimes for some surgeries, anesthesia is given below the waist level. So you can't feel anything below that. Whether somebody cuts the things, that is how the cesarean sections are done nowadays to deliver a baby. So below the waist level, you can't feel anything. Doctors can easily cut open the abdomen and take the baby out and do all the stitchings. They can do some operations of the legs without any problem. That is because your skin sensor is not functioning. So if the skin sensor is not functioning, you can't talk about the skin consciousness or the body consciousness, isn't it? So that is why the sensor level, the sorry, the that is why without this sense faculty function, you can't talk about a vibration. So what happens in the natural pathway, natural phenomenon, these 5 sensor functions combine together when the child is growing up beyond a certain level, maybe 1 year, 1.5 years. By that time, gradually, these sensor functions combine together to form the thoughts. So thought is a different type of vibration. It's like you mix few things. You prepare a cup of tea by mixing tea leaves hot water, sugar, milk, you get a cup of tea. Cup of tea is your thought. It's another part of a type of a vibration, but it is not the tea leaves or water or sugar or milk. But it has all those contents. Now you can't differentiate them. So your thought has the current which came up from all five senses. So that means a thought is powerful. It gives kind of liveliness. So what are the thoughts? You name anything, they are all thoughts. The pencil, pen, foot ruler, plug point, table, fan, calendar. I'm just telling the things that I can see around me. I am sure you can see many more things. A banana tree, window, computer. So all those are thoughts. Not only that, I am also a thought. So in other words, thought means something which happened due to the collective action of the five senses, which means the current of the five senses combined together to form a stronger thought, a stronger power called thought. So thought means something which has a stronger power. And does it stop at that level? If it stops at that level, we can say that it's a sensor level. So the final thing is a mind sensor. And it doesn't, unfortunately, it doesn't stop from there. If it stops from that level, actually, there will not be any problem. But fortunately or unfortunately, it doesn't happen at that level. Because without having the thoughts, you can't actually understand this process. So that is something important. This process can be understood only beyond the level where the thoughts are formed. So you use the garbage to make a rope to get out of the garbage pit. So thoughts are there. Thoughts will form as long as the senses are functioning. As long as the breathing is there, the senses will be functioning. That means your eye, ear, nose, tongue, and skin will be functioning. As long as the breathing is there, as long as the blood supply to those organs are there. What happens when the breathing stops? That means the end of this physical body. When the breathing stops, the five senses will not get the relevant nourishment. There's no blood supply. That means the oxygen and all the nutrients will not reach the organs and the organs will stop functioning. Then you can't talk about any vibration at that level. So when there's no vibration of the five faculties, there's no thought formation. So then the root is actually the functioning of the physical body and the functioning senses, or in other words, a sensor function. So that is the level where this current is felt, and that current becomes more stronger. And then by the time the thoughts are formed, the thoughts have a much stronger current. And as I said, it doesn't stop at that level. When the thoughts are formed repeatedly, now, for example, we will take the word, the umbrella, thought umbrella. Now, when I say the word, don't you feel that it is really existing? There's something called umbrella, you know it, don't you? How did the umbrella come as a thought? Now I am telling you only a sound, you hear only a sound, because the vibrations of my throat level became equal to the vibration of the eardrum. Your eardrum was capable of vibrating equally to this sound vibration on this side. So the two vibrations became equal, and then you say, I can hear that word umbrella. That is how you explain it in a sentence. But what happened was two vibrations became equal. Now what happened? There was a sound to the eardrum. Does the ear know what does that mean? No, it has only the sound. And instantly, with no time gap at all, the sound umbrella becomes a really existing umbrella in your mind, isn't it? So you will get a picture of that in the mind, your own umbrella, or maybe somebody else's umbrella that you really like, different types of umbrellas. What are the purposes? What is it used for? The purposes of taking it in the sun or for the rain. Different types of umbrellas, the foldable ones, the long ones, beautiful floral decorations, the black ones, transparent ones. All sorts of umbrellas uh, will appear in your mind in this single vibration, single thought, isn't it? Where did that come from? Did you do it? Did you purposely bring up those pictures to your mind now? No, no one did it. That is your chitta niyamaya, or your chitta niyamaya, or it is the law of the mind, the natural law of the mind, instantly brought up right now as a complete picture. All the data, all the data that you knew about the umbrella is instantly reproduced now. So, how did you get that story about umbrella in your mind at this moment? So then you have to go back again. You need to go back to the past perceptions, isn't it? This Lord Buddha explained this as Purana Sanya, means the old perceptions. All perceptions were reproduced as a new perception, as a single vibration. So this is what is called Ubbe Nivasanusati Jnane in Pali, or wisdom of knowing about the past thoughts or past perceptions. Ubbe Nivasanusati Jnane. So that means you have to do some kind of traveling to the past. How did the umbrella come up to the mind right now? And not only that, you feel that it's something real also. So this real feeling comes up when this perception happens again and again and again. Now say if you are like, say we will say you are 40 years old, you may have had this perception of umbrella maybe at least 35 years or maybe even before that. So time to time you have had perceptions about the umbrella, different colors, different types, different designs, the uses of it, all kinds of things have been, all kinds of data has been given time to time. So now there is a strong, empowered stimulus called umbrella. When it happens repeatedly, when it is empowered or fortified again and again, the feeling of existence or the perception of existence is the result. So you feel that it is real. But to touch, it is something hard. To the eye, it is a shape. And you hear the sound, umbrella. And So it's mainly these three senses which are responsible for the construction of the umbrella. So these perceptions, when it happens repeatedly, now you have got a really feeling, really existing umbrella, which is the perception of existence, or itta sanyava in Pali. Itta means it's there, it's existing. And the other golden rule is, if there is something existing, always the self is also there. So this is how you feel that self is here. Myself is here. Every thought, every stimulus, feeling of existence is hiding. And feeling of existence comes hand in hand with the feeling of self. So when I said the word umbrella, you must have felt that there's a really existing umbrella. You may not have it right now with you, but you know that it is at home, or it's in your vehicle, or it's inside the bag, or there are umbrellas to be sold in the shops. So the really existing umbrellas are there. Don't you think so? Yes. Then wherever there is something existing, wherever there is a itta sanyava, or the perception of existence, the perception of self is also there, or the atma sanyava is always coming behind that. It's a shadow of that. You know that the the person and the shadow cannot be separated, isn't it? So the person is umbrella, shadow is myself. So I am experiencing something called umbrella. Umbrella is a thing to you now. Umbrella is something which has a value. Umbrella is something which is existing really. So then always yourself is also there. So these are the things that you have to experiment yourself. Wherever something is existing, I am here. So now you have an existing umbrella, a real umbrella, and I am here. Myself, or that self existence, or that self vibration, or self perception, whatever the word you use. Perception and the vibration are actually two levels, but it's the same thing. Self vibration is the deepest or the finest thing, the most subtle thing. Self perception means what you experience with the five senses. And top of that, you have a thought about the umbrellas, about the different colors, the ones that you like, the different models of umbrellas. Those are all thoughts. So that is the most crude level, or the superficial level, self-weave. So self-weave is there as a thought. That is the first thing that you have to understand and get rid of. So if you can come to the understanding that there is no, these thoughts all are fake, thoughts are all illusions and creations right now, then you are down to the self-perception level. But still, something called umbrella is there in your mind, isn't it? So going back to this self story, now we know that you can't point out to any part in the body and say that this is myself. And you know that the the mind, which is a flow of thoughts, mind you can't take up and say that this is myself. So those two are out now. But you still feel that self is there. I am living. That is how you can explain it in words. So where does it come from? Now we know that it's not something material, but it is something felt. alive feeling, feeling of existence. Those are the words that we can use to explain them. So where does this live feeling comes? Now we know that it's the fast vibration at the sensor level. That vibration has a current. That current combines together to form the thoughts. The Ditta Sutta Mutta. Ditta means the vibrations from seeing, vision. Vibrations at the level of the ear we call Sutta. Under the Mutta, there are three categories. The skin vibration, the vibrations of the taste vibration, and the smell vibrations. So Ditta Sutta Mutta combine to form the thoughts, and we know that the thought has a stronger current. And when the thoughts are formed repeatedly, that gives a more powerful thing, which we call the itta, or the perception of existence. Perception of the existence brings its shadow always, perception of self. So, in other words, the power, the current which is hiding under all these thoughts is myself. That is a feeling of alive. That feel is the one which is labeled as myself. So this feel is not something that you can catch with any of the senses. It's a kind of a current. Now we know that electricity is not something that we can see or feel or hear. But the current is manifested when the appropriate senses are there. So when the current is there, it can be manifested as a light. It can be manifested as a sound. It can be manifested as, I'm talking about the body current. It can be manifested as a light, can be manifested as a sound, can be manifested as a taste, smell, or the skin sensation. So when the current is there, when you have so many electric equipment, it's manifested, isn't it? It's manifested as uh, some cool wind from the fan, refrigeration, and it can be manifested as an air conditioner, the cool air. It can be manifested as fire in a hot plate. So many things. The current is manifested in different ways depending on the whatever the equipment. So the thought is also similarly providing the current for the body functions. Whatever the movements that we are doing, whatever the thought, whatever the words we are talking, whatever the activities we are doing, the current is supplied by this thought. There is current from this thought. Stronger the current of the thought, the physical activity could be stronger. Now, the current is distributed to the body parts by the part called nervous system, the nerves. So we are not different from a robot, as I said. We have got the current from the natural pathway. We do not need a battery separately. The natural pathway of the 5 solar panels which are functioning, which provides current regularly. And then that current is combined to form a central current store, which we call thoughts. So that thoughts are the ones which provide the current for the physical activities and the talking, the words. So we have the power like the robotic machine. We have the 5 sensors. The robot also has some cameras, earphones fixed. Maybe the advanced ones will have some touch type of sensation also. So at least some of the sensors which are similar to the human beings are there in the robotic machine also. And the robot has been given certain programs or commands or the data. So if there is a picture to the eye or the camera, uh, the landlord is coming. The picture of the landlord has been put as the data to the robot. So the data is that if you see this shape, go to the front and greet him. So the robot will move forward and say that, good morning, sir. So that is the data that has been inserted to the robot. So similarly, now compare this with us, a worker who has been given the perception when the landlord is coming, go to the front door and greet him and accept him. Don't we do the same thing? It's a mental picture. What our data we call it's a mental picture. Go to the front and greet him when he comes. So these things you can always compare yourself, the things that you are doing, or maybe an animal, even your pet dog, what the pet dog is doing. They all are programmed, aren't they? So there's no person who is controlling this. All work according to the programs. So all do the things according to the data which has been given. All work according to the perceptions that we all had over a time. The beauty is that all the perceptions will come present, will represent here, or will reproduce right now as a single vibration that has all the perceptions that happen time to time. The more serious fact here is that Aryan Maharse beautifully explains that do not think that these perceptions are limited or confined to this life. These perceptions can be from anywhere in your samsara journey. How did that happen? Then you have to see whether you have to go deeper. Now we were talking only about the baby who was born and gradually when the organs were maturing, the perception started coming up. And initially the perceptions were functioning individually, but still the baby had the perception or some form of attachment to those stimuli. That is why when the baby is given kind of a toy, bright colored toy or a telephone, he will explore, he will lick it, bite it, smell it, touch, try to listen to the sound, and he will be able to see it with all five senses, organs. He will try to explore it. And not only that, he indicates that he likes it, isn't it? This can be applied to something different also. I mean, there are things that you introduce but the baby doesn't like, indicates the dislike to that. So like or dislike or attachment or non-attachment, those things can be indicated by the baby's reaction. So that means even at that level, without the thoughts, baby has some form of attachment to those stimuli. So in other words, there is a final level current even at that level before the thoughts are formed, isn't it? So that is another level that we have to explore now. There is an attachment, or there are things that the baby doesn't like, even at the level where the thoughts are not formed. Now, we know that if the baby is sort of exploring this toy or the phone, if you try to take it out of him, he will cry because he wants it, isn't it? And if you give something sour to the mouth, what will happen? He will just spit it out because he doesn't like, he want to be away from that. So whether it is attracted or aversion or dislike, both happens even before the level the thoughts are formed. That means there's a final level of current even in the newborn baby. So where does that come from? It's a question then. So we have to go further then to the life inside the womb. That is where we have to explore. So that fine level current we call sasava or taints, and that has the potential to bloom, to form more crude level, more gross level so-called defilements when the thoughts are formed. Before the thoughts are formed, those are not manifested, but the sasava has the all needed raw material, and that raw material is the one which gets amplified to form the defilements later on when the thoughts started forming. So this fine current, which we call sasava or the taints, are coming well before that. So that is that is where you have to go to the level of zygote and see what is happening at that level. As I said, the uh, the vibration or the single vibration doesn't not only limited to the perceptions that occurred. The perception. The right now we talk about the umbrella, as I said. So the perception of umbrella doesn't have only the perceptions limited to this life, uh, and it might have things from somewhere in your samsara journey. So if we now there are instances where for some reason you do not like some people, there's no big issue also when to another third party might say, why don't you like that person? He didn't do anything wrong to you. And you haven't had any other encounters with you either. And you met him only very recently. But you seems to be averse to him. Why is that? Similarly, there may be instances where you meet somebody very recently. You feel very affectionate towards a person, very sort of dearly feeling. You might wonder how it happens. I haven't known him for some time, and he hasn't done any particular helps also to me. But I have some very affectionate feeling towards him. Now, those are the instances which cannot be explained from this life. Now, even in a family, even the parents, though they say that they love all the children equally, it doesn't happen so, isn't it? Very quite often, when there are more than one child, they have kind of subtle favoritions. There are reasons also. They will say, no, he's very quiet. He's not demanding like the elder one. So there are many reasons given by the parents. Even among the siblings, you can see that some are very close to each other. Some have distance from each other. So those are all kind of perceptions that cannot be explained sometimes. So those situations you have to go back to the past, beyond the level of the zygote, then only those can be understood. It's beautifully explained by R.N. Mahanse that the the whole samsaric journey is there. The potential of the whole samsaric journey is there in this single vibration or the single thought at this moment. So that is the possible reason to that sort of strange feelings towards other people or even the animals maybe. So what happens at the zygote level? We know that everything is a vibration, isn't it? Whether it is solid feeling, whether it is a liquid feeling, air-like feeling, uh, or temperature feeling, light, sound, uh, smell, taste, they are all vibrations. But different, we can have to say the frequency and the amplitude. Those are, of course, science words, but just ignore them. Just you have to find out is that different types of vibrations. That is why it is felt different. Actually, they are all vibrations, but because of the sensor, it's felt differently. That is the more accurate way of telling it actually. All are vibrations, but it's felt in a different way depending on the sensor faculty. So the vibration is felt as a light when it comes to the eye. Vibration is felt as a sound when the ear is functioning. Vibration is felt as a taste when it comes to the tongue. Vibration is manifested as smell when it comes to the nose. Vibration is manifested as four types: temperature, solid nature, liquid nature, and airiness when it comes to the skin sensor. So all are vibrations manifested in different ways depending on the sensor faculty or the sense organ. So in other words, the zygote, which is the one cell level, joining the two cells from the two parents, combine to form one cell.